Green Hulk only wanted to throw hands with the sentry. But in the middle of the fight, he kept getting pulled offline to shield civilians caught in the crossfire. Because of that, no one can say for sure who's stronger. What is clear is this: both of them have terrifying growth potential. Hulk can keep evolving with almost no ceiling, while the sentry's limitless side only becomes truly stable if he can deal with the void. You can go find him and try to bring him in, Jiangbai warned Tony. But don't rush to provoke him. Earth still has people who can keep him in check. Tony raised an eyebrow. Someone can restrain him? Who? The supreme sorcerer of Kamartaj, the ancient one, Jiangbai said. Then, after a pause, he added, but the real pressure isn't her. It's what stands behind her, the Vishanti. You don't need to know more than that right now. The sentry won't snap and wipe out the planet for the time being. First, secure a base for the Illuminati. Then we start recruiting. Tony exhaled. Sorcerers, fine. But maybe the very first Illuminati mission should be saving my life. Palladium poisoning doesn't exactly come with a long retirement plan. We'll find a way, Jiangbai replied. He told Tony all this because he knew Tony's biggest weakness wasn't fear. It was his mouth. If Tony met the sentry and started throwing sarcastic one-liners and ego around, the situation could explode fast. Mentioning the Ancient One was meant to calm him down, but Jiangbai also understood the truth. Even with the Time Stone, the Ancient One wasn't guaranteed to win against someone like the Sentry. Once power reaches a certain level, normal rules stop applying. Time becomes harder to use like a tool, and she's a master of using time, not ruling it like an absolute king. The only force that could truly suppress the Sentry at his worst was the power behind Kamartaj. If the sentry had already appeared, Jiangbai suspected the Ancient One had probably made contact and helped keep the void suppressed. Otherwise, leaving an unstable walking apocalypse unchecked would be irresponsible. That was exactly why Jiangbai wasn't panicking about the sentry losing control today. Tony's job was simple: get the base. With Stark money, building an underground headquarters wasn't the hard part. Picking the right location and keeping it invisible was. Tony left the manor, got into motion, and his armor shot skyward in a streak of gold and red. Agents watching from a distance immediately relayed the sighting to Nick Fury. Even if Fury couldn't step inside Jiangbai's manor, he could still keep eyes nearby. Back at his villa, Tony went straight to business. Jarvis, open a new file. Title: Illuminati. Personal access only. Not linked to Stark Industries network. And start scanning for a hidden location suitable for an underground base. Understood, sir. Several coastal farms outside New York could serve as cover for a subterranean facility. Would you like to acquire them? Pull up terrain scans and visuals. I want to see. Right away, sir. After reviewing the data, Tony made the call. That one. By the group of farms through Stark Industries. Once the base plan started rolling, Tony's mind shifted to the next step: members. The first name that came up was Wakanda. But timing mattered. If Chaka was still king and Chala hadn't taken the throne, Wakanda would be even less likely to bother with an outsider's secret club. Their tech is so far ahead that even world-ending threats might look like not our problem until it becomes unavoidable. So Tony shelved the Black Panther idea for now. Then he thought of future recruits, Stephen Strange and Thor. And the moment Strange came up, Jiangbai's expression turned complicated. The Ancient One had said Strange was the most gifted sorcerer in 1,000 years, someone destined to surpass her. Yet Jiangbai remembered a timeline where Peter Parker's friend, Ned Leeds, grabbed a sling ring and casually made portal sparks appear, like it was nothing. Later, Ned even opened portals without spells, and not just across space, but toward other realities. Meanwhile, when Strange first tried to learn portals, the Ancient One literally tossed him into freezing mountains, and he nearly died before clawing his way back. So Jiangbai couldn't help thinking, was the Ancient One judging wrong, or was destiny cheating? Maybe talent wasn't the only factor. Maybe the right person mattered more than the best person. The timeline wanted Stephen Strange, so it bent around him. Still, Jiangbai didn't plan to ignore a prodigy like Ned. If Kamartaj didn't want him, Jiangbai wouldn't mind taking him in. Magic didn't belong to one temple. There were other paths, Witchcraft, secret arts, old bloodline practices. Different labels, same core idea. In the end, whether it was camartage sorcery or witchcraft, most of it came down to one thing: power has to come from somewhere. Borrowing strength from other dimensions has a cost. That's why camartage sorcerers often fight like melee mages instead of spamming spells endlessly. Raw magic reserves aren't infinite, and shortcuts always demand payment. The Ancient One was a special case. She had knowledge, resources, and backers. She could bend rules other people couldn't touch. Some beings might even lend her power for their own reasons. Even Dormammu, ruler of the Dark Dimension, who never stopped looking for a way to swallow the real world whole. And if the Ancient One ever slipped, if that dark energy ever truly seeped into her, then the line between guardian and threat could disappear overnight. If Dormammu could secure a heavyweight pawn like the Ancient One, he'd gain far more than he spent. Through her, he could pry open Earth's 3 great sanctums and their protective arrays, then push into reality and swallow the planet whole. Compared to that, the tiny trickle of power he lent her was pocket change. That was why so many dimensional demons and otherworldly lords were happy to invest in the Ancient One. They all believed the same thing: lend now, collect later. None of them expected the truth. From the start, the Ancient One never planned to pay anything back. She took what she needed, kept her footing, and resisted Dormammu's dark temptation with sheer will. In the end, Dormammu's deal became a bad joke. He put power in and got nothing but frustration out. And honestly, even if he wanted to widen his influence, magic wasn't rare. Earth was already littered with magical traces. Asgard had its own sorcery, and Thor could become a bridge to that world. In time, more traders would appear, people connected to hidden magical circles and strange markets. If Jiangbai wanted someone like Ned to learn magic, the path would open sooner or later. What genuinely confused Jiangbai was this: he'd been in this world for months, yet the Ancient One still hadn't shown herself. Earth had 3 holy sanctums and barrier networks. Spotting a foreign soul and an outsider consciousness should have been easy. And Jiangbai hadn't exactly been quiet. He'd already bent the timeline in multiple places, taking in Wanda and Pietro, pulling Lorna into a circle, saving Tony, and even disrupting Ethan and Obadiah's route. Any one of those should have triggered a visit. Yet Camartage stayed silent, as if the Ancient One was perfectly content to watch the dominoes fall. Just as that thought settled in, the system alerted him. Tom was calling. Jiangbai accepted, still distracted, and the moment the screen lit up, he froze. Tom looked miserable. Eyes watery. Shoulders slumped. Like the world had ended. "What happened to you, Tom?" Tom didn't speak. He spun around, grabbed paper and a pen, and scribbled furiously. Then he held it up with both paws. "My fish and cheese are gone. That stinky mouse Jerry ate everything. I'm so sad." Jiangbai's brow twitched. "Don't cry. I'll give you more," he said quickly, softening his tone. "But listen, go talk to Jerry for me. I'll send you supplies, and you pass some to him. Tell him I want to be friends." After reading Tom's message, Jiangbai wasn't just annoyed. He was done with Jerry's timing. Twice already Jerry had nearly ruined the trade with Tom, and now he'd stolen everything outright. Even with patience, that kind of interference was hard to swallow. Still, he forced it down and thought strategically. In Tom's world, getting rid of Jerry was basically impossible. Jerry was the same kind of anomaly as Tom, the kind who could turn into a genius if pushed. Sometimes Jerry was even more dangerous than Tom. And Jerry wasn't alone. He had relatives who were absurdly overpowered. There was Massel, the striped cousin who could dominate Tom with ease. There was another cousin with a magician's hat and wand, someone whose magic was outright ridiculous. Jerry even had a fairy sister with reality-breaking tricks, plus a nephew nicknamed the Blasting Genius, who treated explosives like toys while Tom paid the price. It felt like Jerry came with plot armor blessed by the universe. If beings like that ever crossed into this world, Jiangbai didn't even want to imagine the chaos. Tom brightened instantly at the promise of more food. When Jiangbai mentioned talking to Jerry, Tom hesitated, confused and a little suspicious. But food solved everything. He nodded anyway. So Jiangbai pulled out a fresh stack of supplies from his system storage, piles of fish and 2 big, perfect wheels of cheese. Tom. One of these is Jerry's, Jiangbai said firmly. Don't steal it. If you do, I won't give you anything next time. Tom nodded like his life depended on it and ended the call. Only then did Jiangbai notice the number. Tom's favorability had jumped to 99%. So close. But that last 1% was always the hardest. Tom was greedy, yes, but he was also loyal. If Jiangbai wanted to push it to 100%, he might need to work through Tom's owner. And that was a problem. If the owner was the strict black lady, money could probably solve it. She never cared much about Tom and blamed him for everything. But if it was the kind white lady who adored Tom no matter how much he wrecked the house, then buying Tom wouldn't be a simple deal. That would take finesse. Maybe even a little manipulation. On the other side, Tom devoured his portion like a starving beast, eyes shining at the mountain of food. Then he stared at the second cheese wheel. His paws twitched. He wanted it. Badly. But Jiangbai's warning echoed in his head, so with maximum pain and minimum dignity, Tom hauled the cheese to Jerry's mouse hole and knocked on the wall beside it. Jerry peeked out and immediately locked onto the cheese like it was treasure. He also noticed Tom writing something and got curious. Tom finished, shoved the note forward, and gestured for Jerry to read. Jerry tested the situation twice to make sure it wasn't a trap, then took the paper and read. A human friend of mine gave this to you. He said he wants to be friends with you and asked me to tell you. I'm not happy about it, but I came anyway. Also, don't steal my fish and cheese again. Those were from my good human friend. Jerry nodded, agreeing. Tom didn't wait for a second chance to regret it. He turned around and left. When Jerry realized Tom truly wasn't pulling the cheese away, his suspicion faded. He cut the cheese into pieces and quickly moved every last bit into his home. Brazil. After escaping New York, Banner slipped into Brazil and lived like a ghost. General Ross's pursuit hit him more than once along the way, and Banner understood the truth. If Ross caught him, prison would be the best outcome. The likely one was a lab table. With nowhere else to go, Banner hid in a Brazilian slum and clung to one rule: stay calm. Yoga. Breathing. Control. Because the moment anger cracked through, the green monster would come out.
Hey everyone, welcome to our channel, and thank you for your support. If there's a favorite novel on the channel and you want the next part, you're just one step away. Become a Patreon member and I can make it depending on your tier. Thank you for your attention.
Bruce Banner now regards Hulk as a monster. He hates himself now because of Hulk. He cannot go home, cannot do his career in research, and cannot see his partner. He has to hide in the slum. He is a doctor with multiple degrees, but he has to work in a beverage factory. Such a gap makes him close to collapse. In order to solve the monster in his body, he has contacted a Mr. Blue in New York. He can help him solve the problem of gamma rays. But what Banner doesn't know is that Hulk has already merged with him. If he wants to eliminate Hulk, he must commit suicide, but with Hulk's existence, he can't commit suicide at all. The current Hulk is just a newborn baby, and his mind and cognition are not complete. Coupled with Banner's disgust, this makes him very aggrieved. He will definitely be angry when facing the enemy's attack. Naturally, it is easy to cause damage and harm. And Hulk has many forms such as Grey Hulk, Savage Hulk, Sculpture Hulk, Lost Hulk, World Crusher Hulk, Combined Hulk, Dark Hulk, War Hulk, Demon Hulk, Sinful Hulk, Captain Hulk, Composite Hulk, Hulkbreaker Nor, Dr. Green, K-Hulk, Immortal Hulk, Ultimate Hulk, Warlord Hulk, and even Mechanical Hulk. In a parallel universe, Bruce Banner once used his wisdom, transformed the entire Hulk into Mechanical Hulk, trapped Hulk's personality in the mind, and used his anger as energy. Make Mechanical Hulk extremely powerful, and Hulk's anger level is as high as level 10. Bruce Banner controls Mechanical Hulk and adjusts his anger. However, according to the current situation, the Hulk in this universe belongs to the Hulk in the movie world, but he also has unlimited potential. It's just that Bruce Banner has never developed this potential and later directly made Hulk's personality disappear, causing him to become Dr. Green, and his strength was greatly reduced. After finishing his yoga class, he went to work at the beverage factory. However, he accidentally cut his hand while repairing an extremely difficult operating table. Then a drop of blood fell into the beverage bottle below, but he did not notice it. He only saw the blood on the shelf next to him. He was relieved after wiping the blood with his clothes. According to his research, his own blood no longer belongs to the category of human beings. If a creature accidentally consumes or contacts the blood, it is very likely to be infected by the gamma factor in the blood, causing the body to mutate. It may also bring him trouble. Time passed quickly. When getting off work, one of the better-looking women in the beverage factory was stopped by several men. Looking at the other party's frivolous and obscene expression, it was obviously not a good thing. Banner didn't intend to care because he was afraid that he could not control himself and let the monster in his body appear. Once his heart rate reached nearly 170, the monster in his body would appear directly. In order to avoid this situation, he restrained himself very much, kept to himself, and never socialized with anyone. But in the end, Banner still pulled the woman away from the men. Because the factory owner was next to them, the men were unhappy but did not take action directly. However, they had already held a grudge and were ready to retaliate against Banner in the future. A month later, Ross brought several soldiers to a hospital. Looking at the person infected with the gamma factor on the bed, a gleam of light flashed in his eyes. After a while, according to the report of his men, the gamma factor infected by the other party matched the blood factor of Bruce Banner. And from the infected person, he learned the reason for his condition. Through the drink he drank, Ross quickly locked Bruce Banner's location. It was the beverage factory in Brazil, and it was Banner's blood that caused this situation. The reason for falling into the bottle was that he did not find it, which directly led to his position being exposed. After Ross learned about Banner's location, he did not tell his daughter, Banner's girlfriend. After coming to the army headquarters and taking away a soldier king, he took his men to Brazil, where Banner was. When Ross and his men arrived at the location of the slum, Banner was in contact with Mr. Blue in his room. He obtained some serum through the other party's experiment and injected it directly into his body. After the injection, he finally smiled after seeing the rapid decrease of the gamma factor in his blood cells. But soon, the gamma factor covered the entire blood factor again, which made him stunned. It also meant that the laboratory had failed in disguise. He still couldn't eliminate the monster in his body, so he had no choice but to continue communicating with Mr. Blue, and finally the other party invited him to New York's laboratory for in-depth research. When he was hesitant, he suddenly saw from the window that a soldier in special camouflage uniform was approaching him. Knowing that he was exposed, Banner put the computer and some key things into his backpack and then used some cloth strips to tie a rope. After fixing the position, he began to climb downstairs from the window and entered a house below. Unexpectedly, it was the woman he had rescued in the factory before. The other party was also very surprised that Banner would come down from the window, but Banner had no time to explain to the other party. "Don't say I've been here, thank you. Leave a word and leave from the other direction by opening the door." The woman looked at Banner and hesitated to leave, but finally said nothing. After a while, Banner's original house was kicked open by several soldiers, and Emil Bronsky led the way into the room quickly. Holding a tranquilizer gun, he looked around, but in the end he didn't find Bruce Banner. Looking at the cloth rope fixed on the window, he knew that the other party had escaped from the window. This cat-and-mouse game made Bronsky even more excited. "General, he was never in the house. He ran out of the window. We are a step too late." "I know, send out a drone to search. He can't run far alone." "Yes." After receiving Bronsky's report, Ross, who was sitting in the command vehicle, gave an order in a deep voice. He must catch Bruce Banner this time, as his plan to create a super soldier is not far away. As the drone took off, everyone soon found Bruce Banner's trace, and Bronsky led the team to chase him again, and kept shooting anesthetic needles at Bruce Banner. but they were all cleverly avoided by the other party. Bruce Banner looked at the heart rate displayed on his watch and was constantly increasing, forcing him to stop and take a deep breath at a corner to lower his heart rate. However, Bronski did not give him much time. He saw Bruce Banner in a blink of an eye. He raised the tranquilizer gun in his hand and shot, but missed. Banner, who realized that the other party was catching up, began to run again, leaving Bronski far behind through the crisscrossing alleys and roads around him. Gradually, only Bronski could catch up with Bruce Banner. The long chase made Bronski very angry. He chased a scientist for so long but couldn't catch up with him. The pride of being an ace in his heart made him very uncomfortable. He felt that his strength was insulted, and he also hated Bruce Banner in his heart. Then he chased again. As long as he saw Bruce Banner, he would shoot directly. Banner was almost exhausted in the face of Bronski's high-intensity pursuit. Although Hulk is extremely powerful, he himself has not been strengthened. He has been an ordinary person from beginning to end. Facing the pursuit of the military's ace soldier, if he was not familiar with the terrain, he might have been caught by the other party long ago. Banner came to a busy street and hid in the crowd to calm his heart rate. He used the crowd to cover himself so that Bronski could not find him. But luck was not on his side. The three people who had offended because of saving the woman happened to see Banner. The bald man in the middle led the way to Banner, which made Banner, who already felt bad, feel even more bitter. The three people looked aggressive and came with bad intentions. After taking a deep breath, he continued to run. This run was discovered by Bronski, and then he chased him. The bald trio also found that Banner was running away and immediately chased him, wanting to teach him a lesson, so that Banner was chased by two groups of people. While feeling bitter in his heart rate began to rise continuously. Soon he found himself at the beverage factory. Banner, who had no way to go, had to run into the factory. The bald trio who were chasing him also followed Banner into the beverage factory. Now that there was no one in the factory, it was just right to teach him a lesson. The bald man felt unhappy when he thought of Banner interrupting his good deeds before. Banner ran deeper into the beverage factory. Bronski chased the person who came to the factory. It was only because of the assistance of the drone that he knew that Bruce Banner had entered the factory. The main reason was that he was not familiar with the terrain, which allowed the bald trio to enter the beverage factory before him. Banner hid in a corner of the factory to calm his heart rate and avoid the pursuit of the bald trio, but was discovered by the bald trio the next second. Snap. Run, can't you run well? I told you to ruin my good deeds. I'll teach you a lesson. No. Give me back my backpack, don't irritate me, otherwise you will regret it, believe me. Bang. Banner, who was caught by the bald trio, was instantly surrounded by them. The bald man snatched Banner's backpack and slapped him. Then the other two hit Banner in the stomach. Banner, feeling his heart rate rising rapidly, spoke weakly to the three people. But the other party obviously didn't believe it and hit Banner in the stomach again. His heart rate instantly reached the level where Hulk could appear, and then Banner's skin began to turn green. His body began to swell, his clothes and shoes were directly torn, and Hulk appeared. Roar! Hulk appeared and slapped a man away with a slap. The bald man and another man rolled and crawled out of the beverage factory, but Hulk would not give them a chance. He grabbed a machine from the side and threw it in the direction of the bald man and the other man. After the terrifying force threw the machine, it hit the two people in the next second, and they were instantly smashed into meat patties, and blood splattered everywhere. At this time, Bronski appeared and was shocked by the big green monster in front of him. Because Ross did not tell him that there was a Hulk in Bruce Banner. He simply thought that the other party was just a weak scientist. After reacting, he immediately switched his weapon to a submachine gun and attacked the green monster in front of him. The bullets hit Hulk's body without leaving any scars, just tickling Hulk. Boom! The next second, Hulk picked up the machine next to him and threw it at Bronski, but he dodged it and continued to attack Hulk with a submachine gun after a roll. Several black cars arrived outside the beverage factory one after another, and soldiers got out of them one by one and rushed into the beverage factory with weapons in hand. They began to cooperate with Bronsky to attack Hulk, and even brought heavy firepower for this. The densely packed the bullet hit Hulk, which didn't hurt him, but it was annoying. The angry Hulk lifted up the surrounding machinery and threw it at the soldiers who attacked him. Boom! A soldier aimed at Hulk with an RPG and pulled the trigger, successfully hitting Hulk. Bronsky looked at the scene and breathed a sigh of relief. He thought the opponent should have been solved, but the next second he saw Hulk appear in front of everyone unscathed. This scene was completely beyond Bronsky's cognition. Even RPG couldn't hurt the opponent. How terrifying was this defense? Then he began to cooperate with the surrounding soldiers to use weapons to suppress Hulk, but Hulk didn't play by the rules at all. He rushed towards Bronsky and others, and after seeing this scene, Bronsky dropped the submachine gun in his hand, took 2 grenades from the waist of the soldier next to him, pulled the safety pin and threw them at Hulk, and then grabbed the soldier in front of him. He ran to the side with him. With the explosion of the grenade, Hulk was still intact, but the soldiers hit by Hulk were not so lucky. Some were knocked out, and some were directly trampled to death by Hulk, and their heads were directly trampled. Only Bronsky and the soldier he had just rescued were left at the scene. The rest were almost all injured to varying degrees and could no longer continue to fight. But Bronsky did not admit defeat. He picked up a rifle from the ground and continued to attack Hulk. The same was true for the soldier he rescued. Hulk grabbed a thick iron pipe from the side and threw it to Bronsky and the soldier. Regardless of whether he hit it or not, he jumped directly through the roof of the factory and left. After a few more big jumps, he entered the forest and disappeared from everyone's sight. Because Hulk threw it casually, Bronsky and the soldier were lucky not to be hit. Ross in the command vehicle looked very unhappy when he found Banner escaping again. Now he had no ability to chase him, so he could only make another plan. Soon Bronsky came to the command vehicle with Banner's backpack. "General, this is Bruce Banner's backpack." "Okay, take the wounded away and we'll go back to New York." Bronsky entered the command vehicle and handed Banner's backpack to Ross. Ross was delighted when he saw the computer inside, thinking that he might be able to get some information from it. Then he asked Bronsky to arrange for the wounded and return to New York immediately. Bronsky looked at General Ross hesitantly, but in the end he didn't ask, and left the command vehicle to command the soldiers to take the wounded away. He was full of doubts about Bruce Banner. After all, the other party suddenly became so powerful, and General Ross's purpose of chasing the other party might be to get this power. Although Bronsky is a soldier, it does not mean that he cannot think. Bruce Banner is indeed a very good scientist. Even if he stole the military's experimental data, it is impossible for a lieutenant general to lead the pursuit. If it is that force, it is possible. In the past month, Jiang Bai's relationship with Tom and Jerry has improved a lot. Tom's favorability has not exceeded 100%. It is estimated that as he thought, he should be able to get 100% favorability by buying it from Tom's owner. During this period, Tony came quite diligently and told him the location of the Illuminati base. Now that location has begun to be built, Tony has personally studied some machinery, and the construction speed is not ordinary. In the past month, it has been almost completed. I can only say that the construction company in this world is too outrageous. I feel relieved when I think that this is Marvel. In the timeline after the New York War, New York returned to its original state not long after. It can be seen how powerful the construction company in the Marvel world is. But Tony used the construction company under Stark Industries. During this period of time, no monsters appeared. Jiang Bai also made a transaction with Grey Wolf. The item traded was the aerospace mothership. It still requires various black technology capabilities. Grey Wolf did not say exactly what he wanted, but just said that he would tell Jiang Bai when he wanted it in the future. It seems that the friendship level should play a role. He is not worried that Jiang Bai will not count. Jiang Bai also readily agreed to this. If you give and take favors, the relationship between the two will be closer. When Grey Wolf's friendship with him reaches 100%, he can directly invite Grey Wolf to this world. Jiang Bai also wants to use the aerospace mothership for the Illuminati and himself in the future. Under normal circumstances, he will not take it out unless there is some emergency. In addition, he plans to increase Tom's favorability to 100%. Looking at the gold bars in his hand, Jiangbai is ready to contact Tom. As for Tom's owner, he has already figured it out. It is the Black Lady. In this way, buying Tom should be much smoother. After connecting to Tom, he is now lying on the sofa with Jerry, watching TV and eating cheese. During this time, Jiangbai has given Tom and Jerry a lot of delicious food and snacks. Tom, give this gold bar to your master and let him take out the things I traded to you. During this time, Jiangbai also mentioned it to Tom several times. Tom was very hesitant at first, but later agreed. Then Jiangbai traded a circular device and a gold bar to Tom. The circular device is a holographic projection. It has not reached 100%, so he cannot go to Tom's world. Tom can only be purchased from the Black Lady through the holographic projection device. With Tom's consent, a piece of gold and a circular device appeared in Tom's hand, and then the circular device instantly turned into Jiangbai's appearance. These were all set before, and Jiangbai was not controlled by the system. Grey Wolf's technology is not yet powerful enough to be able to control across a world. Jiangbai appeared in front of Tom in a white suit and was soon discovered by the Black Lady. Who are you? How did you get in? Hello, ma'am. I want to buy your cat. This is the price I offer. Tom, give it to her. Gold bars. Okay. Deal. Tom is yours from now on. Okay. The Black Lady looked at Jiangbai, who was projected by the hologram, with a serious face and full of vigilance in her eyes. Because the holographic projection made Jiangbai no different from a normal person, she didn't know it was just a projection. Then Jiangbai told her the purpose of his visit and signaled Tom to give the gold bar to the Black Lady. After seeing a gold bar, the other party didn't think twice and instantly said the same thing. Jiangbai was willing to buy Tom for Jiangbai. After snatching the gold bar from Tom, he waited excitedly and bit it with his teeth. After confirming that it was a real gold bar, he was even happier. Tom, on the other hand, looked lonely. At the moment when the Black Lady agreed to the deal, Jiangbai found that Tom's favorability towards him reached 100%. He would be able to enter Tom's world, and Tom could also enter his own world. Not only Tom, but even Jerry could come to this world through Tom. Tom, don't be discouraged. She doesn't know what kind of treasure she missed. Don't worry, I will cherish you more than she does. After noticing the loneliness on Tom's face, Jiangbai spoke to Tom sincerely. Tom nodded and regained his former glory. Then Jiangbai invited Tom and Jerry to come to his world. The next second, his holographic projection device was held in Tom's hand, and then he grabbed Jerry with one hand. Instantly disappeared from the spot. The Black Lady looked at this strange scene with a little horror, but after finding that the gold was real, she patted her chest and walked towards her bedroom. Ding! The transaction object is detected to have come to the host's world. Once the transaction object leaves his world for too long, the transaction object's world will gradually separate from the system over time and space, and finally the transaction object will never be able to return to the original world. The transaction object must return to the original world within 1 year to ensure that the original world will not separate from the system. At this time, the system suddenly popped up a prompt, which made Jiangbai a little nervous at first, but he was relieved after seeing the 1-year time. As long as Tom goes back once a year, it's okay. As the system's voice fell, a white light appeared in front of Jiangbai, a blue and white cat and a brown mouse, exactly Tom and Jerry. The moment Tom saw Jiangbai's true body, he immediately rushed over and hugged Jiangbai's thigh. 10,000 a day, follow it with confidence. Book friends who like it, please urge more updates and support it with small advertisements. Welcome, Tom and Jerry. He rubbed Tom and Jerry's little heads and said with a smile. Tom and Jerry also smiled and nodded. Just when Jiangbai was happy, he found that the walls in the room began to reverse. Seeing this, he instantly became alert. Tom and Jerry looked at the reversed walls and ceilings around them with curiosity. According to the information in his memory, he already knew who was coming. That was the supreme sorcerer of Kamtaj, Ancient One. This move should be the mirror space. Master Ancient One, I didn't expect you to come to me now. Because of the appearance of Tom and Jerry. You really know me, yes? Since you appeared on Earth, I have been observing you in the mirror space and found that you know a lot about the future and the things in the timeline. But I didn't take it seriously at first, because it can't pose a threat to the Earth and the future. Once this happens, I will exile you to the void without hesitation, which is why I didn't meet you in person. But the appearance of this cat and mouse broke everything in the future, and I can't even see what they are. Because of their arrival, your will affect the entire timeline, and I still have no way to deal with you. At this time, a circle formed by sparks appeared not far away, and a bald woman in a yellow robe walked out of it. This was the same as Jiangbai's guess, and then he took the lead in asking Ancient One. Because Ancient One had never appeared before, but now because of the appearance of Tom and Jerry, he instantly pulled himself into the mirror space. This made Jiangbai have to doubt Ancient One's purpose. Although he was very wary of Ancient One in his heart, he was not worried about what Ancient One would do to him. Now he is Tom's master, and Jerry also has a great affection for him. With them around, he is not afraid of Gui at all, even if she is a father-level strongman. Gui was not surprised at all when Jiangbai said her name. She spoke to Jiangbai calmly and told Jiangbai about what she observed in the mirror space. When she finally talked about Tom and Jerry, her eyes were full of confusion and shock. She couldn't see through these two creatures at all. Various outrageous abilities gave Gui a headache, and the danger level of Jiangbai in her heart increased by several levels. She even said that Jiangbai's will would affect the entire timeline in the future. Tom and Jerry are idealistic beings. I think you should have seen a lot of results through the time stone. I really want to know the result after you attack me. Idealism. How idealistic. I didn't expect you to know the time stone. Yes, I used the time stone to see 30 million results. 10 million results are that I defeated you and killed you. The other 20 million are that we failed, Kamtaj was destroyed, even Vishanti. And in those 10 million results, you were resurrected by them 10 million times, and finally made a comeback. As for more results, it is impossible to see through. The time stone cannot see your future, and the range I can see is shrinking. It's almost what I guessed. You don't have to look at me with a worried face. I'm not crazy enough to destroy the world. The Earth is my home. How could I destroy it? Jiangbai was not surprised by Guyi's words. It would be surprising if she didn't monitor herself. A wizard who has protected the Earth for hundreds of years. She will not let go of any unstable factors, and she will not let this unstable factor out of her sight no matter what. Jiangbai was very curious about the result of Guyi's attack on him. From the moment Gui appeared, Jiangbai knew that she must have observed the future through the time stone. Then there must be a result after attacking him. I didn't expect that my chances of winning were quite high. I actually won Kamtaj 20 million times. But I died 10 million times. But they were all resurrected by Tom and Jerry. Jiangbai had no doubt about their abilities. As long as they wanted, a candy could be made into something to resurrect him. Now he is Tom's master. With Tom's character, he will definitely save himself. This is also the reason why Jiangbai is fearless. Looking at Guyi's worried eyes, how could he not know what Gui was thinking? After a slight smile, he said to Gui that he really had no idea of destroying the world, never had, and the Earth would not be destroyed. I hope so. By the way, if you have anything to do, you can go directly to the New York Temple and ask the wizard there to take you to me. You should know the address. Okay, thank you, Master Gui. Finally, Gui looked at Jiangbai with a complicated expression and spoke, then sent Jiangbai, Tom, and Jerry to the temple, out of the mirror space. Jiangbai did not refuse Guyi's kindness. After all, he was the supreme wizard of Kamtaj, and there were many magics in it, which might be used in the future. Jiangbai, Tom, and Jerry returned to the room and saw Martin, Wanda, Lorna, and Pietro in his room. They were very surprised to see Jiangbai suddenly appear. The worries in their eyes disappeared. Why are you all here? Just now, the artificial intelligence of the manor reminded me that the connection with you is interrupted, so we all came. Wow, what a cute cat. There is also a little mouse. Did you buy it? So that's the case. I'm fine. Its name is Tom, and its name is Jerry. I didn't buy them, but they will be our family in the future. They are very smart. Really? So cute. Seeing that everyone was in their own room, Jiangbai asked Martin in confusion. He learned that it was the artificial intelligence that told everyone that the connection with it was interrupted. It should be when entering the mirror space. Wanda and Lorna saw Tom in Jiangbai's arms and Jerry on his shoulders at a glance. Then Tom and Jerry were held in Wanda and Lorna's arms, especially Tom, whose little head was rubbed by Wanda all the time. In response, Jiangbai told them that Tom and Jerry would be family members in the future, which moved Tom and Jerry very much. Then Jiangbai led everyone to a very large room on the third floor of the villa, which contained two very large refrigerators, a TV, a sofa, toys, snacks, and a furry carpet on the floor. This room was prepared by Jiangbai for Tom and Jerry. Everything inside was also for the two of them. This room was above Jiangbai's room, and the middle was also opened up, so Tom and Jerry could enter Jiangbai's room directly at any time. Tom, Jerry, this room will be yours from now on. All the snacks here and the things in the refrigerator can be eaten. It doesn't matter if you eat them all. You can continue to buy. After bringing everyone to this super large room, he said to Tom and Jerry. They excitedly broke free from Wanda and Lorna's arms and appeared on the sofa in an instant. He turned on the TV skillfully, ran to the refrigerator, and took out a lot of things, sat on the sofa, and started watching TV. This scene directly shocked Wanda and others. They began to wonder if they were dazzled. What Tom and Jerry showed just now was not like normal cats and mice at all. Jiangbai just smiled slightly and didn't explain too much. Tom and Jerry have many magical places. They will see it in the future. At this time, Jiangbai received a message from Tony, which showed the situation of a beverage factory in Brazil and a video shot by some people. The green monster in the video was Hulk. After seeing Hulk escape from the beverage factory, he understood that Bruce Banner should come to New York soon. It's hard to comment on Banner. All we can say is that he is miserable. He turned into a monster because of an experiment and then was hunted by the military. A good doctor with multiple degrees hid in a slum, and his girlfriend fell in love with another man while he was on the run. It can only be said that Banner is a bit miserable, but if he returns to New York, he may invite him to join the Illuminati. If Tony only guarantees that the other party will not be hunted by the military, maybe he can do it. But I'm afraid that S.H.I.E.L.D. will intervene. Hulk, such a powerful force, will not give up. As time goes by, the Illuminati's base has been built. In order to avoid accidents, Jiangbai uses telepathy to blur the memory of all the workers who built the base so that they don't remember this location. Now there are only Tony and Jiangbai in the Illuminati base. The two sat in front of a huge round table and a blue screen rose in the middle. It played the video Tony sent him before, which was about Banner and Hulk. If Bruce Banner can join us, we will not only get a multi-degree doctor with super high IQ, but also a powerful combat force. It is completely feasible. The problem is that you have to solve the problems with the military and the government first. You have some friendship with Ross, and maybe you can give him something to let him go. But S.H.I.E.L.D. will definitely intervene. They will not allow an unmanaged organization like us to exist, especially the director, who wants to control everything in his own hands. This is indeed a problem, but I have thought of a solution. Based on my search during this period and the assistance of Jarvis, I can confirm that the Sentinel is in New York. As for the location, I am not sure. If the Sentinel joins us, then there is no need to worry about S.H.I.E.L.D. at all. If he is in New York, I can find him. This is what I used to do in Off-Yuan, is looking for your things, and it shouldn't be a problem to find the Sentinels. At the same time, I also hope you invite someone to join. Her name is Zhao Hailuan. She is studying a scientific research project called the Cradle of Life. The Cradle of Life is a disguised form of nanotechnology. If you have this technology support, your armor can be improved a lot, and it will also be of great benefit to the Illuminati. And your palladium element is poisoned. Come to my house in a few days, and I will help you clear it once. As for the new energy, I will try my best. That's good. As long as we find the other party and let him join us, many problems will be solved. I will invite Jahailuan. It's good to be able to clear it. You don't know that I drink that damn chlorophyll every day, and I'm about to vomit. After the video was played, Tony spoke first, saying that if Bruce Banner was invited to join, both technology and combat power could play a significant role. Then Jiangbai talked about what might happen after inviting Bruce Banner to join the Illuminati, and neither Ross nor S.H.I.E.L.D. would be easy to deal with. Then Tony expressed his thoughts. He should be able to handle Ross's situation. As for S.H.I.E.L.D., he plans to invite the Sentinels to join the Illuminati. Even S.H.I.E.L.D. will not dare to act rashly at that time. He told Jiangbai that the Sentinels were in New York. Jiangbai was a little surprised to hear that the Sentinels were in New York. Then he took out the things he had asked Grey Wolf to make, which were used to find Tony in Afghanistan. Use this to find the Sentinels in New York. And let Tony invite Jahailuan to join. Jahailuan, a Korean scientist, is researching the cradle of life, which is equivalent to a disguised nanotechnology, but it has not yet reached the level of nanotechnology. But there is also hope to achieve the potential and foundation of nanotechnology. Then let Tony Pass come to him in a few days to help him remove the palladium toxins in his body. Tony's eyes lit up after hearing Jiangbai's words. Whether it is the things to find the Sentinel, Zhao Helen, and the removal of palladium toxins, it is good news for Tony. Then Jiangbai used the instrument to start looking for the traces of the Sentinel, but he locked the position of the Sentinel in an ordinary community. When Tony was excited, Jiangbai looked calm. Although he found the other party, whether he would join was a problem. Let's go up and visit him. No, he is surrounded by S.H.I.E.L.D. agents. It seems that S.H.I.E.L.D. has found him before us. Or his information is kept secret by S.H.I.E.L.D. Has he joined S.H.I.E.L.D.? What should we do? Maybe we can talk to him. I'm not sure if he has joined S.H.I.E.L.D. How to contact? Didn't I tell you that I also have Professor X's ability? After learning the exact location of the Sentinel, Tony was ready to get up and visit, but Jiangbai shook his head and telepathically. He has learned that the people around him are all S.H.I.E.L.D. agents, and there are many Hydra undercovers among them. Hearing Jiangbai's words, Tony's face changed instantly. He didn't expect S.H.I.E.L.D. to find the Sentinel faster than them, but Jiangbai has learned from the memories of S.H.I.E.L.D. agents that they have been here for a long time. Then it can be inferred that S.H.I.E.L.D. has discovered the existence of the Sentinel a long time ago. Jiangbai is not sure about Tony's question, but it is indeed very likely that he has joined S.H.I.E.L.D. However, Jiangbai is still ready to talk to the other party. He knows more than S.H.I.E.L.D., and maybe he can let the Sentinel join his side. Tony looked at Jiangbai with a puzzled look. After all, Jiangbai just said not to go rashly. How can we talk without visiting? Jiangbai told Tony innocently that he had Professor X's telepathy, which shocked Tony. Professor X's telepathy is very scary. Ignoring Tony's shock, he directly used his psychic ability to contact the Sentinel. Hello, Robert Reynolds. My name is Jiangbai. Maybe you have heard of me. Jiangbai? Psychic ability? What do you want to talk to me about? Are you interested in coming out to talk? I know a way to seal or solve the void. I'm under a few farms outside New York. You should be able to find me with your ability. Okay. The Sentinel on the other side was very surprised when he heard Jiangbai's voice in his mind, but it was just a surprise. He didn't think the other party could invade his mind and heart. Indeed, Jiangbai's current ability really couldn't invade the Sentinel's mind and heart. Even Professor X couldn't do it. Then he invited the other party to come out and talk, and even threw out a way to seal or solve the void. He believed that the Sentinel would definitely appear. After retracting his psychic ability, he directly opened the door of the Illuminati base and waited for the arrival of the Sentinel. Tony was a little nervous. He didn't know what Jiangbai said just now, so he probably had nothing to do with this conversation with the Sentinel. If Jiangbai is powerful, maybe the Sentinel can really join the Illuminati. Soon, a figure appeared in front of Jiangbai and Tony. I'm here, tell me, how can I seal or solve the void? Wait for me, Tom, Jerry, come here. After the Sentinel appeared in front of Jiangbai and Tony, both of them felt a very terrifying pressure. Facing the Sentinel's question, Jiangbai took out a phone and called it. Tom and Jerry were watching TV on the other end. After hearing Jiang Bai's words, they didn't need to know the location and got out of the phone directly. My God? What is this, a cat and a mouse, coming out of the phone? Oh my God, I must be dazzled. Okay, Tony, don't make a fuss. Tony looked at Tom on the table and Jerry on Jiang Bai's shoulder with disbelief. The sentry stared at Tom and Jerry for a few seconds and didn't say much. He just sat in one of the seats and waited for Jiang Bai to speak. He interrupted Tony and looked at the sentry. Before this, I'm curious if you have joined S.H.I.E.L.D. No, I don't like the official. Okay, the void is one with you. Unless there is a particularly powerful existence that can erase the void, there is no such existence for the time being. As for sealing, the owner of the fragment of the Phoenix Force should be able to do it. The Mind Gem and the Soul Gem together should also be able to temporarily seal the void. The owner of the fragment of the Phoenix Force is Jean Grey from Xavier's School for Gifted Youths. Her condition is temporarily unstable, and she cannot use the Phoenix Force yet. The Mind Gem and the Soul Gem are in the universe and will come to Earth in the near future. Jean will also be able to control the Phoenix Force in the near future. So, on behalf of the Illuminati, I invite you to join. Tony and I established this organization to protect the Earth and mankind. You should also know the monsters before. I can tell you that there are a lot of them, and the Earth will encounter many crises. If you join us, at least you can guarantee that someone knows how to awaken your consciousness after you lose control, right? Before telling the Sentinel the method, Jiang Bai asked him in advance if he had joined S.H.I.E.L.D. and learned that he had not. Only then did he start to tell the Sentinel what he knew. It was a bit unrealistic to solve the void, and he couldn't find such a powerful existence to help the Sentinel solve the void. There are two ways to seal it. The power of the Phoenix symbolizes the mind and life, so it should be no problem to seal the void. The Mind Gem and the Soul Gem belong to the existence of rules in the universe, and they should also be able to seal the void for a short time. But these two methods cannot be implemented for the time being. After listening, the Sentinel fell into deep thought and said nothing. Jiang Bai directly invited the Sentinel, and even said bluntly that if the Sentinel lost control, at least someone could know how to awaken his own consciousness. Although Jiang Bai wanted to solve it at first, it was a bit unrealistic. It was still possible to awaken the Sentinel's own consciousness. At worst, there were still Tom and Jerry. At that time, let them create something to awaken the Sentinel. Jiang Bai believed that the Sentinel could not kill Tom and Jerry, but Tom and Jerry could not do anything to the Sentinel. His strength was too terrifying. Tom and Jerry should be able to do it in the future. They still need to grow up, or integrate into this world. By then, Tom and Jerry can completely compete with the Sentinel. The Sentinel did not immediately agree to Jiang Bai's invitation. After hesitating for a long time, he slowly spoke. Okay, I won't take action under normal circumstances. I need to fight against the void. Of course, we won't disturb you under normal circumstances. When the host of the Phoenix Force is fully awakened, I will let her help you seal the void. Okay. In the end, the Sentinel agreed to join the Illuminati. In other timelines, the Sentinel had formed an organization with Iron Man, Professor X, Mr. Fantastic, and others. After the Sentinel agreed, he said that he would not take action under normal circumstances, and Jiang Bai and Tony also agreed to this. After the Sentinel left here, Tony was excited. He didn't expect the Sentinel to actually join the Illuminati. Jiang Bai was not excited. He would be stronger than the Sentinel in the future. But the Sentinel was alert in his heart after leaving. There were many people who were spying on his strength. Since the last time he defeated the monster, many people have been looking for him. As for S.H.I.E.L.D. surveillance, how could he not know? He just didn't care. As for joining the Illuminati, he didn't feel anything. After all, it was to protect the Earth and mankind, but that person knew much more than S.H.I.E.L.D. What's more, it was not an official organization, so he was not so resistant. Nick Fury, the director of S.H.I.E.L.D., had also invited him, using nothing more than some morality and righteousness. With the power of millions of stars, his brain was not much worse than Nick Fury. He saw the other party's intention at a glance, and he was disgusted with the official. Naturally, it was impossible to join. Although Nick Fury was helpless about this, He had no choice but to send agents disguised as residents to monitor him, but he didn't know that all his actions were in the sight of others. If the Sentinel didn't care, Nick Fury's head would probably have moved. Jiang, what's up with your two pets? Animals with superpowers. Nothing. You should find Bruce Banner's location as soon as possible and invite Zhao Hailuan to join us. We also have to invite Professor X. Well, to be honest, why do I feel like I'm the one doing all the work? Didn't I invite the Sentinel to join us just now? I'll go with you to invite Professor X. Tony asked Tom and Jerry with curiosity, but Jiangbai didn't intend to answer him. Change the subject and ask Tony to find Banner's location quickly and invite Zhao Hailuan to join. There are only 3 Illuminati members now, which is far from enough. Hearing Jiangbai's words, Tony looked at Jiangbai with resentment and said that he had been doing the work from the beginning, and Jiangbai lay in the manor every day like a big man. In response to Tony's complaints, he directly took out his credit for inviting the Sentinel to join in to shut him up, and now Tony really couldn't say anything. After leaving the Illuminati base and returning to the villa, he said to Tom and Jerry, "Can you two help me make something that can remove toxins from the body? There will be a reward if you do it well. Tell Tom and Jerry what you want to make." After hearing that there is a reward, they nodded and disappeared from Jiangbai's sight, ran back to their room and started tinkering. This thing is prepared for Tony. Banner on the other side has come to New York at this time, sneaking into his former laboratory to find the data of the original experiment, but found nothing. He thought he was taken away by the military, and when he was about to leave, he saw his girlfriend Betty leaving the university with a man's hand. This scene was seen by him, and it hurt his heart. After sighing, he walked outside and came to a pizza shop that he was very familiar with. Because the boss was his former elder, he was very surprised by Banner's arrival. "Bruce, you're finally back. I thought something happened to you after not contacting you for so long. By the way, did you go to see Betty?" "No, I saw her holding another person's hand." Yes, she brought me to see her. She seemed to be a psychiatrist, alas. It's okay, I'll be leaving soon. Don't tell him that I've been back." The old man looked at Banner with surprise, but a trace of regret flashed in his eyes when he thought of his girlfriend, and then Banner told him that he saw Betty holding another man's hand. The pizza shop owner nodded and told Banner what he knew. After learning that the other party was a psychiatrist, Banner silently blessed them in his heart. He could not bring happiness to Betty in this situation, so it was better to let the feelings be forgotten with time. At this time, Betty came to the pizza shop with her new boyfriend. The owner of the back kitchen smiled helplessly and went out to entertain them. Banner looked at Betty quietly through the window. At this time, Betty suddenly noticed something and looked in the direction of the back kitchen. Banner naturally dodged immediately, then picked up his backpack and quietly left from the back. Bruce, where are you?" "He's back, right? I think I saw him just now." Betty was sure that she was not mistaken, and she wanted to go to the back kitchen excitedly, and even asked the store owner directly. But he had promised Bruce not to tell Betty, but he hoped that Bruce and Betty could get back together. Betty's hesitant look made her rush into the back kitchen immediately. But she didn't see Bruce Banner. After noticing that the back door was open, she rushed out of the back door again, but found that there was no one around. But she didn't know that Bruce Banner was hiding behind the trash can next to him. When Betty entered the back door, he left directly from another direction. Suddenly, there was lightning and thunder in the sky, and heavy rain poured down. Banner walked alone on the road in the rain. But he missed Betty in his heart. After taking a deep breath, he cheered up and walked forward. But the next moment a car blocked his way, and a blonde intellectual beauty came out of it. He ran towards Banner regardless of everything, and the next moment the two hugged each other and started kissing in the rain. Then Betty took Banner home. Banner also got the data of the previous experiment from Betty, and he immediately decided to find Mr. Blue, that is, Samuel Stern. Wanting to solve his own problems through him, after he told Betty about this idea, Betty resolutely prepared to follow Banner to find Mr. Blue. But he had to contact Mr. Blue through his special account first. Army base. Ross took Bronsky to a blocked laboratory and looked at the equipment in front of him. One of them, the sign with the super serum, says Stark Industries. But it looks like it's a few years old, and it's probably the super serum that Howard Stark once researched. The formula of the super serum was deduced through Captain America's blood, but now it's blocked, and it seems that it didn't work. But there should be some results. Howard Stark originally had 2 original super serums, and it was for this reason that Hydra sent the Winter Soldier to kill him and intercept the serum. Don't you want to know why Bruce Banner is so powerful? Because he is an accidental product. We can't make another one. If you want to become stronger, you can only inject these incomplete super serums, which can only improve your physical fitness a lot. Because it is incomplete, it needs to be injected into the bone marrow. The process will be very painful. Are you sure you want to inject it? If you can't bear it, you may die here. Please help me inject, General. I must defeat Hulk. I want to be stronger than it. Okay, inject him. Ross looked at Bronski and told him the reason why Bruce Banner became like that. At the same time, he opened the container in front of him, revealing rows of things filled with super serum. Finally, he carefully asked Bronski again whether he wanted to inject. Hearing Ross's words, Bronski's answered firmly, and finally Ross signaled the researchers next to him to inject Bronski with super serum. He didn't expect Bronski to be unshakable even when facing the injection of bone marrow. Then Bronski lay on a special experimental bed with his back facing up. Then the researchers used belts and handcuffs to tie Bronski to the experimental bed to prevent Bronski from moving around during the injection or going crazy after the injection. Banner brought Betty to the academy, logged into his special account through the computer in the academy, and then contacted Mr. Blue. After obtaining the other party's location and reservation, he took Betty to leave. What he didn't know was that he was discovered by the military when he contacted Mr. Blue. At this moment, the army was on the way. Not long after, several armored vehicles rushed into the academy. After Banner found the scene, he ran away directly without any thoughts of taking Betty. Her father is Ross and no one will hurt her. If she followed him, she might be hurt. After running into an open-air library, Banner, who already knew that he could not escape, swallowed the USB flash drive that stored his experimental data into his stomach, and a team of soldiers blocked the entire library. Then he began to fire hypnotic gas into it. As a result, a green giant broke through the wall of the library and appeared in everyone's sight in the next second. Then he jumped on the armored vehicle. The armored vehicle could not withstand the Hulk's jump and was instantly crushed. The soldiers inside died directly. Bang! Bang! All the soldiers started shooting at Hulk, and the machine guns on the armored vehicles even suppressed Hulk for a short time. Soon, even the tanks entered the academy and started to attack Hulk. A shell hit Hulk, and the terrifying power blew Hulk away. Then there was a continuous bombing, and many soldiers attacked Hulk with RPGs. In a short period of time, Hulk was completely suppressed by the military's weapons. When Hulk stood up, he found the target and jumped hard, stepping hard on a tank. Then he tore off the entire barrel of the tank and used it as a weapon to continuously smash the wreckage of the tank under him. He didn't let him go until he smashed the tank into a discus and then threw the barrel in his hand, hitting another tank inside, bending the barrel of that tank, and it couldn't continue to fire shells. Boom! Then more and more soldiers and armored vehicles appeared, and various weapons attacked Hulk continuously. Not only tanks, but also armed helicopters were dispatched. Ross was determined to capture Hulk here. Even he came to the academy in an amphibious armored vehicle. Bronski rushed into the battlefield in a military jeep, holding a grenade launcher, and began to attack Hulk continuously. He was extremely confident after being injected with super serum, and he firmly believed that he could be on par with Hulk. He kept provoking Hulk. Boom! The armed helicopter began to attack Hulk with machine guns, and with the fire suppression of the ground forces, Hulk's anger continued to rise, and then his body became bigger again. Staring at the armed helicopter in the sky. Roar! With a roar, his legs were slightly bent, and he jumped up and instantly came to the same height as the armed helicopter, grabbing the landing gear of the armed helicopter. He dragged it to the ground fiercely, because there was an armed helicopter next to Hulk, which made the ground troops stop firing. Otherwise, it will not be Hulk who will destroy the helicopter, but themselves. The pilot saw Hulk trying to destroy the helicopter, so he quickly controlled the helicopter to take off, and then began to rotate, trying to throw Hulk out. But Hulk's strength is not much weaker than the helicopter, and he held the helicopter tightly. He punched the helicopter's propeller, and the propeller attacked by Hulk was instantly destroyed, and then the entire helicopter began to fall to the ground. Boom! With a loud bang, the helicopter was blown into wreckage and Hulk climbed out of the wreckage. His eyes were fixed on the tanks and armored vehicles that kept attacking him. After Hulk appeared, all the soldiers began to attack again, and the tanks aimed at Hulk again, without any hesitation, and fired shells instantly. Hulk was blown away by the tank again. Although he was blown away, he was not injured at all, and there was not even a wound on his body. Bronski was even more confident in using a howitzer to chase Hulk and attack him. Because of the injection of serum, his physical fitness was far superior to that of ordinary soldiers. After the howitzer was finished, he came to Hulk and then took out the small pistol on his waist to attack Hulk. This directly angered Hulk. When he was about to chase Bronski, a shell came and Hulk directly used his body to block it. Bronski, lead it into the attack range of the sonic weapon. Yes, General. At this time, 2 special armored vehicles appeared again. There was an infrasonic transmitter on the 2 armored vehicles, which was similar to the one used by Obadiah before, but with greater power. This one is also Ross bought it from Tony because Stark Industries had closed its weapons manufacturing department long ago. So he had to use a favor to get Tony to make it for him, just to use it against Hulk. After Hulk took the shells, he began to chase Bronski, leading him to the attack range of the sonic weapon, and finally Bronski jumped with all his strength. Buzz. The sonic weapon was turned on, and 2 invisible ripple-like sonic weapons instantly enveloped Hulk's body. Even Hulk was in unbearable pain after being attacked by the sonic weapon. Even Bronski just now was affected by the sonic weapon. His 2 ears had begun to bleed, but he didn't care at all, looking at Hulk with a fanatical and crazy face. At this time, Hulk tore 2 pieces of iron wreckage from the wreckage of the armored vehicle next to him and threw them at the 2 armored vehicles with sonic weapons. The 2 sonic weapons were instantly destroyed. General Ross looked very ugly when he saw the scene. He didn't expect that Hulk could actually destroy sonic weapons. Under the sonic attack of the sonic weapon, he can still move, but the strength of Hulk makes him more fascinated and satisfied. Seeing Hulk being attacked by the army, Betty came to an amphibious armored vehicle. Let him go, he is Bruce. Dad. Impossible, he is the property of the military. Take her away from here. If anything happens to Bruce, I will never forgive you in my life. As Betty finished speaking, Ross came out of the amphibious armored vehicle, answered Betty with a serious face, and then waved to the 2 soldiers next to him, and then they grabbed Betty's arms and walked back, asking her to leave this place. Betty looked at Ross's determined eyes and shouted at Ross in collapse. Ross was not moved at all, but the female officer next to him glanced at Ross. At this time, a red gold figure and a silver-white figure fell from the sky and appeared directly in front of General Ross. The visitors were Tony and Jiangbai. When Ross asked Tony to make sonic weapons, they had already begun to pay attention to Ross's every move in order to know the location of Hulk. Tony Stark? Jiangbai Horst? Are you here to help me catch this monster? No. We are just here to prevent him from rushing out of the campus and causing some unnecessary casualties. No, I will catch him. Looking at the 2 sets of steel armor falling in front of him, Ross also knew who the visitor was and spoke with a slightly puzzled tone, although his relationship with Tony was okay. But the other party would never interfere in military affairs, and he would not allow Hulk to fall into the hands of others. Tony and Jiangbai's mind was naturally to invite Hulk and Banner to join the Illuminati, but they did not intend to tell Ross. Ross just found an excuse to get by. He didn't believe a word of Tony's words. He looked at the 2 of them deeply and then looked at the Hulk on the battlefield. Iron Man and Silver Man are indeed strong, but he doesn't think they can compare with Hulk. Even if the other party wants to take down Hulk, it will not be an easy task. This time he mobilized a lot of troops and heavy weapons, and even tanks and armed helicopters were driven out. Hulk has not been taken down yet. Even Iron Man may not be able to withstand such firepower. So Ross is not worried at all that Tony and Jiang Bai will snatch Hulk here. Tony curled his lips and looked at Ross without saying anything, and also turned his eyes to the green big guy in the field. Boom. After this, Bronski took out the grenade from his waist and threw it at Hulk. The power of the grenade was not enough to hurt Hulk, but Bronski threw it at the eyes. It was enough to temporarily block Hulk's vision, and then picked up the rifle on the ground and started to approach Hulk and shoot continuously. Jiang Bai was very surprised to see this scene. Bronski did look much stronger than ordinary soldiers. But he didn't think he could fight Hulk, and he was holding a rifle close to Hulk. He doubted whether Bronski had a brain problem. Bang! Sure enough, the next second Hulk came to his senses and kicked Bronski in the chest. Then he was kicked out 10 meters by Hulk, rolled on the ground for a distance, and crashed under a big tree and lost consciousness. Seeing this, even Tony looked at Ross in surprise. There is no doubt that Hulk is powerful. Why can the opponent be so arrogant to such an extent and actually approach Hulk? If you attack Hulk from a distance, you can temporarily suppress the opponent through firepower, but close combat is just to die. Boom. Even Ross looked at Bronski's audacious behavior speechlessly, with an ugly face. Then he waved to the soldiers behind him, and the tanks and armored vehicles began to attack Hulk again. There was even an armed helicopter flying not far away. Even Tony found it incredible that such a powerful firepower was mobilized in Manhattan, New York. This is Manhattan, the rich area of New York. Ross actually mobilized so much heavy firepower. If it landed in a rich villa area, Ross's official hat might be taken off. The congressmen and presidents of the United States would be sprayed to death by those rich people. The entire government is largely composed of capital and chaebols. Even many presidents and congressmen are pushed up by chaebols and capital. It can be said that the entire government is very corrupt. If there are any major casualties in the rich area, even if Ross is a lieutenant general, he will have to go to military court. But Ross can't care so much at this time. He is ready to go all out to capture Hulk. When he develops a powerful super soldier, he believes that all his charges will disappear. But Hulk obviously won't let him have his way. The armed helicopters in the sky continue to attack Hulk, who is destroying armored vehicles and tanks on the ground. The terrifying machine gun bullets poured down towards Hulk, but they did not cause any harm to him. Most of the ground forces were about to be destroyed by Hulk, which also caused the armed helicopters to start launching missiles, but they were small-range missiles. Ross was still a little restrained in Manhattan. He did not dare to use the large-range missiles during the war. Otherwise, once it was fired, it would affect the area within 1 kilometer. This power is not strong. If the power is a little bigger, the entire Manhattan area will be affected. Even if the armed helicopters launch, it cannot stop the tenacious vitality and unlimited potential. Hulk. Roar. The next second, Tony and Jiang Bai felt bad because Hulk had set his sights on their armored vehicle. He roared and rushed in this direction. The wreckage of the armored vehicle and the buildings of the academy that blocked him were all smashed. Ross also felt bad and ordered the soldiers around to shoot to stop Hulk. Shit, how did he rush over here? Keep your distance. None of us can beat him in close combat. Tony cursed inwardly and immediately prepared for battle. Jiang Bai next to him told Tony to keep a distance from Hulk, otherwise he would be caught by Hulk and torn in half, not to mention Tony. Even he couldn't withstand Hulk's huge force. Hulk rushed to the front and clenched his fists and smashed the armored vehicle fiercely. Tony and Jiang Bai had already used the flight function of the armor to get into the air. There was no one in the armored vehicle, and Ross retreated under the cover of several soldiers. Tony flew into the air and began to attack Hulk. His arms and shoulders slowly opened, and the micro-missiles locked onto Hulk and rushed out instantly. Explosions continued to be heard, and Jiang Bai used his own magnetic control and the magnetic control on the magnetic armor to control the wreckage of the armored vehicle not far away. These wreckages were stretched into chains, and these chains were controlled to bind Hulk, but it obviously had no effect on the terrifying Hulk. Jiangbai was not surprised by the situation. He did not intend to go all out at the beginning, but was just preparing to paddle. Tony wanted to know the gap between his armor and Hulk very much. He kept attacking Hulk while flying in the air, and used the flexibility of his armor in the air to dodge attacks again and again. He could deal with Hulk for a while, and the armed helicopters in the air could only float in the air and dared not launch an attack. Because Iron Man and Silver Man are fighting with Hulk, it would be a disaster if they were hit. Iron Man is Tony Stark. He may not be able to do anything to General Ross, but he can still deal with him as a helicopter gunship pilot. And the seemingly harmless Silver Man is a ruthless man who killed a congressman in public. If a soldier like him really offends the other party, he is probably not far from death. So he was very tactful and did not continue to attack. He stayed in the air and waited for Tony and Jiangbai to distance themselves before attacking Hulk. After realizing that he could not attack Tony, Hulk turned around and rushed towards Ross's position, which scared Tony and Jiangbai. It seemed that Hulk had already hated Ross. When Hulk ran towards Ross, the helicopter gunship in the air began to vent its firepower. Boom! Despite this, Hulk still pursued Ross relentlessly. Tony and Jiangbai also controlled the armor to fly in the sky above Ross and others. Soon, Hulk rushed to Ross and others. He jumped high, raised his fists above his head, and smashed Ross with the help of the falling gravity and his own strength. No! Betty, who was not far away, saw the scene and collapsed and shouted. She didn't want her father to hurt Bruce, nor did she want Bruce to hurt her father. Ross was her last relative anyway. Looking at the aggressive Hulk, Ross also knew that he couldn't dodge at all, and he was ready to die. As a result, he suddenly looked down and saw that his waist seemed to be bound by something. Then a pulling force came, and he was instantly pulled back by an invisible force. Boom! Jiangbai just dodged Hulk's fist. He used his telekinesis to pull Ross out from under Hulk's fist. With him were several soldiers next to him. Tony looked at Jiangbai's attack with a surprised look on his face. No, Bruce, don't. Stop fighting, please. I beg you. Just when Hulk wanted to attack Ross again, Betty rushed to Ross without hesitation and shouted at Hulk with tears in her eyes. The next moment, Hulk really stopped in front of Betty and did not attack Ross. He looked at Betty with curiosity. The anger in his heart also decreased a lot. He took a fierce look at Ross, grabbed Betty, turned around and disappeared from the academy with a few big jumps. Ross was relieved. The higher the status, the more afraid of death, and he was no exception. Mr. Jiangbai, thank you for saving me. This is my phone number. You can call me directly if you have something. I still have to clean up this mess, so I won't talk to you anymore. At this time, Ross turned and spoke to Jiangbai, who had landed on the ground, and then wrote his phone number on a piece of paper and handed it to Jiangbai, of course, to thank Jiangbai for saving his life. There are many things that can be solved with his position as Lieutenant General. Jiangbai did not refuse and nodded after taking it. Then Ross left to deal with the post-war mess, and there might be a military court waiting for him. Such a large firepower unit entered the Manhattan area. If the Hulk was caught, it might be fine, but now he has not been caught. Tony, maybe you can use your relationship to help him. What do you plan to do? At this time, Jiangbai suddenly spoke to Tony and asked him to use his relationship to help Ross. Tony did not refuse this, but was curious about why Jiangbai did this. Facing Tony's inquiry, he just smiled and did not answer. In the future, Ross's position in the military will be the Minister of the State Council. Compared with the current Lieutenant General, his status is naturally much higher. But there is another identity, that is, Ross may become the Red Hulk. The Red Hulk is also the Red Hulk. He has a strength of more than 100 tons, and he also has super endurance and speed. The Red Hulk has abnormally developed leg muscles, which can jump and cross long distances, run fast, and even jump to the height of orbiting the Earth. Red Hulk has strong resistance to blows and regeneration ability. His vital organs and tissues can regenerate when damaged or destroyed. He is also immune to all diseases and poisons, can survive extreme temperatures, and resist nuclear explosions. But he is vulnerable to mental attacks. Unlike Hulk, the more angry the Hulk is, the stronger he is. While Red Hulk can absorb radiation energy, usually gamma-ray energy, he can also absorb other types of energy, such as cosmic radiation, etc. The more energy he absorbs, the stronger he becomes. In addition to absorbing radiation, Red Hulk also continuously releases the remaining energy after the gamma energy reaction in the form of heat energy. The amount of heat will also increase with his anger, so the angrier the Red Hulk is, the higher the heat he emits. In battle, he can use this to attack with super high heat and even emit flames. According to Jiang Bai's understanding, the Red Hulk was created by Modok and Big Boss through gamma rays and cosmic radiation. Under normal circumstances, he can defeat Hulk, but when Hulk enters an angry state, his strength will continue to rise, so the Red Hulk still can't defeat Hulk. However, in a timeline in a parallel universe, the Red Hulk finally joined the Avengers and fought side by side with Hulk and others. In general, the Red Hulk is also a powerful fighting force, and he is still a sober Red Hulk. There is only Ross's personality in his body, and no Red Hulk has been derived. If Ross really becomes the Red Hulk in the future, maybe he can be invited to join the Illuminati. Jiang Bai's plan for the future of the Illuminati is not limited to the Earth. The universe is also in Jiang Bai's plan, so he will try to invite some controllable and powerful people to join the Illuminati. Let's go, let's follow and see where Hulk is. Okay. Then Jiang Bai and Tony flew into the sky and flew in the direction where Hulk left. Soon the sky changed, and soon it was covered with dark clouds and heavy rain. On the other side, Hulk grabbed Betty and came to a cave to hide from the rain. The extremely powerful Hulk actually showed fear of lightning in front of Betty. In response, Betty just coaxed Hulk as a child. As the sky darkened, Hulk and Betty fell asleep in the cave. What they didn't know was that on the mountain not far away, Tony and Jiang Bai watched all this quietly, and at this time Hulk also turned back into Bruce Banner. Let's just watch. Now is a good opportunity. Let's go, let's go. Tony asked Jiang Bai impatiently. Now that Hulk has turned back into Bruce Banner, it is a good opportunity for them to invite or capture him. Jiang Bai just smiled and took Tony to the entrance of the cave, but did not do anything to Bruce Banner and Betty. He took out a stack of US dollars and a note from the system space and placed them next to Banner and Betty. Then he took Tony away from here, but Jiang Bai's operation made Tony very confused. However, he was not going to explain anything, and Tony did not ask again. He knew that Jiang Bai must have his reasons for doing so. The note read, "Mr. Bruce Banner, the Illuminati sends you greetings. This is what you need. Good luck." According to the future timeline, Banner and Betty did not give up the idea of continuing to Mr. Land's laboratory after waking up. Because she had no money, Betty sold the necklace her mother gave her, so Jiang Bai left Banner $10,000 here. At the same time, he also wanted to experiment with one thing. According to the timeline of the Hulk, he would fight with Bronsky, who would become the Abomination in the future. So he was going to see if he would get the opportunity to extract the trading object after the short end of this timeline. At the beginning, the extraction opportunity was obtained after Tony announced that he was Iron Man, which was a short end of the Iron Man timeline. So he wanted to see if he would get the opportunity to extract the trading object after the end of the Hulk's timeline this time. And now Banner has not gone to Mr. Lawn to experiment whether he can eliminate the Hulk. Even if he is invited, he may not join. So let Banner know that the Illuminati has helped him, just brush up on his good impression. The next day, Jiang Bai found that Tom and Jerry had created something that could remove toxins from the body. In order to reward them, he started a barbecue party directly in the manor, with only Jiang Bai, Martin, Wanda, Lorna, Pietro, Tom, Jerry, and a few people. Tony, come to my place for a barbecue party. Don't bring your cover models if you're excited, or I'll throw you out. Okay, you're really short-sighted, but I haven't looked for a cover model for a long time. After thinking about it, Jiangbai called Tony to participate because he didn't have many friends, and Tony was barely one of them. Besides, the things that removed toxins from the body were originally for Tony. It was to prevent him from dying after palladium poisoning. In the timeline, he did a trick of sitting on a giant donut and eating donuts. It is worth mentioning that, like in the timeline, he gave the company to his assistant Pepper. In addition to studying and manufacturing armor at home, he was busy with the Illuminati's affairs. In the manor, Martin and Jiangbai set up the barbecue grill and started grilling. There were all kinds of ingredients next to them. Tom and Jerry, two troublemakers, were chasing each other in the manor. As long as they didn't tear down the manor, Jiangbai would not stop them. Wanda and Lorna used their abilities to suspend the barbecue in the air for baking. In order to achieve the purpose of training ability, Pietro was fully responsible for cleaning the ingredients and stringing various meats. Then he took out various seasonings from the villa. At this time, a Rolls-Royce appeared outside the manor, which was Tony's car. After entering the manor, Tony, Pepper, and Happy got off from it. He was not surprised by the arrival of Pepper and Happy. He waved to Tony and concentrated on grilling. "How's your cooking? Do you want me to help you? I tell you, I am the little prince of barbecue. No one can compare to me. You said you are the little prince of arrogance. I believe it. I guess someone who has never touched the grill said he is the little prince of barbecue. Yes, I agree with what Jiang said. Uncle Tony is arrogant as soon as he comes. I can't stand you." After Tony came to Jiangbai and others, he spoke to Jiangbai with a proud face. He didn't tolerate Tony's arrogance and poisonous tongue at all, and he directly hit back. Wanda and Lorna next to him even echoed Jiangbai and started to mock Tony. Happy and Pepper were secretly surprised by the abilities of Wanda, Lorna, and Pietro. Seeing Tony being humiliated, they wanted to laugh, but at this time their attention was attracted by Tom and Jerry. They saw Tom holding a black hammer with 100 tons written in white letters on it, and then smashed it hard at Jerry. Boom! With a loud bang, a big pit appeared in the manor, and Jerry was also flattened by the hammer. But the next second, he was intact and made faces at Tom. The hammer just now shook the whole manor. Even Jiangbai was startled. After finding out that it was Tom who did it, he looked at Tom with a dark face. And Jerry. Realizing that he had made trouble, Tom put the hammer behind him and prepared to run away carefully. Even Jerry became restrained under Jiangbai's gaze and pointed at Tom with his little finger. Jiangbai smiled helplessly and said to them, "Come and eat, stop making trouble. This is for you. Drink it, and it can remove the palladium in your body. Are you sure? Isn't this just a bottle of soda? Do you want to drink it or not? If not, give it back to me." Let Tom and Jerry come to eat. Turn around and put a bottle of soda in front of Tony. Let him drink it and tell him the effect. But Tony looked at Jiangbai with a confused face. After all, a bottle of soda can remove palladium, which sounds like a fantasy. He looked at Tony unhappily and was about to take it back. Tony opened the bottle and drank it in one breath. Jean Huangjie took out a palladium element tester and inserted it into his finger. Tony was in disbelief when he saw the number of 0%. Pepper looked at Jiangbai and Tony with a puzzled look. Palladium element poisoning? Why didn't you tell me? Tony. Ahem. I just didn't tell you because I was afraid you would worry. And I can solve this problem, really, I promise. You. Faced with Pepper's questioning, Tony hurriedly explained, but still made Pepper very angry. Jiangbai looked at Tony and Pepper meaningfully. It seemed that the two of them had already had a connection. After shaking his head, he put all the barbecued food on a plate and served it to the table next to him. Taking out a few bottles of good wine, everyone sat together to enjoy this moment of tranquility. Tom and Jerry were even more happy eating with one hand holding the barbecue and the other holding the wine. But soon they became drowsy, obviously drunk. Jiangbai and others were eating barbecue and drinking beer in the manor. Ross was not so comfortable. After returning to the base, he was held accountable by the top leaders. Because Tony helped Ross through his connections, he was not in a military court. Bronski also broke almost all the bones in his body because of Hulk's kick. Perhaps it was because of the super serum that he recovered miraculously. Then he ran to Ross to report and wanted to continue to participate in the operation to capture Hulk. Ross also approved it directly. He still didn't give up on capturing Hulk. According to their special account that cracked Banner, they directly locked the location of Mr. Lawn and even knew his true identity. They were ready to wait for Banner to go to the other party's laboratory and then arrest him. Bruce Banner woke up in the cave and found himself holding Betty. The two soon found the $10,000 and the note next to him. The information on it made Banner very confused. He had never heard of the Illuminati organization, and the other party knew his location but did not attack him. But soon he stopped thinking about the origin of the Illuminati, and after buying a lot of things with Betty, he started to rush to the center of New York City. He still insisted on finding Mr. Lawn, only he could help him return to normal. He rented a car and came to the suburbs and soon found that the military was intercepting and checking on the road to the city. Banner's first reaction was that the military was looking for him, so he could only enter the city center through a hidden road. Then he rushed to the location of Mr. Land's laboratory, Xavier Academy for Gifted Youth. Two mechanical figures fell from the sky, and many mutants in the academy looked at this figure with excitement. The visitors were really Tony and Jiang Bai, who came to invite Professor X to join the Illuminati. Because of their identities, many mutants admired them very much. Soon Professor X, Scott, and others came out of the office, and seeing the arrival of Tony and Jiang Bai, Scott and others looked very unfriendly. Professor X didn't react much and looked very calm, and then Jiang Bai walked out of the armor directly. Professor Charles, Tony and I have something to discuss with you. Is it convenient for us to talk alone? No, Professor. They must have other conspiracies. Okay, Scott. Come to my office. Jiang Bai, who came out of the armor, invited Charles, and before Charles could answer, Scott next to him spoke first, thinking that they would be bad for the professor. However, Charles interrupted Scott and asked Tony and Jiang Bai to go to his office to talk. Then the two of them entered Charles's office, and Jiang Bai's armor was controlled by the intelligence system and followed him. After entering the office, Jiang Bai directly used his psychic ability and magnetic control to block the entire room to prevent anyone from eavesdropping outside. Phoenix Girl, Jean has psychic abilities. Psychic ability? I didn't expect Mr. Jiang Bai to succeed in his research. No, I just gained the ability within the gene. I don't have mutant genes in my body. We are here to invite you to join the Illuminati, Tony. Feeling the familiar psychic ability, Charles was very surprised to speak to Jiang Bai. He thought Jiang Bai had already studied the secret of mutant genes and even used it on himself. Jiang Bai just shook his head slightly and denied that he had studied mutant genes, and told him that he only gained the ability within the gene and did not have mutant genes in his body. Then he told the purpose of this trip, turned his head and looked at Tony, ready to let him introduce it to Charles. However, Jiang Bai was still quite sure about inviting Charles. Yes, we are here to invite you to join the Illuminati. The Illuminati is an organization formed by Jiang Bai and I to protect the Earth. I think you should also know those huge monsters. In order to prevent the Earth from being destroyed in the future, we formed this team to protect the Earth and mankind. It is equivalent to a superhero organization. Now our members are me, Jiang Bai, Sentinel, Zhao Helen. Bruce Banner in the future is also on our invitation list, and we have already started to contact him. There is also Reed Richards, a top scientist. Compared with me, he is a little bit behind. What can I get by joining? The situation of mutants is not good now. I still need to take care of mutants. I can't shoulder the responsibility of protecting the Earth and mankind. Joining the Illuminati will change the status and situation of mutants in a short time. Isn't a superhero a good gimmick? As long as ordinary people know that mutants are also one of them, they're still superheroes who protect the Earth and mankind. Hero, your situation will naturally change. If you say so, I can turn my students into superheroes myself, so why should I join the Illuminati? Will the government let you create superheroes? Will those congressmen be willing? Tony immediately told Charles about the Illuminati's philosophy and the current members. He invited him to join again. When Charles heard that the Sentinel also joined the Illuminati, a trace of shock flashed in his eyes. His psychic ability allowed him to know a lot of things, including the Sentinel's affairs. However, he asked Tony a question. What can he get by joining the Illuminati? He can't just let him join with passion and big cakes. Tony expressed his thoughts on this. That is to change the status of mutants in America and the world. The method, Tony said, did not impress Charles. After all, if he wanted, he could do it with this method. At this time, Jiangbai said something that silenced Charles. The American government will never let humans become superheroes, and mutants have all kinds of abilities, which may threaten the government's dominance. Therefore, the American government cannot allow mutants to become superheroes. Once mutants become superheroes, their influence will increase, and then they will become uncontrollable. In addition, mutants generally have higher learning ability and IQ than ordinary people. If mutants are allowed to become superheroes, ordinary people will no longer reject mutants through influence. Then mutants are likely to enter various industries through their strong learning ability and IQ, and even government departments may be infiltrated. At that time, the threat to the American government will be fatal. Charles fell silent. He naturally knew this problem and understood the government's high-level rejection of mutants. Okay, I'll join, but you must help the mutants change their current situation. Of course, in fact, every human has mutant genes in their body, but they are in a dormant state. A few humans have activated mutant genes, which will give them superpowers and become mutants. In the end, Professor X agreed to join the Illuminati, but he required that the current situation of mutants must be changed. Jiangbai and Tony naturally had no objection to this. Jiangbai explained the mutant genes to the two of them lightly, and even said that all humans have mutant genes. He knew the true origin of mutants. The X gene in mutants came from the influence of the cosmic gods who came to the Earth in ancient times on the early humans on the Earth. This influence naturally cannot be just apart. All humans are affected. With the development of the times, all humans have hidden mutant genes in their bodies, but they are not activated. So he did not awaken his own superpowers. Tony and Charles were very surprised by Jiangbai's remarks, but it is indeed possible. Every mutant is awakened from an ordinary person. The base of the Illuminati is under several farms in the suburbs of New York. If there is a special situation, we will contact you. At the same time, it will take some time to solve the situation of mutants. There is no way to solve this situation now. Okay, just notify me if you need it. After talking to Charles, Tony and Jiangbai activated their armor and left Xavier Academy for Gifted Youth. After they left, Scott and others looked at Charles, very curious about what the three talked about in the office. They came to invite me to join the Illuminati. The Illuminati was formed by the two of them to protect the Earth and humans. Even the man who repelled monsters everywhere in New York has joined. For the mutants to get a better situation, I agreed. Scott, you need to change your temper. This world is not as simple as we think. Jiangbai has shown two abilities just now. One is my psychic ability, and the other is Magneto's ability. As for how many abilities he has, I am not sure. But this Illuminati organization will definitely be very powerful in the future. So you can't always act on impulse. The Illuminati has Tony Stark to provide funds, and there is also that powerful existence. In addition, Jiangbai, who I have never been able to see through, I couldn't invade his mind through psychic ability from the beginning. There is a great hope to change the situation of our mutants through the Illuminati. I know, Professor. I won't continue to be impulsive in the future. Looking at the curious eyes of the crowd, Charles calmly told everyone about the other party's invitation to him and told Scott not to be impulsive. Then he told everyone about the ability Jiangbai showed. Everyone instantly thought of the original compensation, which was the genes of everyone in the academy. Now the other party has actually obtained the abilities of the Professor and Magneto. Charles even told everyone about the Sentinels joining the Illuminati. Scott was silent after listening to the Professor's words. After careful consideration, he promised Charles that he would not be impulsive again. Scott was originally a rational and steady, firm, and gentle person with a long-term vision. The reason why he had a conflict with Jiangbai It was because he had seen his compatriots being subjected to various cruel experiments in the laboratory before, and he had been holding back his anger. For the sake of the overall situation, he would not conflict with Jiang Bai. After hearing Scott's words, Charles smiled with relief. On the other side, Banner and Betty had already arrived at the university where Mr. Land's laboratory was located. They walked to the floor of the laboratory through the sign, but soon met Mr. Land himself. That is Samuel Stern. Hey, Mr. Samuel. You must be Mr. Blue. I'm Mr. Green. Wow, Mr. Green. I didn't expect you to come so quickly. Let's go to my lab and chat. Banner stopped Samuel and told him his identity. Samuel's eyes lit up when he heard that Banner in front of him was Mr. Green. He took Banner and Betty to his lab, ready to help Banner recover his original appearance. But he also had a lot of plans in his mind. Soon, after entering the lab, Banner handed his previous experimental data to Samuel. Then Samuel prepared the serum and let Banner lie on the experimental bed, ready to inject the serum for him and eliminate the Hulk in his body. Okay, here I come. It will definitely succeed, be ready. Samuel took 2 electric shock pads and rubbed them twice and came to Banner's head. He pretended to be relaxed and spoke to Banner. He was naturally very excited. Banner was now a valuable person in his eyes. A research project with extremely high value. When Banner was not paying attention, 2 electric shock pads were attached to Banner's temple, and the next moment Banner began to twitch. Betty, who was next to him, looked at the scene with a worried look on her face, praying that Banner could return to normal. But Betty is not simple either. She can become a female red giant. Red She-Hulk has superhuman strength, endurance, and durability. Her skin can withstand great pressure and temperature, and falling from a height, artillery bombardment, and powerful energy explosions cannot cause any damage to her. She can also create shock waves by clapping her palms. Red She-Hulk can also enhance her abilities by absorbing energy such as nuclear radiation and cosmic energy, and she can also release energy through touch. Red She-Hulk also has a strong regenerative ability, and she can quickly recover from almost all injuries. Even if she is on the verge of death in human form, as long as she transforms, she can regenerate and heal the injuries she has suffered. But she cannot regenerate limbs or important organs. Red She-Hulk's efficient metabolism also makes her immune to all drugs, poisons, and known diseases. When Betty Ross becomes a harpy, she has superhuman strength and endurance that can rival the Hulk. She also has extremely sharp claws that can easily break metal. She can also use her wings to fly quickly and can fire powerful energy shockwaves from her hands, which are powerful enough to hurt the Hulk. Under Samuel's stimulation, Banner's body began to change rapidly. His skin began to turn green, his body began to swell, and his shoes burst directly. Samuel watched the scene in surprise and enthusiasm, and then came to the computer next to him to enter the instructions for injecting serum. The serum quickly entered the Hulk's body through the syringe, killing a large number of gamma factors, and the Hulk gradually turned into Banner's appearance. Thank you, Akainu, for sending the urging talisman. Thank you very much. Thank you, Boring 30 years, for sending the milk tea. Thank you very much. See. Betty was delighted to see Banner return to normal, and she was even happier for Banner. Soon, as Banner recovered, he got up from the experimental bed and was very surprised to see himself recover. I'm finally recovered. Thank you, Mr. Lon. Maybe I should call you Mr. Samuel. It's okay, as long as you recover. By the way, I have some good results to show you. Banner got down from the experimental bed, hugged Betty for a while, and then thanked Samuel. Samuel smiled and said don't worry, then took Banner and Betty to another room, which was full of cryogenic boxes, and all the blood in the cryogenic boxes was Banner's blood. This is all my blood? How did you get so much? Yes, these are all cultivated by me using blood factors. You know, your cells are very active. If we study them, all diseases can be cured and the Nobel Prize can be won. There are also countless wealth, you know, Bruce. No, I don't agree. This blood must be destroyed immediately. You don't know how terrible my blood will cause. Destroy it immediately. This. Okay. Looking at the blood that filled nearly a room, Banner asked Samuel with a puzzled look. After hearing Banner's question, Samuel explained to him excitedly, and even said that as long as these cells were successfully studied, they could even get the Nobel Prize, and there would be countless wealth. But Banner seriously refused and said that all the blood must be destroyed, and he was crazy in his heart. He didn't know how terrible his blood was. If it was obtained by the military or some terrorist organizations, it would cause serious consequences. If they used their own blood for human experiments, they might create a monster like Hulk. He couldn't imagine how big a disaster would happen at that time. After hearing what Banner said, Samuel had no choice but to agree. But what they didn't know was that Samuel helped Banner remove the Hulk from his body. The military had already discovered their traces, and many military jeeps had already arrived at the university. Soldiers in camouflage uniforms entered the building with various tranquilizer guns and anesthetic gases. Bang! The next second, an anesthetic gas was thrown into the laboratory, and then the soldiers holding tranquilizer guns rushed into the laboratory, aiming at Banner and started shooting. The anesthetic needle hit Banner's body, and he fainted after a while. The soldiers who completed the task immediately grabbed Banner and walked down. Betty could only follow up, but Samuel raised his hands and looked at these soldiers in horror. The female officer who used to be with Ross came to Samuel and asked him to tell him why Banner came here. Looking at the dark muzzle in front of him, Samuel did not hide it and told her directly that he helped Banner eliminate the gamma factor in his body. At this time, Bronski rushed into the laboratory with a rifle. The female officer looked at him with great confusion, but Bronski attacked her directly. Gada! After a shoulder throw, he broke the female officer's neck. Seeing this, Samuel was even more terrified and looked at Bronski without daring to move. I want to become as powerful as the Hulk. Can you do it? If not, you will die. Yes, I can help you. But there are side effects. Don't worry, help me become a powerful creature like the Hulk. Bronski grabbed Samuel's collar with a ferocious face and spoke to him viciously. Since he was almost kicked to death by the Hulk last time, Bronski knew that he wanted to be stronger than the Hulk. Only by injecting a more terrifying serum and changing his body shape to the same as the Hulk can he fight him. When he learned that the Hulk's blood would mutate people, he began to have ideas in his mind. He was fanatical and didn't care about the side effects that Samuel said, and asked Samuel to inject him with the Hulk's blood immediately. There was no other choice, so Samuel had to start injecting Bronski with Hulk's blood. Bronski, who was lying on the experimental bed, was inserted with various needles by Samuel and then connected to the position of the syringe. The computer was controlled to start injecting Hulk's blood into Bronski. As 2 large cans of Hulk's blood were injected into Bronski's body, green lines began to appear on his skin. Soon, Bronski's body began to change, his hair began to fall off, and his skin turned green. Clothes, pants, and shoes began to break due to the expansion of his body. Soon Bronski turned into a monster much larger than the Hulk. That is Abomination. Gamma-ray radiation changes the Abomination transformed Bronski's body, strengthening his cellular structure and, from some as yet undiscovered source, adding over 800 pounds of bone marrow and tissue to his body. Unlike the Hulk, the Abomination's transformation is stable, but Bronski cannot change back and forth between his human and his monster state. Super strength. The Abomination possesses great strength, allowing him to surpass the 100 level. The Abomination's strength exceeds that of certain incarnations of the Hulk, such as Mr. Joey Fit, level 70, or the Savage Hulk, level 90. The Abomination's strength does not fluctuate like the Hulk's. As a result, the Abomination can be stronger than the normally calm Hulk, though the Hulk's strength increases when he is angry. The Abomination can jump up to 2 kilometers, and his skin can withstand small firearms. Unlike the Hulk, the Abomination's strength cannot grow with anger. While unable to revert to human form, he retains all of Bronski's personality and intelligence. Appearance. The Abomination is stronger than the Hulk and is covered in reptilian scales. Super endurance. The abomination's advanced muscle tissue produces far less fatigue toxins during physical activity than an average human's muscle tissue. It is able to reach maximum capacity for several days before the fatigue toxins in his blood begin to consume it. Super resistance. In addition to his great strength, the abomination's body tissue is harder and more resistant to damage than that of an average human. The abomination's skin can withstand extreme heat, blistering, and freezing, and his body can withstand great impact forces, such as artillery shells and powerful energy blasts, without being harmed. I'll help you change back right away. Believe me, I said there would be side effects. No, I don't want to. I feel a strong force. Ha 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 ha, I like this body. Bang. Samuel looked at the abomination and said to him in fear, but Bronsky did not want to change back to his original appearance. His eyes were full of excitement. Because he could feel that he was full of power now, making him eager to fight with Hulk. After throwing Samuel away, Bronsky broke through the window and rushed out. Samuel, who was thrown away by Bronsky, had his forehead broken after hitting the machine. At this time, Banner's blood above had flowed out of the container and just dripped onto the wound on Samuel's forehead. Then his head began to change, and Samuel, who felt his change, showed a weird smile. Since then, the Big Boss was born. Because of the infection of Banner's blood, his intelligence has increased 1,000 times compared to before, with an insatiable desire for knowledge, telepathy, and super willpower. The Big Boss has intelligence beyond ordinary people. He has strong intuition, computational thinking, information storage, logic, and philosophical structure. His intelligence is said to have almost unlimited potential. Theoretically, he is capable of acquiring knowledge and understanding beyond the normal human mind. He is capable of mastering every specialized subject in the world and is able to fully accept concepts outside of his environment. His brain has been enhanced to the point where his intuition is almost always correct. Big Boss has a perfect memory, and he is able to recall every moment of the incident. 1. Telepathy. In addition to his extraordinary intelligence, Big Boss has some psychic powers that allow him to mentally control certain people, as long as they are weak-willed. Mind control, willpower, among other mind control abilities. Gamma ray projection. After becoming Red Big Boss is able to emit gamma rays at will. He actually already has this power after becoming the Green Big Boss he first became, but he has not yet been observed. These are all future Big Boss abilities, but the increase in intelligence and thinking speed is real. In the timeline, Big Boss's intelligence will increase as his head gets bigger. After Samuel came to his senses, he immediately began to pack his things, picked up a white box with a lot of Banner's blood and some information, and hurriedly left the laboratory. He was naturally unwilling to be ordinary after improving his intelligence, and he was doing some meaningless experiments in this laboratory without resources. After the abomination rushed out of the laboratory, he came to the street next to the university. The military soldiers who had not yet evacuated soon discovered the appearance of the abomination, and they thought it was Hulk and began to attack the abomination. Bullets were free and began to shoot at the abomination. Like Hulk, these bullets had no effect on the abomination. The abomination excitedly began to destroy everything around him. The car was like a toy in his hands. He grabbed a car and threw it at the soldiers who attacked him. Boom! In the next second, many soldiers were smashed into meat patties. This was still a busy street. Ordinary people around saw the abomination running outside frantically. But there were also many ordinary people who were affected and hammered to death by the abomination. The excited abomination jumped to the front of the Jeep. He clenched his fists and smashed the front of the car hard. The entire front of the car was flattened by the huge force of the abomination. Because of the huge force, the rear of the car even lifted up directly, but the soldiers on it continued to attack the abomination without fear of death. The next second, they were caught in the hands of the abomination and squeezed hard. The two soldiers were directly squeezed to death by the abomination, and all the bones in their waists were crushed. At this time, the video on a Jeep controlled the machine gun to continuously attack the abomination, and reported the situation here to General Ross while attacking the abomination. General, Hulk was found on 121st Street, running north to Broadway, and needs support. What? Are you sure, soldier? Yes, General. He is rushed over. Ross on the transport plane was confused after receiving the soldier's report because Bruce Banner, also known as Hulk, was next to him. He was still in a coma. After confirming with the soldier again, Ross connected to the video screen. As a result, a monster similar to the Hulk was seen wreaking havoc on the street. Soon, it rushed to the soldier connected to the camera screen and easily solved the video. The video in the transport plane was also cut off. After learning that there was another such monster, Ross was in a very complicated mood. The previous Hulk had already made him very difficult, and now there was another one similar to the Hulk. This is simply nonsense. At this time, Banner slowly opened his eyes, and Betty immediately helped him up. Let me go, only I can deal with him. No, you can't transform into Hulk now, you will die. No, Betty, I can feel it, it's still there. Now if I don't stop him, more people will die because of him, and he should be made of my blood. Turn back. Yes, General. Banner sat up with difficulty and spoke to Ross, but Betty next to him immediately objected. Banner had eliminated Hulk in the laboratory just now. Now he would be a suicide if he went down, but Banner told Betty helplessly that he could still feel Hulk's presence. That is to say, Hulk was not eliminated just now. Now only he can stop him. Later, the whole street will be destroyed by him, and a large number of ordinary people will be affected. The monster seen in the video just now. Banner already had some guesses in his mind. There was still a lot of his blood in the laboratory just now. This monster should be made of his blood. Ross looked at Banner in silence for a while and asked the driver to turn back. Now he had no better way. Banner could only try. The driver who received Ross's order began to turn back. Hulk, come out. Where are you? Come out quickly. After destroying all the military vehicles, the abomination began to wreak havoc. The surrounding shops, streetlights, and vehicles were all his targets. He even threw the vehicles as if they were rocks at the buildings on both sides. Many vehicles were directly stuck on the walls. While destroying, the abomination screamed at the Hulk. He couldn't wait to fight with the Hulk and let the Hulk know that he was the most powerful. Soon, the large helicopter transport that Ross and others were riding in soon arrived above the abomination. Betty looked at Banner with a worried look on her face. Banner shook his head and jumped directly from the hatch. Have you found out who the monster is? General, it's Lieutenant Colonel Bronsky. What? It's this guy? Notify Tony Stark and Jiang by horse to come over and ask them in my name. Yes, General. After Banner jumped down, Ross asked the soldier next to him. After learning that it was Bronsky, Ross's face was very ugly. He didn't expect Bronsky to be so bold that he secretly injected Banner's blood to become like this, and also wantonly destroyed everything around him. After thinking for a while, Ross asked the soldiers to notify Tony and Jiang Bai to come over, and even directly asked the other party in his own name. Obviously, he was ready to use his favor to exchange for the other party's action, although he could mobilize more weapons and shells, even more powerful weapons. But this is the city, and it's Manhattan. If a large number of armed helicopters and tanks are mobilized again, his lieutenant general's hat will definitely be taken off. So he can only find a superhero to solve it. Tony Stark's words made him confident that he could make the other party take action. Iron Man is still a superhero in name, and he will not ignore this matter, but Jiang Bai is hard to say. He once publicly stated that he is not a superhero, and he shot and killed a congressman in public, and his strength seems to be stronger than Tony Stark's. Tony, who soon learned of the situation, immediately contacted Jiang Bai, and the two put on their armor and flew directly to the location of the abomination. After Banner jumped off the helicopter transport plane, he instantly smashed a big hole on the ground, which attracted the attention of the abomination. The next moment, a thick green finger appeared next to the big hole, and then Hulk jumped out of the big hole. From his eyes, it can be seen that he is a little out of shape now, obviously because the serum injected before is still affecting him. Hulk, you're here. Ha ha ha. Roar. The abomination was very excited to see Hulk appear, and then he began to rush to Hulk's position. Hulk roared and began to run in the direction of the abomination, and then the two jumped at the same time. Two huge fists collided with each other. The result was that abomination was indeed better. Hulk was directly punched away by abomination. Abomination would not miss this opportunity to beat the down dog. He picked up a car next to him and threw it at Hulk. Hulk came to his senses and caught the car thrown by abomination. Before he could throw the car away, abomination directly pressed on the car, and with the weight of abomination, Hulk was directly pressed under the car. At this time, Tony and Jiangbai had also arrived at the battlefield. The two stood on the roof of a tall building and watched the scene in front of them. Wait, Hulk is not as weak as you think, let them fight first. Seeing Hulk fall into a disadvantage, Tony was about to attack abomination, but was stopped by Jiangbai. He calmly watched the scene of abomination pressing Hulk in front of him. He explained to Tony lightly. After hearing Jiangbai's explanation, Tony was very interested in seeing how powerful Hulk was. Roar. The suppressed Hulk roared, and his strength began to surge. At this time, he had returned to the normal form of the Hulk without Banner's injection of serum. He found the right opportunity to lift the car and the abomination on top of him. Then he began to attack the abomination, but even so, he was still no match for the abomination. Bronsky, the predecessor of the abomination, was an ace special forces soldier. Even after transforming into the abomination, his fighting skills were not comparable to the Hulk. In addition, the Hulk's strength was not enough to fully suppress the abomination, so he was still hung up and beaten by the abomination. A set of military boxing made the Hulk's anger surge, and the helicopter hovering in the sky began to attack the abomination at this time. In order to help the Hulk relieve the pressure, the abomination noticed Ross in the helicopter. The abomination jumped towards the helicopter with hatred in his eyes, but was knocked down by the Hulk in the air, and a high-rise building next to it was directly knocked out of the middle by the two people. The stopped abomination continued to attack Hulk, and a big pit soon appeared on the ground again. Hulk's body began to swell at this time. His physique, strength, and speed were all improved. Then he punched abomination away, but the abomination was fine. He started running towards Hulk's position. His speed kept increasing, and he used the impact force to knock Hulk away, and then he jumped and stepped hard on Hulk. Jiangbai looked at the scene and doubted his life a little, although Hulk was also beaten by abomination in the timeline. That was also because Banner injected the serum, which caused Hulk's strength to be offline, but with the increase of anger, Hulk's strength was also gradually increasing. Why is he still being beaten by the abomination? Jiangbai soon guessed. Hulk is just a child who was born not long ago. His fighting style is relatively primitive. He has not received systematic training and does not know some energy-saving techniques for attacking moves. He only knows to use his fists and his own strength to smash. The predecessor of the abomination was an ace special forces soldier, equivalent to the existence of a soldier king. Even if Hulk's strength surpasses him by a lot, he can suppress Hulk through fighting skills and some special methods, just like using impact force to knock Hulk away just now. In this case, dodging is naturally the best choice, but Hulk is now holding on, and then he is knocked away by the abomination. This is also the reason why the abomination can suppress the Hulk, but Jiangbai does not think that the Hulk will lose the outcome of the battle. Now seeing that Hulk has been beaten all the time, when his anger rises again, his strength will increase again. Even if the abomination can crush the Hulk through fighting skills, when his strength far exceeds that of the abomination, he can only be suppressed and beaten. In Jiangbai's memory, the abomination didn't seem to die in the end, and he lived until Tony snapped his fingers in the timeline. Later, his size would become very large, and he could switch between human form and abomination form. He even fought with Banner, who had merged with the Hulk's body. The huge abomination looked at Banner, who had merged with the Hulk's body, as if he was looking at a child, and suppressed Banner with one hand. The disappearance of the Hulk also made Banner lose the ability to grow infinitely. After becoming a Green Doctor, his combat power was even more weak. While Jiangbai was thinking, Hulk was chased by the abomination everywhere, and even climbed directly onto a building to escape by jumping, and the abomination was chasing him from behind. Ross even commanded the helicopter to use a heavy machine gun to attack the abomination. This also attracted the attention of abomination again. He jumped and grabbed the parking lever under the helicopter. He pulled the entire helicopter to the ground fiercely. The helicopter pilot was also pushing the joystick hard to pull the helicopter higher. Hulk saw the situation. He immediately jumped behind Abomination and swung his fist to attack Abomination's head. Finally, Abomination let go of the helicopter and fought with Hulk. But the helicopter had lost its balance and began to sway in the air. Seeing this, Tony activated the flight mode and rushed towards the direction of the helicopter. Jiangbai followed slowly behind. Tony came to the bottom of the helicopter and used the propulsion of the armor to help the helicopter keep its balance. Jiangbai also took action directly. The magnetic force and telekinesis enveloped the entire helicopter. With Jiangbai's control, it soon became balanced. Boom! On the other side, the battle between Hulk and Abomination has entered a white-hot stage. Abomination still has the upper hand, and he uses a thick iron chain to tightly wrap around Hulk's neck. He grabs both ends with both hands and uses all his strength to strangle Hulk to death. But the next second, green lines began to appear in Hulk's eyes, and his body swelled again. He grabbed the iron chain with both hands and pulled it hard, and Abomination was thrown out by Hulk. Hulk began to attack Abomination with a thick iron chain in the face of absolute power. All the skills seemed particularly powerless, and the situation on the battlefield began to reverse. Hulk began to suppress Abomination. The sense of hitting the flesh with every punch made Jiangbai very satisfied. This is the real aesthetics of power. Boom! Under Hulk's fierce attack, Abomination was beaten without the power to fight back, and a big pit appeared on the ground. Then Hulk used an iron chain to wrap around Abomination's neck. Treat Abomination the way Abomination treated him just now, and Hulk didn't stop until Abomination finally collapsed on the ground with all his strength. He stood up and looked at everything around him. Just when Hulk was about to run away, a needle shot out from nowhere. It pierced Hulk's body and actually penetrated Hulk's skin and entered his body. As the liquid in the needle was injected into Hulk's body, Hulk's eyes began to turn red, and his body swelled up without being angry. Even his momentum was rising, which made Jiangbai secretly think that it was not good. Now Hulk seemed to be out of control because of the liquid just injected. Tony, Hulk seems to be out of control, you get ready. There is something wrong with that thing just now. I know. Shit, who is doing this in secret? Roar. Hulk's size doubled, and with a roar, all the glass around him was shattered, and ordinary people not far away covered their ears and wailed. Looking at their appearance, Jiangbai was speechless. How fearless are these Americans? Hulk and the powerful existence of Abomination are fighting, and they dare to come around to watch. This made Jiangbai speechless, and he also had a deeper understanding of America's suicidal behavior. Ross on the helicopter asked the pilot to stay away after noticing something was wrong. Boom! Hulk's eyes glowed red and he jumped towards Tony. After Tony dodged flexibly, Hulk smashed directly on a tall building. The tall building could not withstand Hulk's power and began to tilt, but fortunately it did not collapse. After seeing Hulk attacking Tony, Jiangbai knew that Hulk was out of control now. If he was not stopped, this area would be destroyed by him. These made Jiangbai a little embarrassed. Even if he and Tony could not beat Hulk in normal state, Hulk's state was not ordinary now. With such a huge body, he didn't know how much strength he had reached. One punch could directly beat him and Tony into meat patties. He even had the idea of calling the Sentinel to deal with the other party, but at this moment Tony was already dealing with the rampaging Hulk. Every time was very thrilling. Seeing Tony's appearance, it was obvious that he would not leave. There was no way Jiangbai had to take action. But he didn't plan to wear the armor. Although the magnetic armor can enhance his ability to control magnetism, it is not conducive to his releasing other abilities. Boom! Jiangbai took off his armor in the air and stood in the air, relying on Storm's ability to control lightning and create tornadoes. Dark clouds began to appear in the sky, and soon there were lightning and thunder. Tony was still dealing with Hulk at this moment. In S.H.I.E.L.D., Nick Fury looked at the video with a serious face. He didn't expect Hulk to be so strong. Now his body is swelled again, and it seems to be out of control. The other is Jiangbai's ability. A person without mutant memories has the ability of mutants. The ability displayed by Jiangbai now is not difficult to recognize. Storm, it was so recognizable when controlling lightning. Because there were many people live broadcasting, the images of Jiangbai and others were all broadcast live, and not just one organization was paying attention to this. S.H.I.E.L.D., Red House, Monarch, SWRD, Inhumans, Osborn Enterprises, Nock Corporation, etc. Among them, it was Nock Biotech that injected the unknown liquid into Hulk just now. The liquid injected into Hulk's body was a strengthening agent mixed with Abaddon's genetic serum and Blood Orchid. Blood Orchid, according to legend, is an unexploited wilderness in the deepest part of the jungle of Borneo. The dangerous geographical environment has become a natural protective barrier for various rare animals and plants. Blood orchid grows here. It is an extremely rare red orchid. The serous fluid it secretes can prolong the life of cells and has the effect of eternal youth. It is the fountain of youth in the medical field and has the reputation of immortal flower. Animals that eat it will produce genetic mutations, causing many animals to grow huge, and the blood orchid is now also guarded by a group of huge pythons. The drug developed by combining monster genes obviously uses Hulk as the first test subject. Snap. But Jiangbai didn't know this. He was suspended in the air and kept controlling lightning to attack Hulk, which made Hulk turn his target to Jiangbai. When Hulk jumped up, Jiangbai directly created a tornado to attack Hulk, and Hulk was instantly caught in it. It started to rotate nonstop. Jiangbai and Tony would naturally not miss such an opportunity. Tony kept attacking Hulk, who was bound by the tornado, and various weapons were released. Jiangbai controlled the flames on the ground to be caught in the tornado. The next moment, the tornado turned into a fire tornado, but these attacks could not cause any damage to Hulk. Soon, Hulk broke free from the tornado, his legs slightly bent, and the whole person rushed towards Jiangbai's position like a huge cannonball. Jiangbai changed his position instantly, and Hulk crashed directly into the middle of the high-rise building behind him, knocking the entire high-rise building through. Jiang, what should we do? Our attacks can't cause any damage to it. Can your psychic ability wake him up? No, his mind is very confused, and psychic ability can't invade his mind at all. Tony said to Jiangbai with a trembling voice. The current Hulk is too terrifying, and he and Jiangbai can't do anything about him. Then he suggested that Jiangbai use psychic ability. He shook his head at Tony's suggestion and said it wouldn't work at all. Even if Professor X brought a brain amplifier, it would probably not be able to invade Hulk's mind. At this time, Jiangbai found that no one came after fighting with Tony for a long time, and he didn't even see a S.H.I.E.L.D. agent. Instantly, he understood that Nick Fury wanted him and Tony to work. Collect the combat data of the two and analyze their strength. This made Jiangbai furious, and then the magnetic armor came to Jiangbai. After Jiangbai put it on, he used magnetic force to pull Tony up directly, and stopped after rising nearly 300 meters. Shit, what are you doing? Aren't we going to fight? We've been fighting for a long time, and did you see anyone come to help? No S.H.I.E.L.D. agent showed up. They obviously want us to work and get our combat data in the battle with Hulk, so as to analyze our strength. If you want to go up, go down by yourself. Well, let Hulk dismantle it. Anyway, everyone around has run away, and there are only a few guys who are not afraid of death. Tony, who was pulled to the sky by Jiangbai's magnetic control, spoke to Jiangbai with a confused face. In response, Jiangbai told Tony what he had observed and loosened his restraints, asking him to go down and fight Hulk if he wanted to, because he didn't want to work for others. After hearing what Jiangbai said, I realized that from the time Hulk and Abomination appeared until now, only the two of them were fighting, and even Ross ran away. No S.H.I.E.L.D. agent was seen, and then Tony didn't plan to go down. Anyway, the people around him had already run away during the battle just now. Only a few guys who were not afraid of death were still broadcasting live, and Tony didn't care if they were looking for death. Jiang-Bai and Tony's sudden departure made the guys who were broadcasting live look confused. Even the people in the live broadcast room were the same. After Hulk didn't find his target of attack, he began to destroy all the buildings around him wantonly. Nick Fury watched Tony and Jiang-Bai floating in the sky through the satellite without any intention of continuing to fight. This made his face darker, and he was indeed the same as Jiang-Bai guessed. Neither Tony nor Jiang-Bai joined his plan, and they were both members of the unstable list. For this reason, he planned to collect data on Tony and Jiang-Bai through this battle, and find a way to restrain them through these data. But he didn't expect that the two of them would stop fighting directly and just float in the air and look down. Now he could only dispatch the agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. If he didn't send S.H.I.E.L.D. out now, the International Security Council would tear him apart. Originally, this was S.H.I.E.L.D.'s job. With the actions of S.H.I.E.L.D. Soon, agents holding energy weapons appeared on the battlefield, and even Hawkeye and Black Widow came to the scene on Quint's fighters. Tony and Jiang-Bai watched the scene quietly in the air. After these agents appeared, both of them sneered, but the next moment Jiang-Bai's expression became serious because a person walked out of the Quint's fighter. A person who looked very unreliable, but his speed made Jiang-Bai's eyes unable to react. Boom! In an instant, Hulk was blown away by the Black Man, even if Hulk stood up and attacked him. The Black Man could also take Hulk's attack. He kicked Hulk out again with one foot and appeared in front of Hulk the next second. He raised his fist and smashed it hard on Hulk's head. While he was attacking Hulk, a S.H.I.E.L.D. agent came to Hulk with a large can of special anesthetic. The needle was inserted into Hulk's body. With the injection of the special anesthetic, Hulk gradually lost his will. After a while, he lay on the ground unconscious and gradually turned back into Banner. Tony and Jiang-Bai in the air were very surprised to see this scene in front of them. It was mainly because of the strength of the Black Man that he could suppress Hulk in this state. Jiang-Bai looked at the slightly familiar face and suddenly remembered something. The other party seemed to be Hancock. A powerful human with superhuman strength can be similar to flies in a biological stance, has great strength, and its body can withstand shells. Compared with the Superman of DC next door, it is slightly inferior, but it is still powerful on Earth. The other party came down from the Quint's fighter of S.H.I.E.L.D., wearing the same combat suit as Hawkeye and Natasha. It is obvious that he has joined S.H.I.E.L.D., which surprised Jiang-Bai. He didn't expect that he underestimated the strength of S.H.I.E.L.D. However, since Hancock exists, does that superwoman also exist? That is, the superwoman named Mary. Her strength is not much weaker than Hancock, but I don't know if she has become the wife of the public relations now. That superwoman is top-notch in both figure and appearance. If the other party is still single, Jiang-Bai doesn't mind having something with her. Whether it is the other party's powerful strength or beautiful face and sexy figure, it is worth a try. Because of the existence of Hancock, Jiang-Bai and Tony can only let S.H.I.E.L.D. take Banner away. The two of them had come to nothing, but now Tony's face was also very solemn, obviously shocked by the strength of S.H.I.E.L.D. The Black Man should be called Hancock. His strength is not as good as the Sentinel. He is just a low-profile Superman, with only flying, super physique, and super strength. It's a pity that S.H.I.E.L.D. is ahead, otherwise if he joins our Illuminati, it can enhance the strength of the Illuminati. In fact, it may not be impossible. When something happens to S.H.I.E.L.D., we can invite him to join. Although he is a little unreliable, he can usually replace the Sentinel. What happened to S.H.I.E.L.D.? When? At this time, Jiang-Bai spoke to Tony, told him Hancock's ability, and said that there might be a chance to invite him to join the Illuminati in the future. Jiang-Bai did not intend to tell Tony that after S.H.I.E.L.D. launched the Insight project in the future, Pierce sent agents to raid Nick Fury on the street in order to prevent Nick Fury from blocking the launch of the aerospace carrier. This made Nick Fury know the reason why there were a large number of Hydra members in S.H.I.E.L.D. Later, he cooperated with Captain America and others to destroy S.H.I.E.L.D. and later triggered a civil war. He was waiting to use this news to trip up S.H.I.E.L.D., which is why he said that Hancock might also join the Illuminati in the future. Hancock is different from others. He has no agent or organizational will at all. He is free to be a superhero in the timeline. The damage and loss caused by saving people are huge. He is also the first superhero to voluntarily enter the prison. Later, under the guidance of public relations, he really became a superhero, judging from the other party's state just now. Maybe it was just because S.H.I.E.L.D. promised him something that made Hancock join S.H.I.E.L.D. And the time he joined won't be too long, otherwise the last time he made a move was not the Sentinel, but Hancock. Hancock's ability is also fixed. He doesn't have the growth ability like Krypton's Superman, nor does he have the weakness of kryptonite. Facing ordinary Titan monsters, it should be 50-50. It's a bit hard to say about Godzilla and King Kong. After all, Godzilla has various forms and his strength is constantly getting stronger. King Kong also has a powerful axe in his ancestral land in the inner world. So in general, Hancock's growth has been fixed, unless there is any special opportunity. For example, the Infinity Stones or something, it is possible to improve his strength. Now Bruce Banner has been taken away by S.H.I.E.L.D., and with Nick Fury's means, Bruce Banner should be coerced and induced by the other party to join S.H.I.E.L.D. Although Hulk is strong enough, he has not reached the point where he cannot be defeated. Nick Fury promises Banner to help him solve Hulk will join S.H.I.E.L.D. The current Illuminati does not have the strength to snatch people from S.H.I.E.L.D. unless the Sentinel makes a move, which is impossible. In general, Jiang Bai still doesn't want to face the Sentinel. His strength is too strong, and he may not necessarily go to S.H.I.E.L.D. to snatch people. Tony and Jiang Bai looked at S.H.I.E.L.D.'s fighter plane unwillingly and left directly. Jiang Bai, who returned home, began to use the artificial intelligence in the manner to find Mary. Of course, it was not to let her join the Illuminati. For the Illuminati, Jiang Bai still pays more attention to his own strength. The Illuminati is generally a facade for him, but this does not mean that Jiang Bai will do his best for the Illuminati. He will even ensure that his strength far exceeds that of the Illuminati and others. This is also a kind of insurance. Who knows what the Illuminati will become in the future? Even if he is also the founder, it cannot be said that he can definitely control the Illuminati. Professor X, Sentinel, and Mr. Fantastic are not ordinary people. It is not so easy to control the Illuminati. The necessary foundation is strong strength. According to the appearance of Mary and his memory, plus artificial intelligence invading the government database. Nearly 3,000 people with Mary in their names were found in New York alone. There are more in the whole of America. After looking at the pile of information displayed, Jiang Bai began to filter according to some information he knew. Finally, using the technology that Grey Wolf had created to find Tony, he found that Mary, who was most likely to be the female Superman, was actually in the wealthy area of Manhattan. It was less than 3 kilometers away from his manor, which was ridiculously close. From the information, she was single now and had not met the public relations who helped Hancock. After determining the other party's location, Jiang Bai did not act immediately, but took out a box from the system space. The 2084 items that blackmailed Nick Fury were contained in it. The appearance of these 2 items was very strange, and it was hard to tell what they were. Because there were many gods on Earth in ancient times, Greek mythology, Asur mythology, Indian mythology, and Eastern mythology were not groundless. Just like the Black Panther goddess who protected Wakanda actually existed. In the future timeline, she once appeared in Zeus's pantheon. There is also a mysterious place Kunlun in the east, and there is even a legend of the dragon. Jiang Bai had also read some unofficial history, that is, the celestial god group attacked the Earth, and the Earth gods fought back. In the end, the celestial god group retreated, and a large number of Earth gods fell. The East suffered heavy losses, and even many dragons fell. The dragon bones after the fall of the dragon still contain powerful power and vitality. Absorbing dragon bones can also improve strength and increase lifespan. Now there are traces of the Hand and Society in Hell's Kitchen in New York. They have been looking for traces of dragon bones, and 5 of their fingers have lived for hundreds of years. The power and strength of the Hand and Society, the financial resources are not even inferior to some chaebols and families. The 2 things in front of Jiang Bai look like broken objects, and one of them is a very strange metal. The energy contained in it is also different from ordinary energy. He even felt a weak vitality from it, and once thought it was his illusion. But it is obvious that although these 2 things are 084 objects, they are not worth much. There is almost no trading value. Just as Jiang Bai was thinking, a prompt sound rang. Ding! Congratulations to the host for getting a chance to extract a trading object. After learning that he had the opportunity to extract a trading object, he became more determined in his previous guess. As long as a timeline ends, he can get a chance to extract a trading object. But there are still many possibilities, just like he affects the progress of the entire timeline or changes the timeline, etc. Jiang Bai is very surprised to have a chance to extract a trading object now. Grey Wolf is making an aerospace mothership for him, and Tom has now come to his world, but because of playfulness, Jiang Bai did not ask it to make or research anything. After all, its nature is still a cat, and it is impossible for him to ask Tom and Jerry to study various weapons or technologies in the laboratory all the time. Since he regards Tom and Jerry as family, Jiang Bai will naturally treat them well. Now the most urgent task is to draw the next trading object. As Jiang Bai uses the extraction opportunity, the system prompt sound will soon sound again. Ding! Congratulations to the host for the successful extraction. Trading object, Valon. After discovering that the object to be drawn is Valon, he is very interested. There are many good things in the world where Valon is, including magic, qigong, witchcraft, talismans, spells, masks, black air, and other extraordinary items. Jiang Bai is a little unsure about the timeline in Valon's world now. He doesn't know whether Valon has traded with the Holy Lord. He is still counting on Valon to help him get the 12 talismans. With the 12 talismans, he can become a little Superman, with the immortality of the dog talisman and the recovery of the horse talisman. He can be said to be immortal, and he has already had an idea on how to convince Valon. The Holy Lord traded with Valon through the Golden Rooster King's treasure. Valon would give him some talismans if he helped him find them. In the final analysis, it was just greed for money, and the Holy Lord might not let Valon go after he recovered his strength. Even if Valon had the life to take the Golden Rooster King's treasure, he would not have the life to spend it, but he was different. Although the currencies of the 2 worlds were not circulated, the value of gold was not cheap. He could use gold to buy Valon to do things for him, and even help Valon improve his strength. Although Valon encountered obstacles and failed everywhere in the hands of Jackie Chan and Xiaoyu, he was not stupid to become the boss of the Black Hand Gang, the largest gang in San Francisco. In contrast, he is more likely to trade with himself. Valon, what is this thing? Who are you? Jiang Bai, you can trade with me through this thing. I come from another world, and I know a lot about you. I believe you are a good trading partner. Have you contacted the Holy Lord now? Valon, another world. You actually know that statue. What can you trade with me? Jiang Bai, that depends on what you have to trade with me. I have everything you need: wealth, weapons, strength, lifespan. If your chips are big enough, it may not be impossible to become a god. Valon, his lifespan can also be traded. What do you need, or what can I trade with you? Jiang Bai, what the Holy Lord asked you to find is good. Compared with the treasure of the Golden Rooster King, I can give you more. Although the currencies of our 2 worlds cannot be circulated, gold and jewelry are both valuable. Is your ambition limited to being a gangster boss? As long as your strength is strong enough, it is not impossible to rule the world in the future. Valon, okay, wait until I find the talisman and then we will try to trade, but if I trade the talisman to you, how can I explain to the Holy Lord? It has some ninja subordinates, and I can't deal with them. Jiang Bai, well, agree to the deal. I will trade you 2 things that improve your strength, which is my investment in you. Jackie Chan in the old man's antique shop will stop you from looking for the talisman. You can find an excuse to put the blame on Jackie Chan. The old man in the old man's antique shop is a powerful qigong and magician. Just say that he sealed the talisman. Valon, okay, is this candy? Jiangbai, this thing can improve your physical fitness and reach a state beyond the peak of human beings. Eat it by licking it. I look forward to future transactions with you. At this time, Valon took the initiative to send a message to Jiangbai, and he was a little surprised and began to reply to Valon. And used his own chips to start trading with Valon. His first target is the 12 talismans of the Holy Lord. Valon didn't believe it at first, but after hearing that lifespan could be traded, he decided to give it a try. Anyway, there would be no loss. However, after hearing that the other party also needed a talisman, he expressed his doubts, and Jiangbai also told Valon some things about it. Even the 2 red candies that Jerry had robbed Tom of to improve physical fitness were traded to Valon as an investment. If Valon's strength is not improved, he can't rob Jackie Chan and others who have the aura of the protagonist, and even if he robs them, he will lose them again for various reasons. Even if Valon does not fulfill his promise in the future, he will only lose 2 red candies that improve physical fitness, which Tom and Jerry can make. It is not particularly precious to him. For the extraordinary items in Valon's world, he is willing to take this risk. Valon in another world looked at the 2 red candies in his hand, put them into his mouth with doubt, and began to eat them with licking. Not long after, he felt his body begin to heat up, and it took 3 minutes to return to normal. In just 3 minutes, he felt that his strength seemed to have become much stronger, but in order to confirm that it was not an illusion, he bent his desk. The corner of the desk was directly broken by him. This also proved that the red candy was real. Thinking of this, Valon's heart was burning. Just 1 candy could improve his physical fitness. The other party's words might not be a lie. Thinking of how he would rule the world through transactions in the future, he couldn't help but get excited. As for the life transaction mentioned by Jiangbai, Valon's lifespan has actually increased a lot now. While his physical fitness has improved, the cells in his body were also strengthened, and the activity of the cells increased several times. His lifespan therefore surpassed that of ordinary people. Valon looked at the other candy in his hand. He did not choose to eat it himself, but prepared to give it to his men. It was impossible for him to find all the talismans alone, and then Valon began to gather his men, namely, Zhou, Leisu, and A Fen. Next we are going to find something called a talisman. Whoever finds the talisman first, I will give it to him. That? Boss, although our Black Hand Gang is not very rich, we are not so poor that we can't afford a candy. Stupid. This is not an ordinary candy. Eating it can enhance your physical fitness and improve your strength. Let me show you. Boom. This. Boss, is this thing really that powerful? This is too powerful. Of course, as long as we find the talisman, there will be more than just this, and plenty of money for us. After Valon summoned Zhou, Leisu, and A Fen, he told his thoughts and prepared to use this thing to motivate his men. But after hearing Valon's words, the 3 looked confused, and A Fen spoke to Valon a little embarrassedly. A candy is not very attractive, but after Valon explained and showed his strength, the eyes of the 3 were full of fire. Although their skills are not bad, who doesn't want to be stronger and have more money to spend? Looking at the fire in Zhou, Leisu, and A Fen's eyes, Valon nodded with satisfaction and began to look for the talisman through the clues given by the Holy Lord. The first one is the chicken talisman, the power of floating, which can make the holder control the floating of objects. It can also play a flying role when used with the rabbit talisman, which can give the holder the ability to control floating. The chicken charm is located in the castle of the crazy Bavarian King Ludwig. After the archaeological team led by Jackie Chan triggered the mechanism in the castle, Jackie Chan picked up a shield from the ground to block the arrow shot by the mechanism and escaped from the castle in order to save his life. The chicken charm was embedded on the shield. After communicating with Valon, Jiangbai began to think about how to approach Mary. He also had to make himself not look so deliberate. Noticing Wanda and the other 2 in class, Jiangbai got up and went to the 3rd floor and entered Tom and Jerry's room. Tom, Jerry. You two helped me make some of the red candies you made before, the kind that can improve physical fitness. Do you hear me? After entering the room, Jiangbai told Tom and Jerry his purpose. Now Wanda, Lorna, and Pietro's physical fitness are still ordinary people. In order to prevent Pietro from being shot to death like in the timeline, he decided to strengthen the physical fitness of all three of them. Tom and Jerry nodded when they heard Jiangbai's words and patted their chests to show that they would definitely do it. Jiangbai didn't doubt this, but the two little guys probably had to make a fuss for a while, and then Jiangbai left from the third floor. Skull Island. A military exploration team took an armed helicopter to enter Skull Island through a special magnetic field. After entering Skull Island, they found many prehistoric creatures from a high altitude. Even dinosaurs existed, and there were some unknown creatures. This made the personnel on the armed helicopter very happy. 6 armed helicopters began to hover in Skull Island. Because they didn't know the situation on the ground, they didn't land at the first time. In addition, because of the special magnetic field, there was no way to contact the outside world here. Colonel, we must land. The geology here is very valuable for research. We need further observation and testing. Okay, find a place to land. Soon, because of the suggestion of the researcher, the colonel on the armed helicopter had to agree. Soon 6 armed helicopters began to land. After landing, they moved out various instruments to detect the geological problems here, trying to figure out the special magnetic field here. However, the results of these instruments were not satisfactory. In order to further detect the geological problems here, they decided to use bombs to blow up an open space for detection. Little did they know that this behavior was completely seeking death. The colonel immediately arranged for soldiers to set up bombs in the forest not far away. Everyone retreated to a safe position and began to detonate the bombs. Boom! Boom! There were loud noises, and just when the researchers were about to go for detection, a huge black figure appeared not far away. Everyone was surprised to find that it was a huge gorilla, and his size was comparable to the monster that appeared in New York before. Roar! The huge black gorilla roared and then rushed to the position of the crowd. It was King Kong, the guardian of Skull Island. Because these people destroyed the forest, it had aroused its anger. Seeing the huge black gorilla rushing over, several armed helicopters immediately took off. They began to attack King Kong, but the bullets hit King Kong without causing any wounds. King Kong came not far from the armed helicopter, grabbed the tree under his feet, and threw it towards the position of the armed helicopter. The hit armed helicopter fell to the ground and exploded. At the same time, the others also fled in all directions, divided into several teams and ran into the forest, trying to avoid King Kong's attack. The colonel commanded the remaining 5 armed helicopters to attack King Kong through the intercom, and various machine gun attacks hit King Kong. A dozen soldiers in the ground force were also constantly firing at King Kong, but King Kong's attention was all attracted by the armed helicopter, and he didn't pay any attention to the colonel and several people on the ground. Watching King Kong constantly attacking the armed helicopter hovering in the air, the colonel's eyes were full of anger. He didn't expect that there was such a monster on this island, and the armed helicopter no longer hesitated. The missiles hanging on it began to fire and hit King Kong hard. Even King Kong, who was thick-skinned and thick-fleshed, felt pain, but the pain made the anger in his eyes more vigorous. Boom! Roar! The King Kong that was hit by the missile began to dodge the missile attack and kept approaching the armed helicopter. Because of its huge size, it could easily attack the armed helicopter after approaching it. With a slap of its huge palm, an armed helicopter was instantly destroyed. The soldiers inside also died directly. Seeing another armed helicopter being destroyed, the colonel's eyes were about to spit fire, but King Kong would not stop because of this. Not too long after a while, all the armed helicopters were destroyed, and the colonel was pulled away by other soldiers. Without armed helicopters, they would be sending themselves to death if they went to fight the other side. After King Kong destroyed all the armed helicopters, he climbed up the cliff of the mountain next to him and left the scene with a few big jumps. He returned to his residence and continued to guard the entire Skull Island. However, the scientific researchers and several explorers who escaped at the beginning were not so lucky. The various strange creatures on the island had become obstacles to their survival. In other words, they had been regarded as food by various creatures on the island, and even the situation of the colonel and others was not good. Even though they had a lot of guns, their firepower was relatively good. The colonel led many soldiers into a bamboo forest because there were his soldiers in the armed helicopters that King Kong had just destroyed. So he didn't plan to leave here. He wanted to avenge those soldiers, and he was ready to hunt that monster with a lot of bombs in his hands. As for those scientific institute personnel and explorers, they had no intention of searching and rescuing them. Now he was overwhelmed by anger and hatred. He was thinking about how to get rid of the huge monster and avenge his soldiers. Soon, the whole team went deep into the bamboo forest under the leadership of the colonel. At this time, a soldier suddenly screamed, and when everyone looked back, they saw that the soldier had something similar to bamboo stuck in his mouth. The soldier next to him saw another bamboo moving, and the colonel immediately looked up at the sky. I saw a huge spider-like body above them, and the bamboo that the soldier was stabbed to death was the leg of this creature. The slender legs inadvertently took the life of a soldier. Look above, fire. Bang, 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 bang. At the colonel's prompt, all the soldiers looked up and saw the strange creature. Under the command of the colonel, they kept shooting at the creature. The bullets hit the creature's abdomen, which didn't seem to have much effect, but it made the creature go berserk. 8 slender legs began to attack the colonel and others, and directly trampled 2 soldiers to death, which intensified the colonel's anger and began to think about how to deal with this creature. Cut off its legs. Quick! A flash of inspiration came to him, and then he ordered other soldiers to cut off the long legs of the creature. After hearing this, the soldier took a machete and chopped at one of the legs. As a result, the creature's legs were directly cut off, and other soldiers followed suit. Soon, this creature that looked like a strange spider had no ability to attack. Bang! The colonel and others kept attacking its head, and dark green blood spurted out, and it was soon beaten into a sieve by everyone. After dealing with this strange creature, the colonel and other soldiers breathed a sigh of relief. This place is full of dangers. After leaving the bamboo forest to rest for a while, the colonel led everyone to continue to come up. They killed a strange creature without any danger, but the luck on the other side was not so good. The team, composed of several explorers and scientific researchers, is now being chased by a group of strange creatures. They look very similar to prehistoric pterosaurs. Everyone ran madly into the depths of the woods. If anyone fell or slowed down a little on the way, they would be caught by those strange creatures directly. After being caught in the sky, they would be eaten by them. The tragic cry made everyone shudder, and the speed of running increased again. Soon they saw a cave not far away. Everyone rushed in without thinking, and the creatures chasing them did not continue to chase them after they entered the cave, and turned around and left directly. Soon, they found something wrong. There seemed to be something in the cave. One of the people from the research institute walked into the cave with a flashlight without fear of death. Several explorers did not follow him in. They did not want to cause any more trouble in this situation. They must find a chance to leave the island as soon as possible, otherwise they will all die here in a short time. They have never seen the creatures on this island. The huge gorilla before scared everyone directly. Several explorers wanted to leave here immediately. Roar! Help! Save me! Suddenly, a roar came from the depths of the cave, and there was a cry for help. The explorers at the entrance of the cave ran out immediately. According to their survival experience, this should be the cave of a powerful creature. The roar just now was obviously the researchers who alarmed the owner of the cave. Thinking of the terrifying creatures on this island, they ran without thinking. They kept cursing the researcher in their hearts. The other researchers seemed to be the students of the one who just went in, and they hesitated whether to go in and save their teacher. The next second, a Tyrannosaurus Rex rushed out, with a strong body and bloody teeth. Several people collapsed to the ground with weak legs, and then became food for the Tyrannosaurus Rex. The explorers had already run far away, and the Tyrannosaurus Rex had no intention of chasing them, so he turned around and went back to his cave. But their situation was not good either. After entering a strange forest again, the ground was full of remains of various creatures. Now there was no way back. Several people could only continue to move forward with fear, and they were soon noticed by 3 strange creatures. It was the skeleton giant lizard, also known as the skeleton reptile. The skeleton reptile is a reptile monster similar to a giant lizard. It is the overlord of the underground of Skull Island. It has no basic awe for other kinds of creatures. They have extremely strong bite force, appear and disappear mysteriously, are fierce and brutal, and are particularly corrupt. They once destroyed the King Kong clan and are called demons. The skeleton reptile is a giant creature with a snake-like tail and a skull-shaped face. It is the most powerful monster on the island and King Kong's strongest opponent. The skeleton reptiles appeared one after another. Not only is their appearance chilling, but their special destructive properties make it easy to imagine the murderous intent hidden in the entire Skull Island. Boom! These 3 skeleton monitor lizards are not huge in size. They look like juvenile skeleton monitor lizards. Even in their juvenile stage, they are several times larger than humans. A skeleton monitor lizard attacked one of the explorers from the side, but he dodged it. However, he did not avoid the attack of the other 2 skeleton monitor lizards. One of the skeleton monitor lizards bit his legs directly, and the other opened its mouth from the head to bite his chest. As soon as the 2 skeleton monitor lizards exerted force, the explorer was split in half by the skeleton monitor lizards, and then just eat it directly. Bang! Seeing this, the other explorers used weapons to attack the skeleton monitor lizards, but the bullets still could not cause any damage to these skeleton monitor lizards. The 3 skeleton monitor lizards immediately attacked the remaining 2 people. One of them was a woman. The 2 looked at each other in despair. He took out the grenade, pulled out the safety pin, and started running in another direction. 2 seconds later, he threw the grenade towards the position of the skeleton monitor lizard. The grenade exploded when it was about to touch the skeleton monitor lizard. The power and high temperature of the explosion injured the 3 skeleton monitor lizards. But it was not enough to make them unable to move, and these skeleton monitor lizards would only become more brutal and crazy after being injured. The 3 skeleton monitor lizards rushed towards the 2 people frantically, and the female explorer had to face the attack of 2 skeleton monitor lizards. Bang! Still with no way to retreat, she kept using a pistol to attack the skeleton monitor lizards, and all the bullets hit the wounds of the skeleton monitor lizards. The next second, she was whipped away by the skeleton monitor lizard's tail, and then the 2 skeleton monitor lizards ate her very cruelly. The miserable screams of his companions made him very painful and frightened. He was tripped by the huge white skeleton under his feet without paying attention, and then the skeleton monitor lizard appeared in front of him. He pounced on it without hesitation and prepared to tear up the food in front of him. Watching the monster pounce on him, he held the last grenade tightly in his hand, pulled the safety pin and threw it into the monster's mouth at the right time. He used all his strength to get up, but before he could walk or run 2 steps, he was pounced on by the skeleton monitor lizard, and the next moment, boom! With a loud bang, the grenade exploded from the skeleton monitor lizard's body, and the explorer was also blown to death. But at least he also dragged a skeleton monitor lizard to die with him. The luck of several other researchers was much better than theirs. After they escaped from the original geological test location, they did not encounter any danger on the way. They took their cameras to take pictures of various strange creatures along the way. They walked out of the forest and came to a huge lake where a huge yak was drinking water. It was the lone reef bull demon, a huge herbivorous creature with 4 atria that can lurk underwater for 4 days. The lone reef bull demon is 13 meters long, with horns 19 meters long and weighs 22 tons. It lives in lakes and large rivers. Its back and flanks are covered with hard bones and dense leaves. The key to maintaining this unique plant and animal creature is that its heart has 4 atria, 2 of which are dedicated to supplying blood to the muscle system. The other 2 provide oxygen-rich chlorophyll for the plants growing on its body. It has evolved the ability to stay underwater for 4 days at a time, and its coral-like back exposed above the water is a perfect camouflage. It has a gentle temperament, but it is also very dangerous when threatened. Most of the super creatures of the lone reef bull demon have continued the behavior habits of bovine animals. The DNA lineage of Asian water buffalo was found in the early pedigree research. They live in lakes and large river systems. Its coral-like back exposed above the water is a camouflage. As the saying goes, no man is an island. This creature is exactly the opposite. Although it is docile most of the time, don't provoke it. The lone reef bull demon is very threatening when threatened. The two horns that grow firmly from the base of the skull are both a powerful defensive shield and an extremely formidable weapon. Several researchers stood carefully in the distance and used cameras to continuously shoot and record the data of this huge creature, but soon they found the wreckage of an armed helicopter next to it. When they walked over, they found that the driver inside had already died, but there were still a lot of weapons and equipment inside. Although they were all researchers, they also knew that the more weapons and ammunition in this place, the better. Otherwise, once they encounter a terrifying creature, they will all die. The colonel on the other side has brought his soldiers to a good location, where he wants to kill the monster. Revenge for the other soldiers. He ordered everyone to place bombs around, and time passed inadvertently. Soon it was afternoon, and the ready colonel asked the soldiers to detonate several bombs in the forest not far away, and even set fire to the trees to attract King Kong's arrival. Boom! With a loud noise, it soon attracted King Kong's attention. After discovering that someone had damaged the forest again, King Kong roared and ran to the location of the loud noise. The colonel was also waiting for King Kong's arrival here. King Kong, who came to the forest, looked at everything around him angrily. What it didn't know was that a huge skeleton lizard appeared behind him, which looked like an adult skeleton lizard. It took advantage of King Kong's inattention to sneak attack from behind him. However, King Kong noticed it, grabbed the head of the skeleton lizard and threw it forward fiercely. Boom! After seeing King Kong being attacked by another monster, the colonel took the lead in using weapons to attack King Kong. The soldiers next to him attacked King Kong with rocket launchers and signal guns. The explosion after the rocket hit King Kong made King Kong in unbearable pain. Roar! With a loud roar, King Kong immediately wanted to attack the colonel and others, but was blocked by the skeleton lizard. With a tail swing, the huge black tail hit King Kong. The next second, he was hit against the mountain wall next to him. At this time, the colonel's eyes were full of fanaticism and madness. Start the bomb. Quick! Boom! Boom! After the colonel's order, the soldiers immediately used the detonator to start the bomb, and then the bombs arranged around King Kong and the skeleton lizard were detonated. The terrifying power and high temperature caused King Kong and the skeleton lizard to be injured, but not seriously. King Kong looked at the position of the colonel and others with anger and broke free from the restraints of the skeleton lizard. He ran towards the position of the colonel and others, clenched his fists and hit the colonel's body hard from the head, and the next second the colonel turned into plasma. The bones were smashed into the ground. Seeing this, the soldiers around shot at King Kong frantically. King Kong did not hesitate. He attacked the soldiers with his powerful arms. Soon, all the soldiers died here. The skeleton lizard attacked King Kong again. This time, King Kong did not dodge. The skeleton lizard continued to wrap its tail around King Kong's neck. Then it tried its best to suffocate King Kong to death. King Kong beat the skeleton lizard's body frantically with his hands, trying to make it let go of him and reverse the situation. Boom! A rocket suddenly flew over from a distance and hit the skeleton lizard. King Kong took the opportunity to break free from the skeleton lizard's entanglement. He grabbed its tail and pulled the skeleton lizard hard, and King Kong threw it to the ground again. It did not fall down because of its tenacious vitality. After a while, he stood up and fought with King Kong. At this time, King Kong grabbed the thick iron chain next to him and swung it hard at the skeleton lizard. The propeller at the tail of the iron chain hit the skeleton lizard's head hard, and the skeleton lizard fell on the mountain wall next to it after being hit. Then King Kong used the thick iron chain to wrap around the skeleton lizard's neck and tried his best to strangle the skeleton lizard with both hands. But it still broke free, but it can be seen that the skeleton lizard's physical strength is now completely inferior to King Kong. King Kong clenched his fists and smashed the skeleton lizard's head hard, and when the skeleton lizard was already very weak, King Kong tried his best to open the skeleton lizard's mouth. In the end, the skeleton lizard's mouth was broken by King Kong, and it fell to the ground without movement. King Kong also sat on the ground to rest, but his eyes were looking at the side. It was the person who used the rocket launcher to attack the skeleton giant lizard before. It was also the scientific researchers who met the lonely reef bull demon. After they left the big lake, they came to the tribe of the Aboriginals for no reason. Through the meaning of the pattern records on the Aboriginal tribe, they knew that this huge gorilla was the patron saint of this island, protecting the entire island. They also had to prevent the attack of this huge giant lizard, so they would help King Kong. However, the most urgent thing is to leave this island. After a few people looked at each other, they took their weapons into the forest and left here. When they came to the beach, they found that they still couldn't contact the outside world. They could only use the compressed kayak originally in the armed helicopter to leave the range covered by the special magnetic field and contact the outside world. Otherwise, they couldn't leave here at all. This kayak was not enough for them to cross thousands of kilometers of ocean and return to land. After these researchers returned to the mainland from Skull Island, their photos caused an uproar, and there was even a video of King Kong fighting with a skeleton lizard. This discovery was reported everywhere internationally, and it also attracted the attention of many organizations, especially the Monarch organization, which wanted to study the Titan beast. They were preparing to enter Skull Island to capture King Kong, because from the battle between King Kong and the skeleton lizard, it was not particularly powerful, so many organizations began to have new ideas. SHIELD, Red House, Monarch Organization, SWRD, and SMARD were all preparing to send teams to Skull Island. Even Tony contacted Jiang Bai and wanted to go to Skull Island to find out. Jiang Bai didn't know much about Skull Island. He only knew that King Kong was the patron saint of Skull Island, and he had been guarding against the underground skeleton lizards entering the ground. The two races were mortal enemies. However, Jiang Bai was quite interested in the skeleton lizard's nest. He wanted to know if the skeleton lizard's nest was in the center of the earth. Jiang Bai has seen Mary several times in the past few days, but he did not disturb her rashly. He just made sure that she was the superwoman he was looking for. The red candies made by Tom and Jerry have been eaten by Wanda, Lorna, and Pietro. While the physical fitness has improved, the ability has also improved a lot. Even when facing the SHIELD agent team, they can protect themselves. When Jiang Bai did not give a clear answer to Tony, he actually drove a fighter jet directly to Jiang Bai's manor. "Tony, what are you doing? Where did the fighter jet come from?" Of course it was researched and manufactured by my super genius Tony Stark. It's for my special armor. It's a bit dangerous to go to that Skull Island this time, so I brought a lot of armor on the fighter. The fighter jet is controlled by Jarvis, so we don't have to worry. I tell you, Skull Island has a special magnetic field. You can't contact the outside world after you go in. Unless you control the fighter jet yourself, it will definitely crash. Jarvis can't get in. Of course I know, so I backed up Jarvis in the fighter jet. As long as there is energy, the fighter jet can be controlled without connecting to the satellite. Okay, are we going alone? And Rod, I gave him a set of armor as an explanation to the military. After seeing the fighter jet land, Jiang Bai spoke to Tony with a speechless face. Who would have thought that Tony actually got a fighter jet? It looks quite advanced. Hearing Jiang Bai's inquiry, Tony praised himself very arrogantly and narcissistically. Then he told Jiang Bai that this fighter was used to place his various armors to prevent the armors from being damaged in battle and unable to continue fighting. However, when he heard that it was controlled by Jarvis, Jiang Bai told Tony that Skull Island had a special magnetic field. Who would have thought that he actually knew that he had solved this problem, allowing Jarvis to separate a program to control the fighter offline after entering Skull Island? Now Jiang Bai really had nothing to say. However, when he heard that roads would go together, he raised his eyebrows. Tony, like in the original timeline, gave Rhodes his own armor. Jiangbai had no objection to this. After all, it was not his own thing. Then he walked into the fighter with Tony and greeted Martin and others through the artificial intelligence on the watch. Boom! The fighter slowly took off vertically, and after reaching a certain height, it accelerated and rushed out, then entered the stealth mode and left America, flying to the location of Skull Island. Seeing Tony's proud and complacent eyes, Jiangbai hesitated and said, "Tony, you didn't build this fighter secretly, did you?" "Ahem. Don't mind this kind of thing. If you don't tell me and I don't tell you, they won't know. You are not a human being, right? Tony, you secretly built a fighter in front of me, a lieutenant colonel in the military air force. You are crazy to say it out loud. Man, I believe you will keep it a secret for me. I am doing this to better protect the Earth." After hearing Jiangbai's question, Tony's face froze instantly, and then he said to Jiangbai with a mysterious face. At this time, Rhodes, who was wearing armor next to him, twitched his mouth and spoke to Tony expressionlessly. Jiangbai watched the scene with interest. Tony actually secretly built a fighter behind the military's back. Facing Rhodes' questioning, Tony said with a righteous face that this was to better protect the Earth. Jiangbai has a deeper understanding of Tony's shamelessness. The fighter planes were not slow, and soon everyone arrived at the outskirts of Skull Island. They saw many fighter planes and transport planes entering Skull Island through the special magnetic field. Some also crashed due to the special magnetic field. However, when entering Skull Island, Jiangbai covered the outer surface of the fighter with a layer of magnetic force to prevent the fighter from being affected by those special magnetic fields and eventually crashing. Tony and Rhodes stopped joking and became serious when passing through the special magnetic field outside Skull Island. Even with Jiangbai's magnetic coverage, it was bumped a few times, but it also successfully entered Skull Island. After entering Skull Island, many armed helicopters and transport planes were seen. However, the transport plane had no place to land, so it kept hovering in the air, and the soldiers on it left by parachuting. The supplies were also thrown down directly, and there were still many people coming. In an open space not far away, Jiangbai also saw the figure of Quince's fighter, which means that S.H.I.E.L.D. has also entered Skull Island. The Hydra should have followed. "Okay, Jarvis, invisible suspended in the air waiting for my instructions, guys. We should set off." "Okay, sir. Let's go. Be careful later. Skull Island is not as simple as you think. If we are not careful, we may all flip over." "Okay, let's go." Roar. In the fighter, Tony gave orders to Jarvis to prepare to land with Rhodes and Jiangbai. At this time, a roar suddenly came out. It was King Kong's roar. The three came out of the fighter and saw that the troops of an unknown organization or country were attacking King Kong. Various heavy weapons and firepower were directed at King Kong. There were also many people from organizations watching the battle nearby. Although there were many strange creatures in Skull Island, King Kong was the most important to the major organizations. The second was the skeleton giant lizard. The appearance of Tony, Jiangbai, and Rhodes in steel armor also attracted the attention of many people. They were a little surprised, but that was all. Jiangbai looked at the attacked King Kong expressionlessly. King Kong is not so easy to be defeated by them. I just don't know if other organizations will send powerful superpowers, mutants, etc. to besiege King Kong. Looking from a high place, many organizations are capturing strange creatures in Skull Island. For example, there are surviving Icaros wings, swamp giant squids, shock vultures, dead Soul Island monsters, blade-backed jackals, holy tigers, and evil water locusts. These creatures are not so easy to catch. Many members of organizations are directly torn to pieces by them. Boom! In a cave not far away, dense skeleton lizards began to appear. Without King Kong's obstruction, they easily came to the ground. Rushing to the temporary camps built by the major organizations, because the skeleton lizards are fierce and brutal and are not afraid of death, resulting in heavy losses in the temporary camps of the major organizations. A large number of members were torn to pieces by the skeleton lizards, and even the location of S.H.I.E.L.D. was attacked by many skeleton lizards. Tony, Jiangbai, and Rhodes were suspended in the air without any intention of taking action. Those people were still attacking King Kong. Hancock, you take action quickly, otherwise we can't hold on. I know. Boom. Bang. In the S.H.I.E.L.D. camp, Natasha shouted at Hancock in the tent behind her tone full of helplessness. Even if the other party came out to perform the mission, they did whatever they wanted and didn't obey the command at all. This made Natasha very dissatisfied. But Hancock still walked out of the tent slowly, and then attacked the skeleton giant lizard attacking the camp. With Hancock's action, the skeleton giant lizard on the S.H.I.E.L.D. side was quickly solved, which also reduced the pressure on others. Hancock naturally knew about Natasha's dissatisfaction, but he was too lazy to listen. How could he not have any objections to asking him to listen to a woman who was much weaker than him? Jiangbai smiled slightly when he saw the scene. Although Hancock is careless and unruly, he is still proud in his heart. Nick Fury is probably confused. He asked Hancock to listen to Natasha. Even if Natasha is an excellent agent, so what? How can a strong man not be unhappy to listen to the command of a weak person? Natasha is indeed good-looking and very charming, but it is only limited to the case that men fall for her tricks. Otherwise, she is just a lamb to be slaughtered. Just like Jiangbai directly broke Natasha's shin bone before, facing an opponent who is stronger and more rational than her. Her charm has no effect. Even if it works, it is very likely that she will be imprisoned directly and then become a plaything. Roar! King Kong was furious by the attacks of the crowd. He beat his chest with both hands and roared. His eyes began to turn red, his body began to swell, and his strength, speed, and physique were all increasing. Jiangbai smiled slightly. How could King Kong, who could fight Godzilla, not be special? After all, Godzilla has the ability to breathe atomically. King Kong's origin is not simple either. Apart from other things, its bloodline alone should be very powerful. At this time, Jiangbai saw a few blood-red flowers on a mountaintop not far away. It was a bit like the blood orchid in his memory, so he didn't think much about it. He controlled the armor and flew to the top of the mountain, and Tony and Rhodes beside him followed. When he arrived at the top of the mountain, he found that there were actually many creatures guarding this thing around, which made Jiangbai more certain of the guess that it was a blood orchid. He slowly walked out of the armor and attacked the beasts directly. 2 scarlet lasers shot out of his eyes. Boom! The laser instantly hit one of the beasts, and then dark clouds began to appear in the sky, followed by lightning. Jiangbai, suspended in the air, controlled the lightning in the sky to attack the beasts below. He was determined to get these blood orchids. Snap! Boom! Tony and Rhodes, who came over, also began to attack these giant beasts, and all kinds of shells on the armor were fired at the same time. These giant beasts were bruised and battered, but they still refused to leave here. Jiangbai used telekinesis to wrap the blood orchids from the surface to Jiangbai's hands. After Jiangbai got the blood orchids, the giant beasts just now immediately rioted, and their injuries were also recovering rapidly. He put the blood orchids into the system space casually, and Jiangbai no longer held back. 2 scarlet lasers shot out from Jiangbai's eyes. The energy that burst out with all his strength instantly penetrated the bodies of the giant beasts. Many of the giant beasts were solved by Jiangbai, and then a chill appeared, and the blue freezing power gushed out from Jiangbai's hands. Then other giant beasts were gradually frozen by Jiangbai. In order to completely freeze them, he was still reinforcing. In the end, all the giant beasts on the top of the mountain were solved. Accurately, in fact, the entire mountain top was frozen. Tony and Rhodes also came to Jiangbai at this time and asked Jiangbai with curiosity in their eyes. What is that? Blood orchid, something that may extend life, but it depends on whether the research can be successful. Walter? Extend life? Are you sure? Of course, there are companies researching this thing, but it is not so easy to succeed in research. Maybe we can collect some genes of organisms for research. Faced with Tony's inquiry, Jiangbai did not hide it and directly told him one of the effects of blood orchid. The reason why Jiangbai needs to find orchids is that this thing has a fatal attraction to animals and can also promote the evolution and growth of animals. He plans to take it back for Tom and Jerry to see. If they can do it, it can also make Tom and Jerry grow up. It would be good if something that can extend lifespan can be researched. He doesn't care much about things like lifespan. Extending lifespan is difficult for others, or perhaps impossible. It was very simple for him. Apart from other things, the red candies made by Tom and Jerry alone could increase longevity, and the hands and the dragon bones that he would always look for could also increase longevity. There were a lot of things in Marvel that could increase longevity, and he could trade with other worlds, so longevity was very easy for him to obtain. The dog charm in the world of Valon could even make Jiangbai's life eternal. Hearing that it might increase longevity, Road next to him was full of shock. At this time, Jiangbai's face suddenly changed because he saw Hancock attacking King Kong. If only the firepower of these organizations attacked King Kong, it might not be defeated. But facing Hancock, King Kong's situation was a bit dangerous. It would be fun to be taken back by S.H.I.E.L.D. He has a good impression of both Kong and Godzilla. If he can subdue them, they will become one of his fighting forces. If he is taken back by S.H.I.E.L.D., who knows what means S.H.I.E.L.D. will use to study or control Kong. In any case, Kong cannot be taken back by S.H.I.E.L.D. If S.H.I.E.L.D.'s strength continues to increase, he will be the one who suffers. As an uncontrollable factor, Nick Fury will not give up on dealing with him, not to mention that he has blackmailed him once. Boom. After just one encounter, Kong was blown away by Hancock, which shocked the people around him. After Kong got up, he looked at Hancock with anger in his eyes, but his chest had already been sunken. It seems that this caused a lot of damage to Kong. Looking at Kong's appearance, Jiangbai was thinking about whether to call Tom and Jerry over. The two of them may not be able to beat the Sentinel now, but it's still possible to beat Hancock. Before, Tom swung a 100-ton hammer to hit Jerry in the manor. Bang! Before Kong could launch an attack, he was blasted away by Hancock again the next second, crashed into a mountain wall, and fell to the ground unable to get up. At this time, other people from S.H.I.E.L.D. also walked towards Kong with special anesthetics, sighed slightly, and used their telepathic abilities to communicate with Tom and Jerry, asking them to come. Tony, we can't let S.H.I.E.L.D. take King Kong away, otherwise something bad will happen. Although I am willing to trip up S.H.I.E.L.D., it seems that we can't beat them. What else will happen? Tom and Jerry will deal with Hancock, don't worry. King Kong is the guardian of this Skull Island, and it is also the guardian that prevents the skeleton lizards from coming to the surface from underground. If S.H.I.E.L.D. takes King Kong away, let alone whether they will use any means to control King Kong, who will deal with the skeleton lizards at that time. An adult skeleton lizard can be evenly matched with King Kong. No one knows how many skeleton lizards there are underground, and I don't know how powerful the king of the skeleton lizard race is. But it will definitely beat the current King Kong. It is only in adolescence now, not yet adulthood. If these skeleton lizards reproduce in the ocean and enter the mainland, it will be even more difficult to deal with. After making the decision, Jiangbai spoke to Tony next to him. Tony nodded to Jiangbai's words and then asked with a puzzled look. Then Jiangbai told Tony about the underground skeleton lizards. No one knew how many skeleton lizards there were underground, but it was indeed a disaster that could explode. This thing has a very strong reproductive ability. King Kong is the only one left in his race, but there are still a lot of skeleton lizards. King Kong himself probably doesn't know how many skeleton lizards there are. After hearing Jiangbai's words, Tony and Rhodes' expressions became serious. After saying that, Jiangbai didn't care whether Tony and Rhodes would take action or not. Two scarlet lasers directly cut off the S.H.I.E.L.D. members who were close to King Kong. Even Natasha was almost hit by Jiangbai's laser. Jiangbai's attack also directly attracted everyone's attention. After all, given the terrifying strength that S.H.I.E.L.D. had just demonstrated, almost no one dared to compete with S.H.I.E.L.D. for King Kong. Now someone actually killed the S.H.I.E.L.D. agent directly. Natasha came back to her senses and looked at Jiangbai with anger and said, "What are you doing? Do you want to go to war with S.H.I.E.L.D.? Go to war? Don't think S.H.I.E.L.D. is so powerful. I'm not scared. You can't take King Kong away. Anyone who gets close will die. The same goes for you. I'm very curious about what makes you so arrogant. I promise to stuff your head into your ass. Tom, Jerry, did you hear that? Boom. Jiang Bai said disdainfully to Natasha's question and bluntly said that anyone who dared to get close would die. The last sentence was said directly to Hancock. Hearing Jiang Bai's nonsense, Hancock mocked Jiang Bai with an unhappy face, but Jiang Bai called Tom and Jerry very calmly. The next second, a black hammer with 100 tons written on it smashed Hancock away and crashed into a mountain. This stunned everyone, because they saw a blue and white cat standing in the air, holding a balloon-like hammer and knocking Hancock out. Because he had to guard against S.H.I.E.L.D. and take S.H.I.E.L.D. into consideration all the time, Jiang Bai was already very upset. He no longer wanted to take S.H.I.E.L.D. into consideration, which was why he just shot and killed the S.H.I.E.L.D. agent. At this time, Tony and Rhodes also controlled the armor to come to Jiang Bai's side. Boom! Hancock flew out of the mountain with blood hanging from the corner of his mouth and punched Tom. As a result, Jerry suddenly appeared in the sky in front of Tom. Holding a hammer exactly like Tom's, he blasted Hancock, who was about to hit Tom, into the ground. Natasha and other agents raised their weapons and aimed at Jiang Bai. The next second, the metal on their bodies turned into sharp blades and pierced their throats in an instant. Only Natasha escaped with her extraordinary physical fitness. Hancock on the other side rushed up from the ground, looking at Jiang Bai, Tom, and Jerry with a very gloomy face. He didn't expect that he would be beaten by a cat and a mouse. He just spoke in the current scene, like a clown. Tom saw Hancock appear again and was about to attack, but Hancock used his flying ability to grab Natasha on the ground and rushed out of Skull Island. The 2 blows just now had already injured him, and with Natasha's gesture, he could only take Natasha away from here. Tom, get something that can heal the wound. Jiang Bai's eyes narrowed slightly after watching the other party leave, and he turned around and asked Tom to get something that could heal the wound. Tom ran to the side and fiddled with it for a while. After a while, he took out a bottle of soda and handed it to Jiang Bai, then climbed onto Jiang Bai's back. Jerry also jumped onto Jiang Bai's shoulder and sat there, looking like he was going to die. Jiang Bai shook his head and came to King Kong with the soda, using his psychic ability to communicate with King Kong directly. Then he poured the soda into King Kong's mouth. Soon, all of King Kong's injuries recovered. He looked at Jiang Bai with his 2 big black eyes. There was actually someone who could communicate with him, and it was a human. Because Jiang Bai protected him, King Kong was very kind to Jiang Bai. Roar! The next moment, he roared at the members of other organizations. Seeing that the situation was not good, everyone immediately got up and left, ready to report the situation here back. Jiang Bai had to report the cat and mouse he owned. Seeing everyone leaving, Jiang Bai knew that it would not be long before the major organizations would turn their attention to him. Tom and Jerry's abilities were too tempting for them. Tony, scan King Kong's body and use vibranium to build him a defensive armor and a weapon when you go back. Walter? Jiang, I have money, but I can't afford enough vibranium to build him an armor, and that thing is in short supply. Just scan it, and I'll take you to buy it. If they don't sell it, I'll rob it. You may not know that the entire country of Wakanda is vibranium, but they just covered it up. After thinking for a while, Jiang Bai spoke to Tony next to him. He was going to use vibranium to build a suit of armor for King Kong. Of course, it was not the kind of Tony, but a suit similar to armor. And weapons. Because King Kong was saved by Jiang Bai, it was very friendly to Jiang Bai. It can be said that if Jiang Bai wants King Kong to take action, it will hardly refuse if the skeleton giant lizard does not appear. What's more, Jiang Bai is the first human who can communicate with it. In order to prevent King Kong from being attacked by other organizations again, he plans to improve King Kong's strength. However, Tony was speechless after hearing Jiang Bai's words. He couldn't afford so much vibranium with his money. Besides, there was not so much vibranium on the market. Jiang Bai's next sentence surprised Tony. Yes, Jiang Bai was going to Wakanda. To be precise, it was to rob. Where could he afford so much vibranium, and Wakanda would never sell it to him? He was too timid before, but now he realized that he had Tom and Jerry. There was almost nothing on the earth that could hurt him, and he would be resurrected by Tom and Jerry if he died. So he had nothing to worry about. Not only King Kong, but also Godzilla, he also planned to contact each other. Now his relationship with King Kong is almost a friend, and he also plans to make friends with Godzilla. It is not difficult to gain favor in front of them. Godzilla needs nuclear energy, and King Kong needs to protect Skull Island and guard against the skeleton giant lizard. Besides, Godzilla has a partner who seems to have not died because of Godzilla yet. If he can save Mothra's life at that time, it is entirely possible to become friends with Godzilla. Don't think that Godzilla and King Kong are not strong now. If he strengthens King Kong and Godzilla, such as King Kong wearing armor and holding weapons, Crimson Godzilla with Mecha Godzilla's younger brother, etc. With the Wanjia trading system, he can give King Kong and Godzilla unlimited possibilities and the ability to become infinitely stronger. Walter? Wakanda? Isn't that a per country? Their technology is hundreds of years ahead of the international level. When you were still wearing armor, they had already developed armor similar to nanotechnology. Also, don't report Wakanda's affairs to the military. If I know, I will erase your memory. I promise not to tell. Hey, don't be like that. I believe in Rod. He is one of us. Really? Tony looked at Jiangbai with surprise and shock. He couldn't believe that Wakanda actually had a lot of vibranium. At the same time, Jiangbai also told Tony that Wakanda's technology was hundreds of years ahead of the international level, and threatened Rod not to report Wakanda's situation to the military. If the military knew that Wakanda had vibranium, the World War would probably come again. If this happened, Jiangbai could only erase the memory of Rod and the Insider. This scared Rod directly, and he immediately promised not to tell anyone. Tony next to him also vouched for Rod. He said that Rod was one of his own. Jiangbai glanced at Rod and nodded. It was true that Rod was one of his own now, but it might not be the case in the future. In the future, Rhodes was directly replaced by the Skrulls, and he didn't even attend Tony's funeral. After saying something to King Kong, the few of them returned to the fighter and then left Skull Island. S.H.I.E.L.D. Hancock took Natasha away from Skull Island and went directly back to the S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters. Natasha reported everything to Nick Fury, and his face changed drastically when he heard that Jiangbai's pet was so powerful. A cat and a mouse actually beat Hancock. When Natasha left the office, Nick Fury looked at the quantum pager in his hand with a very solemn face and finally chose not to call Captain Marvel back. Even if he called Captain Marvel back, it would be useless. Jiangbai couldn't even do anything to Ancient One now. The Captain Marvel in this world is not the Captain Marvel in the comics. She probably can't even beat Ancient One who has the Time Stone. There is no way to do anything to Jiangbai, not to mention that the Illuminati still has a Sentinel. Now the Sentinel's strength, it is very easy to control Captain Marvel. After returning to the manor, Jiangbai found that there were indeed many more people monitoring around him. He sneered and activated his telepathy. All the monitoring personnel died suddenly, and then Jiangbai began to use his psychic ability to explore the identity of Hydra in S.H.I.E.L.D. Whether it will be exposed depends on Nick Fury's reaction after this incident. If he is ready to deal with himself, Jiangbai will directly publish the identity of Hydra with a large number of heads in S.H.I.E.L.D. on the internet, so that Nick Fury will not have the energy to deal with him. At this time, Grey Wolf contacted Jiangbai. Grey Wolf, the aerospace carrier you want has been manufactured. Because you want it a little urgently, there are no large attack weapons on it. However, its concealment function is very powerful, and it can also perform space jumps, super energy defense, etc. Jiangbai, I am very satisfied that it was manufactured so quickly, thank you. Just tell me what you need. Grey Wolf, for the time being, there is nothing. I will tell you when I need it. Jiangbai, okay, you're welcome. After learning that the aerospace mothership had been manufactured, Jiangbai was very happy and communicated with Grey Wolf for a while. He saw that the aerospace mothership had been traded. Fortunately, Jiangbai's things went directly into the system space instead of appearing in front of him, otherwise the whole villa would be blown up by the aerospace mothership. Then Jiangbai left the manor and came to the deep mountains in the distance. He took the aerospace mothership out of the system space, and a huge aerospace mothership appeared in front of Jiangbai. The hole is even bigger than his manor. After entering the interior, the shielding function was activated, and after setting the destination, various functions began to be studied. There are many black technologies in the entire aerospace mothership, most of which were studied by Grey Wolf himself, including various strike weapons, defensive energy, and short-distance single-body transmission. After driving the aerospace mothership back to the sky above the manor, he used single-body teleportation to appear in the manor directly, and shouted all members to the living room when he entered the villa. "I have good news for you. Our family now has an aerospace mothership. I have used my authority to add you to the mothership's transmission list. You can use your wristband to teleport into the mothership. The aerospace mothership is right above our manor. Also, because I have almost broken up with S.H.I.E.L.D. recently, you must be careful if you want to go out. And it is very likely that not only S.H.I.E.L.D. will attack you, but other organizations may also attack you. After leaving the manor, you must always keep the bracelet connected. Do you understand? Tom, Jerry, this is your bracelet." "Really? The aerospace mothership? Wow. I can't wait." "Yes, the aerospace mothership. I didn't expect that our family actually has one." "Okay. We will be careful when we go out. Few people can catch us with our current strength." After everyone came to the living room, Jiangbai told everyone about the aerospace mothership and gave them the authority to teleport individually. As long as they want, they can teleport into the mothership through individual teleportation. Everyone was shocked and became very excited when they came to their senses. Then Jiangbai told them about the breakup with S.H.I.E.L.D. and the possibility that someone might attack them, and then handed 2 bracelets to Tom and Jerry. Jiangbai was not very worried about someone attacking Wanda and others, because the 3 of them were already very powerful. Ordinary special agents could not catch them at all, and Mutton would be more difficult to deal with than them. A retired veteran from the Haiba Commando. With 2 enhancements, he would be almost difficult to catch unless he was killed with a single sniper. Soon everyone came to the aerospace mothership through single teleportation, and they all looked at the situation of the aerospace mothership curiously. Many organizations reported back what happened on Skull Island, and even the military of many countries knew about it, and many of them were interested. There were also many who wanted to win over Jiangbai, and some who wanted to snatch Tom and Jerry, all kinds of things. However, many organizations were very afraid of the strength shown by Jiangbai. At the beginning, he killed a congressman just because of a word. His style of doing things was completely unscrupulous. Once he provoked the other party, it was very likely that he would fight to the death. So many people didn't take action even if they had ideas, but were ready to see what other organizations would do. Everyone was watching, but many people were waiting for S.H.I.E.L.D. to attack. This time, Jiangbai hit S.H.I.E.L.D. in the face. Because of the different time ratios, only 1 week had passed for Jiangbai, but 1 month had passed for Valon. He now has 3 talismans in his hand. Because he was invested by Jiangbai before, he did not give these talismans to the Holy Lord. Instead, he followed Jiangbai's words and put the blame on Jackie Chan and his father. "Valon, are you there? I have 3 talismans, the chicken talisman, the rabbit talisman, and the pig talisman." Jiangbai, "Okay, I'll give you a ton of gold and 3 red candies from before." "Valon, these talismans have magical powers. These are not enough." Jiangbai, "Add a freezing ability. If you don't want it, then stop here." Valon, "Okay." Jiangbai, "Wait for me, trade immediately." After learning that Valon had obtained 3 spells, Jiangbai was very happy and prepared to exchange with him. He had been buying gold through Tony since he started to contact Valon. So he was not short of gold, but he didn't expect Valon to raise the price. After thinking about it, he decided to exchange a freezing ability with Valon. He went to the 3rd floor to find Tom and asked him to make something with the previous freezing ability. After Tom finished making it, Jiangbai took out a ton of gold, 3 red candies, and the bottle of drink with super freezing ability from the system space. After the transaction was successful, the chicken spell, rabbit spell, and pig spell appeared in his system space. Rabbit spell, speed power, can make the holder move at supersonic speed, also effective for objects, can give the holder a fast speed. Pig spell, laser power, can make the holder's eyes emit electric light, can destroy everything. The three spells together, the chicken spell can make him float, with the rabbit spell, he can fly at high speed, and the pig spell can enhance his laser silver ability. Valon looked at the 1 ton of gold, 3 candies, and a bottle of drink that suddenly appeared. Without hesitation, he opened the drink and drank it directly. Then he felt a special energy in his body, which could be released through his hands. The next moment, a blue energy spurted out from his hands, which surrounded the everything as frozen. This surprised Valon very much. During the whole time, Joe, Lesu, and Afen came to Valon's office because of the loud noise just now, and they saw a huge piece of gold and the frozen wall next to it. "Boss, so much gold. We are rich." "Okay, these 3 red candies are for you. Eat them by licking, and your physique will be strengthened after eating. You can share the gold and exchange it for money later. If you follow me in the future, you will only become stronger and richer." "Yes, Boss, X3. The 3 people were so surprised at the huge gold that they couldn't speak smoothly. Valon smiled and handed them the 3 red candies. Then he asked them to exchange the gold for money later and drew a big pie for everyone. Now that he has the ability to freeze, he is full of confidence. As long as he continues to collect talismans and trade with each other, he will get more things. There may be a chance to unify the world in the future. A light called ambition flashed in Valon's eyes. What he didn't know was that after the deal with Jiangbai, the Holy Lord realized that the weak connection between himself and the talisman had completely broken. This made the Holy Lord very panic. Without the talisman, his strength would not be able to recover to its peak. At that time, he might be trapped in this stone statue forever. He didn't believe everything that Valon said. Now that the connection between the talisman and himself has disappeared, he doesn't believe what Valon said even more. But the consequences of the disappearance of the talisman will make him very miserable. In order to confirm whether what Valon said was true, he sent a large number of Black Shadow ninjas to the old man's antique shop to see if the old man was a Qigong master and a magician. Because he couldn't accept the disappearance of the talisman, he still expected the old man to be a Qigong master and a magician. At this moment, Valon didn't know that the Lord had sent the Black Shadow ninja to test his father. Even if he knew, he wouldn't care. At most, he would have a falling out with the Lord. Falling out doesn't mean that he can't continue to look for the talisman. The reason why he chose to trade with Jiangbai was that he chose to trade with Jiangbai. Instead of giving the talisman to the Lord in exchange for the Golden Rooster King's treasure, on the one hand, he was because the things Jiangbai promised were too attractive. No one is unmoved by power and life, and on the other hand, if he gave these talismans to the Lord, or kept them for himself, one day he will lose them, and only his own power is the most real. He almost missed several times when he was stealing the 3 talismans. If it weren't for his greatly increased strength due to strengthening his physique, he might not have been able to grab the talismans at all. If he gave them to the Lord, the Golden Rooster King's treasure might not be as profitable as Jiangbai's. If he kept them for himself, he might be robbed sooner or later. At least the Lord would not give up. After losing the talismans, he is still an ordinary person. It's better to trade these talismans directly. It can be exchanged for things that enhance strength and a lot of wealth. Now, even if he has a falling out with the Holy Lord, he has enough confidence to deal with the Holy Lord's Black Shadow Ninja. In the old man's antique shop, the Black Shadow Ninja appeared from the shadow, rushed into the shop and began to attack the old man, but was directly beaten into black gas by the old man in a few strokes. Even magic was not used, but the attack of the Black Shadow Ninja on himself also made the old man feel a little unusual. Why would such a soldier from the ancient dark world come to deal with him? He entered the study room with doubts and began to look through books for inquiries. After Jiangbai in the Marvel world obtained 3 talismans, he couldn't help but want to experiment. He took the rabbit talisman in his hand and activated it immediately. In an instant, he had super speed. Turning into a white figure and disappearing in the manner, Jiangbai also found that he could use the energy in his body to continuously activate the rabbit talisman. This will make the power of the rabbit talisman continue to increase, and his speed will become faster and faster. The energy in the body appears after obtaining 8 abilities, such as the ability to control ice, the ability to control fire, and laser silver, all require the mobilization of energy in the body, and telepathy, telekinesis, and magnetic field control all require mental support. Then Jiangbai kept mobilizing the energy in his body to drive the rabbit spell in his hand, rushing to the outskirts of New York at a speed that was invisible to the naked eye. On the way, he even took out the chicken spell and blessed it with the power of suspension. Relying on these 2 abilities, he took Jiangbai directly to the sky. However, at this time, a crack suddenly appeared in the sky, and an object wrapped in red light fell forward. Jiangbai, who watched the scene, did not hesitate too much and instantly flew towards the location where the red light fell. The red light fell in New York, which also attracted the attention of many organizations. Hydra even sent a team directly to go there. S.H.I.E.L.D. detected that the red light had terrifying energy fluctuations and immediately sent a Quince fighter to find out. However, Jiangbai arrived at the falling location 1 step earlier than them and saw a burly man lying in a huge pit, surrounded by red light. Seeing this scene, Jiangbai did not rush forward because he felt that these red lights were a threat to him. Jiangbai felt familiar with the figure of this sturdy man. There were not many people with such a burly body in Marvel. After thinking for a moment, he used the power of levitation to take the man and disappeared into the pit. With the blessing of super speed, Jiangbai took the man to an abandoned factory. He took out a blanket and covered him. Perhaps because of the fall, he had nothing on him. He was completely naked. However, based on the red light and his figure just now, he now had some guesses. That was the red tank. A person who was concerned by the evil god. He was a very powerful existence, and that evil god was Ceterak. Ceterak produced a ruby with its own magic power. Anyone who touched the gem would gain magic power and become a red tank. Ceterak's magic makes Juggernaut's power inexhaustible, making his body almost indestructible. His collision ability has destroyed many buildings many times, and he can even resist Thor's Mjolnir and Wolverine's adamantium claws. When Juggernaut's body is activated, nothing can stop him. I just don't know why he fell in the suburbs of New York. At this time, Juggernaut's fingers moved, and he found that the other party might wake up. Jiangbai waited quietly. Juggernaut followed Magneto in the movie world. But now he should not have met Magneto. Apocalypse has not awakened, and there is no news about the Brotherhood in the news, so Magneto is likely to still be working in a factory. Wait for Apocalypse to appear, only then will he become the real Magneto, and will he start to fight against humans for mutants. So he wants to subdue Juggernaut. Magneto can subdue Juggernaut, so he can do it too. Juggernaut's potential is not inferior to Hulk. The magic of the evil god Ceterak alone can make him extremely powerful. Once the magic in his body is stimulated, he will be unstoppable when running. Where am I? This is an abandoned factory on the outskirts of New York. Do you remember your name and why you fell on the outskirts of New York? If it weren't for my fast speed, you might have been captured by other organizations as a research subject. I don't know much. My name is Kane Marco. I only know that I touched a red gem and then I fainted. When I woke up, I saw you. Okay, what are you going to do next? You should be quite strong in this body. If you have nowhere to go, you can follow me. $1 million a month, protecting 3 children. How about it? Well, okay. Juggernaut slowly opened his eyes, sat up, and looked at everything around him in confusion. Jiangbai next to him calmly asked Red Tank. After learning that his name was Kane Marco, he secretly rejoiced in his heart, because this was Red Tank's real name, which meant that the burly man in front of him was Red Tank. He directly told Jiangbai about his experience. After hearing about the red gem, he looked at Red Tank with envy. That was Ceterak's ruby. An endless source of magic power. It can only be said that Red Tank's luck is too good. Even he was a little envious of Red Tank. He had inexplicably gained a powerful strength. He might not have noticed it yet, but he would soon discover his own strength. Noticing Red Tank's confused eyes, Jiangbai directly invited him. Now that Red Tank has just gained the ability, it is also the best time to recruit Red Tank. For this reason, Jiangbai directly offered a sky-high price of $1 million a month. When Red Tank heard $1 million a month, his eyes were full of shock. After hesitating for a long time, he nodded in agreement. Now he has nowhere to go, and Jiangbai's offer of $1 million a month is indeed a bit outrageous. No matter what the other party's purpose is, $1 million is enough to make him take risks. You must know that Red Tank was a mercenary before he gained the ability, and he might not be able to earn $1 million a month. The wealth of the world is still controlled by a small number of people, even if the commissions of some mercenary tasks are very high. But it also requires a lot of expenses. The weapons alone are not cheap. If you go in a group, the commission has to be divided equally, and it is not easy to have a few tasks a month. Okay, let's go, I'll take you back. Oh, okay. After Red Tank agreed, Jiangbai's eyes flashed with joy, and he used the power of suspension to lift Red Tank. The next second, the rabbit spell was activated, and the two disappeared in the abandoned factory in an instant. Red Tank looked at Jiangbai in shock. He didn't expect that the other party actually had superpowers. Soon he was stunned again, because they had come to the manor. In just a few seconds, they came from an abandoned factory to a manor. This speed and ability made him very envious. Now he didn't know that he had an indestructible body and powerful strength. Instead, he envied Jiangbai's ability. After returning to the manor, Red Tank wrapped a blanket around his waist and followed Jiangbai into the villa. Red Tank was half a body taller than Jiangbai. Standing behind him was like a small mountain, which seemed very oppressive. Uncle Martin, this is Kane. He will be responsible for protecting Wanda, Lorna, and Pietro from now on. Take him to change his clothes, but I guess there are no clothes for him in the manor. Take his size and make some clothes for him. Kane, this is Martin, who is also the housekeeper of the manor. He is in charge of general matters. You can ask him if you don't understand anything in the future. And this is the authentication bracelet in the manor. You need to wear this bracelet when you move around in the manor, otherwise you will be attacked by the laser weapons in the manor in the next second. Okay, young master, Mr. Kane, come with me. Boss, I'll go over first. Bring Red Tank to Martin and introduce him to him, then tell Red Tank Martin's identity and give Red Tank the authentication bracelet. Martin saw the burly man in front of him nod slightly, speak to him gently, and prepare to take him to change his clothes first. Kane took the authentication bracelet from Jiangbai's hand and put it on his hand. He was secretly surprised. He didn't expect that there were laser weapons in this manor. If he didn't wear the bracelet, he would be attacked directly. While being surprised, he was also very curious about Jiangbai's identity. After all, ordinary people can't install laser weapons in the manor. Martin took Red Tank to a room on the first floor and took out the largest size of clothes for Red Tank to try on. It turned out that he couldn't wear it. Then he took a ruler and began to measure Red Tank's body data, preparing to come back from outside to customize clothes. After arriving on the second floor, I saw Wanda and Lorna curled up on the sofa watching TV series. The two people with superpowers used superpowers to eat snacks, completely freeing their hands. After saying hello to the two, he entered his room. Because Jiangbai took Red Tank away early, Hydra and S.H.I.E.L.D. and other organizations were empty-handed. Nothing was found, and they returned after reporting. It has been a while since the incident on Skull Island. S.H.I.E.L.D. has not taken any action so far, and even Jiangbai was a little surprised. He also prepared a big gift for S.H.I.E.L.D. The other party did not make any move, but according to his telepathy, he found that there were fewer S.H.I.E.L.D. agents around. Instead, there were more agents from other organizations, secretly guessing Nick Fury's purpose. Either he was holding back some big move or planning something. As for the decision to give up on himself, he had never thought about it. With Nick Fury's personality, this situation would never happen. He didn't think much about it. He was free and at ease if the other party didn't come to cause trouble. A week later, Tony drove a fighter jet to Jeongbai's manor, ready to go to Wakanda with Jeongbai to get vibranium. After a slight nod, he entered the fighter jet with Tony, and then the fighter jet flew to Wakanda. After Jeongbai left, someone soon couldn't hold back. He deliberately exposed his figure leaving the manor, just to see how many people wanted to do something to him. There were Tom and Jerry, as well as Red Tank in the manor. He was not worried about the safety of Wanda and others. An hour after Jeongbai left, a well-equipped armed team entered the manor. Because the ability shield was closed, they could enter the manor, but they were discovered by the artificial intelligence of the weapon defense system in the manor as soon as they entered the manor, and immediately reported to Martin and others. Martin, Red Tank, Wanda, Lorna, and Pietro had all put on special combat uniforms made by Tom. There was no special ability, but the bullets could not penetrate it at all, and the wearer would not feel pain. Kane, you pay attention to protect Wanda and others. Since these people dare to come, they don't have to go back. Don't worry, no one can get close to Wanda and Lorna. In the living room on the first floor, Martin, holding a weapon, said to the Red Tank next to him. After a week of getting along, Kane already knew Jeongbai's identity and Tom and Jerry's abilities. Not only that, he also knew that Wanda and others had superpowers. Moreover, under Martin's special training, he had discovered his extraordinariness. After learning that he also had extraordinary power, Red Tank did not choose to leave. Instead, he continued to stay in the manor. The combat suit he was wearing was made by bribing Tom. Jeongbai had originally asked Tom to prepare the combat suit, but he didn't tell everyone. As a result, in order to better exert his strength, Red Tank went to bribe Tom himself and got the combat suit made by Tom in advance. Soon, the fully armed team approached the villa. Martin made a gesture to Red Tank, Wanda, Lorna, Pietro, and several others. The next second, Pietro used his ability to instantly disappear from everyone's sight. Bang! Bang! Pietro, who came outside, used his speed to attack these enemies. A black figure shuttled through the manor, and Pietro used his speed to punch them in the face, and they were all knocked out in a few seconds. Martin's training and the red candy made by Tom strengthened his body. Pietro is no longer the Pietro in the timeline. His strength is no longer what it used to be. These members of the armed team were knocked out without even seeing Pietro's figure. Pietro's current physical fitness is almost the same as Captain America. Coupled with his extreme speed, the power of the attack increased exponentially. The members of the armed team who were knocked out were almost all injured to varying degrees. Some of them collapsed on the ground and couldn't get up at all. In just a few seconds, they had no power to resist. However, there was more than one armed team this time. Not long after, armed teams wearing black special combat uniforms entered the manor. One of the armed team members had a silver-white mechanical arm, which was the Winter Soldier. Real name James Buchanan Barnes, nicknamed Bucky, is Captain America's closest comrade in World War II and his strongest backer. After being sacrificed in an operation at the end of World War II, Bucky was resurrected by the Soviet secret scientific organization X Department, and after brainwashing, he was transformed into the perfect killer, Winter Soldier, during the Soviet Cold War. He is also the murderer of Tony Stark's parents. His appearance also means that these armed teams are from Hydra. This time their goal is exactly Jeongbai's cat and mouse. Perhaps because they are not sure whether they can beat them, they have prepared various means, hypnosis, anesthesia, threats, and other methods to hunt down Tom and Jerry. Now Tom and Jerry are still eating snacks and watching TV in the super large room on the third floor, and no one has notified Tom and Jerry. With the entry of these armed teams, artificial intelligence also reported this situation to Martin and others. A lot of people are coming again. Get ready. If anything unexpected happens, use single-unit teleportation. Don't worry, Uncle Martin. They won't let us use single-unit teleportation. I must teach them a lesson. They actually dared to come to our manor. Martin told Wanda, Lorna, and Pietro, who had returned, and told them to use single-unit teleportation if anything unexpected happened. That is, to go to the aerospace mothership. Red Tank was a little confused, but Martin didn't want to explain, so he didn't ask more. Although Red Tank got along well with everyone these days, he hadn't reached the point where he could expose the aerospace mothership. Jiangbai didn't give Red Tank the authority to teleport single-unit teleportation. Now only S.H.I.E.L.D. can build an aerospace mothership. Compared with Jiangbai's aerospace mothership, it is completely different. The black technology on it is enough for S.H.I.E.L.D. to study for several years, not to mention the single-unit teleportation. Once exposed, it is estimated that all the countries in the world will want to divide it up. Bang! Bang! Then Martin came to the second floor and began to attack the armed team outside. He held 2 submachine guns in his hands and kept firing, and the bullets hit the armed team members crazily. As soon as he fired, he directly exposed his position. The armed team members around the villa raised their guns and aimed at the balcony and pulled the trigger. Pietro disappeared in the hall on the first floor again. A black shadow flashed outside the villa. All the armed team members fell to the ground wherever they went. Some were seriously injured, and some were directly killed by Pietro's punch, and their internal organs were blown up by the powerful force. Wanda and Lorna also started to take action. Scarlet energy surrounded Wanda's hands, and the armed team outside the villa was firmly locked by the neck by a red energy. With Wanda's control, the necks of all the armed team members were directly broken. The weapons of the armed team members behind the villa were all suspended in the air, and the muzzles turned and began to fire at the armed team members. Not long after, they were all killed. Red Tank swallowed his saliva when watching this scene. He thought that Wanda and Lorna were not very capable and needed his protection. As a result, the abilities of these two were not much worse than Pietro. It can only be said that each has its own advantages. The armed team near the villa was quickly dealt with again, but there were still a steady stream of armed team members entering the manor. Boom! They began to use heavy firepower. A member of the armed team picked up a rocket launcher and fired at the balcony of the villa. When Martin saw the other party carrying a rocket launcher, he immediately ran to the stairs. Staying on the balcony would be completely attacked by the rocket launcher. Attack. As the rocket rushed out, it did not explode on the balcony as they expected, but floated in the air next to the villa, and then turned around. Rushing to the position where it was just launched, the explosion of the rocket affected many members of the armed team. Bang! At this time, a sniper bullet almost hit Luna, but fortunately there was a magnetic force around her, otherwise she might have died on the spot. Luna, who noticed the scene, was also scared and couldn't stop sweating. Wanda also noticed this scene. After discovering that her sister was almost sniped, her eyes turned red in an instant and scarlet energy burst out. The energy fluctuations lifted the members of the armed team who were approaching the villa again, and then Wanda rushed out of the villa. Her hands were surrounded by scarlet energy and suspended in the air. The surrounding bullets could not hit her body and were all fixed beside her. The next second, she returned to the original route and killed many members of the armed team. Red Tank rushed out after seeing Wanda rushing out. Lorna was a little anxious, and she rushed out from the basement, controlling all kinds of metals around her. She knew that her sister must be angry because of what happened just now. She wanted to avenge her, but it was very dangerous to rush out rashly. She had to go out to help her sister. The explosion of the rocket just now also attracted the attention of Tom and Jerry on the 3rd floor. The 2 little guys looked at each other and opened the window and saw a group of people wearing black combat uniforms and holding weapons attacking Wanda, Lorna, and others, and even the villa was attacked. This made Tom and Jerry, who were originally watching TV, very angry. The family members were very good to them, very pampered and indulged them, and now someone dared to attack the manor and Wanda and others. Tom and Jerry were very angry and turned around. Tom and Jerry turned around and looked like they were fighting, with a red ribbon on their heads with the words "Win" written on it. There were a few camouflages on their faces, 2 bullets on their shoulders, and 2 machine guns in their hands. The 2 little guys looked at each other and jumped directly from the 3rd floor. Bang! Bang! After landing, Tom and Jerry kept shooting at the members of the armed team with machine guns. The powerful firepower almost beat the members of the armed team into pieces. Even in such a bloody scene, Tom and Jerry's eyes did not waver at all, and they were still full of anger. The movement in Jiangbai Manor was naturally noticed by many people, and even the rich area not far away could hear the movement. This kind of movement did not cause any police to be dispatched, which was obviously unusual, and no one was curious to go and find out, but one of them was an exception. That was Mary. She naturally knew that the manor not far from her home was the home of the Silver Knight Jiangbai, but she didn't expect it to be attacked. However, because Jiangbai was very handsome, Mary still had a good impression of him. No one doesn't like beautiful and handsome things. This is not superficial, but an instinct. Seeing beautiful and handsome things naturally makes people feel more happy and memorable, not to mention that this is an era of looking at faces. Sitting at home, Mary thought for a moment and decided to go and see the situation. The next second, she changed her white lace nightgown into a slim combat suit. She flew up from her home and soon arrived above Jiangbai Manor. Then she saw a big guy like a hill rushing towards the attackers in the manor. Almost nothing could stop him. There was also a girl with scarlet energy and her hands floating in the air, controlling her ability to attack the attackers. Next to her was a girl with green hair surrounded by metal, and she herself stood on a piece of metal. These metals blocked all the bullets for her, and manipulated some sharp metals to continuously harvest lives in the manor. Next to him, a man in black combat uniform was fighting with a man with silver-white arms. They fought back and forth, and they were very enthusiastic. But it seemed that the man in the black combat uniform was better. From the combat uniform, we can know that he should also be a member of the manor. There was also a black figure rushing to various hidden positions at a very fast speed to deal with snipers. Two strange creatures not far away surprised Mary even more. A cat and a mouse were holding machine guns and constantly shooting at these attackers. Seeing the mouse holding a machine gun that was more powerful than hers, she was a little skeptical about life. The machine gun was bigger than its body. How did it pick it up, and there were two machine guns? Also, it was just holding it. It didn't pull the trigger. Why did the machine gun fire bullets? This scene stunned Mary directly. It was completely unscientific and beyond her cognition. Originally, she already had a certain understanding of this world, but after seeing these two strange animals, she realized that there were many things she didn't know. After scanning around and not seeing Jiangbai, Mary guessed that Jiangbai should not be in the manor. However, on Tony's fighter plane, Jiangbai's bracelet has projected the situation of the entire manor, and even Tony is watching it next to him. Are you sure you don't need to go back, so as to avoid accidents? No, Wanda, Lorna, Pietro, you have to experience something, so as not to know how to deal with this situation in the future. With Martin, Red Tank, Tom, and Jerry, nothing will happen. Okay, but Tom and Jerry are indeed a bit outrageous, too contrary to common sense. Looking at the scene of the attack in the manor, Tony spoke to Jiangbai next to him. He was afraid that Wanda and the others would not be able to cope with it, and there would be accidents at that time. But Jiangbai shook his head and said to Tony, he knew Wanda and the others' strength very well. What's more, Tom and Jerry were also there, so there would be no accidents at all, and there was single teleportation as insurance. He was not very worried about the situation of Wanda and others. The reason for doing this was to give Wanda and others the opportunity to experiment with their own strength. And after experiencing these things following him, the future will not be peaceful. To prevent them from not knowing how to deal with this situation in the future, it is just a good opportunity to experience it and gain experience. With the protection of the red tank next to them, Hydra can't do anything. When he saw the Winter Soldier appear, he knew that it was an attack launched by Hydra. When he returned from Wakanda, it would be a matter of settling accounts with Hydra. Dare to attack his manor, this matter is not so easy to get over. Jiang, the manor was attacked. Do you need our help? Thank you, Charles. They can handle it. I'll call you if I need you. Okay, I'll hang up first. Jiangbai's phone suddenly rang. When he saw it was Charles, he chose to answer it. He was a little surprised when he heard Charles asking if he wanted help, but he still refused the other party's help. Although it was well-intentioned, Martin and the others were not so bad that they couldn't deal with these hydras. After refusing the other party's help, Charles didn't say much and hung up the call. Jiangbai and Tony continued to watch the scene of the manor on the screen. Boom! A rocket was fired from outside the manor into the manor, targeting Tom and Jerry. As the rocket exploded, Tom and Jerry were covered by the explosion. Martin, Wanda, Lorna, and Pietro were even more angry when they saw it. The smoke dissipated, and Tom and Jerry stood there with their bodies charred, and their eyes were particularly obvious. Then the two little guys shook their bodies. Both some black appearances appeared. The body also returned to its original appearance. The rockets did not cause any damage to them at all. Even Mary was shocked by the situation just now. She thought that the two magical animals were gone, but she was also very surprised to see that the other party was intact. After Tom and Jerry recovered their bodies, they threw away the machine guns in their hands. The two hands reached behind them and took out a lot of weapons. These weapons looked strange, but the barrels of each were particularly thick. It is almost certain that these are weapons belonging to the ranks of artillery shells. After Tom and Jerry took out their weapons, they fired wildly at the position where they were shot. It didn't take long for hundreds of shells to be fired, all flying towards the outside of the manor, which was the location where the rockets were launched. Mary was terrified when she saw the scene, because this situation was too scary and too outrageous. Boom! Boom! Outside the manor, the flames shot up into the sky, and even the location of the villa area in the distance could be seen. The flames almost illuminated most of Manhattan. This also scared the members of the organization in the dark and then reported the situation back. But Hydra did not back down. Commander, the cat and mouse appeared. Do you want to execute the plan? Execute. The cat and mouse must be captured. Yes. In a hidden location, a Hydra member spoke to his commander, and after getting a positive answer, he rushed into the manor with 5 armed teams, including 5 winter soldiers. Each of them carried a strange device. After rushing into the manor, the winter soldier began to prepare to capture Tom and Jerry, but the premise was that he could avoid their artillery bombardment. Because of the manor, Tom and Jerry did not use artillery shells after firing a few times. They knew that Jiangbai would definitely be angry if the manor was destroyed. This also gave the winter soldier a chance. One of the winter soldier held a special grenade launcher and continuously fired special grenades at Tom and Jerry's position. The grenades were all filled with special anesthetic smoke. This kind of smoke would instantly make elephants lose consciousness. But Tom and Jerry would not wait for them to attack them. Looking at the flying grenades, Tom and Jerry ran on the spot and white smoke appeared. But it dispersed again 2 seconds later, and a special rebound net appeared next to Tom and Jerry. The two little guys pulled gently, and all the grenades were bounced back, which made the winter soldier who fired the grenade dumbfounded instantly. These grenades are all specially made. As long as they are fired and hit something, they will explode directly, and the special anesthetic smoke inside will also burst out. As a result, they were bounced back directly. This is completely unreasonable. Then the other winter soldiers immediately moved away from here. This thing is not only useful for elephants, but also for them. Once they come into contact, they will be instantly anesthetized and lose consciousness. But while running, they still didn't believe in evil and fired a few more grenades at Tom and Jerry's position. This made Tom and Jerry excited. They took out a tennis racket from behind and waited for the grenades to arrive with a smile. Even Jerry took out the tennis racket, and the winter soldier on the other side was very excited. It might have been an accident just now. Now they will explode directly as long as they touch the grenade. Wait for the anesthetic gas to appear, and then the mission can be completed. The idea is quite good. Can Tom and Jerry treat it as a normal situation? Looking at the flying grenades, Tom and Jerry swung the tennis racket and swung it directly. The grenade hit, but it still did not explode under the expectant eyes of everyone, and was directly hit out by the tennis racket. Boom! The flying grenade exploded after touching the ground, and the special anesthetic gas was released, causing many members of the Hydra armed team to fall to the ground motionless after inhaling it. This scene not only stunned the Winter Soldier, but also the commander behind the scenes. Mary in the sky had a speechless expression, but she was more interested in Tom and Jerry. At this time, Red Tank rushed to the position of the Winter Soldier. His sturdy and strong body could not stop him no matter how the Hydra Arm team attacked. Bang! Almost all the members of the Hydra Arm team who were hit by him were seriously injured. If they were stepped on, their bodies would be instantly sunken and the bones in the stressed parts would be broken. Without special circumstances, they could not be saved. Even if they were saved, they would be disabled in the future. Would Hydra bear the future of these disabled soldiers? Impossible, so there was only one way to die waiting for them. However, they were all soldiers brainwashed by Hydra and no longer cared about life and death. It must be said that Hydra's brainwashing was indeed a set, but the opposite Red Tank could only die. Red Tank did not stop after rushing in front of the Winter Soldier, but accelerated instead. He knocked one of the Winter Soldiers out at a glance, and then stretched out his strong and powerful arms to sweep the other Winter Soldiers fiercely. Even if he had a physique and strength beyond ordinary people, he was still knocked out by Red Tank, fell to the ground and kept vomiting blood, and some fragments could be seen in it. Obviously, his internal organs had been severely damaged just now, and they were broken, and he was completely unable to fight again. The other 3 Winter Soldiers looked at the Red Tank expressionlessly, dodging his collision while looking for opportunities. At this time, Mutton had already dealt with the Winter Soldier. His body had been strengthened twice, and he was stronger than the Winter Soldier. If the Winter Soldier's fighting skills were not very strong, Mutton would have taken him down long ago. Hydra in the manner the ARM team had almost been cleared. Wanda, Lorna, Pietro, and Mutton all looked at the last 3 Winter Soldiers. Red Tank also stopped colliding and prepared to deal with them together. Boom! Lorna began to manipulate the metal on their bodies to bind them without hesitation, and then Red Tank rushed forward and punched one of the Winter Soldiers with his right fist. The fist hit his chest, and his back was protruding. Then he was blown away for dozens of meters and had no breath. Pietro also disappeared while Lorna was binding them. Then one of the Winter Soldiers was beaten and flew everywhere in the air. He was beaten again before he could react. The last one was that Wanda used her ability to crush his head directly. Soon, all the people who attacked the manor were solved. Because Jiang Bai sent a message, the Winter Soldier was still alive for the time being. But Tom and Jerry took out various weapons from behind and aimed at the position of Sky Mary, which directly aroused everyone's vigilance. Hey, don't be impulsive, little guys. I have no ill intentions. I just came to check the situation. I promise. I am not in the same group with them. What she said is true. You can leave now. You are not welcome here. After Mary saw Tom and Jerry took out a lot of weapons and locked onto her, she slowly landed in front of everyone and explained that she was not in the same group with them. After she finished speaking, everyone looked at Wanda. Wanda's chaos magic was not just as simple as controlling things. She could also do some simple psychic abilities. It was very easy to detect whether a person was lying or not. After explaining to everyone, she told Mary to leave with a cold face. Although the other party was not in the same group with them. Let's not talk about the purpose of the other party coming here. Wanda and others will naturally not have a good face for her if she suddenly appears at this time. What's more, she found that the other party is very powerful. In order to prevent any accidents, she can't let the other party stay in the manor. I have no ill intentions. Okay. The direction of your manor is the headquarters of these people. It should still be there now. Thank you. Hearing Wanda speak, Mary also realized that it was not good for her to appear at this time, which could easily cause misunderstandings. After a helpless smile, she told them what she knew and then used her ability to fly away from here. After returning to her home, she began to think about what happened just now. Although this kind of attack was nothing to her, the other party had sent out a lot of people, nearly 1,000 fully armed soldiers, but there was no powerful heavy firepower. There were only rocket launchers and grenades, but she felt something was wrong. This was not the first time she noticed the battle in this manner. She was also watching the battle between those mutants and Jiang Bai not far away last time. She knew that this manor had some very powerful weapons, but this time the battle was not started. Otherwise, they might not be able to enter the manor at all. Also, the owner of the manor did not appear after being attacked, which made Mary feel a little unusual. It was as if the other party deliberately let these attackers in. After thinking for a while, she still couldn't figure it out. She shook her head slightly and changed back to her lace nightgown to prepare for bed. She was more and more interested in Jiangbai and the two strange pets. Jiangbai on the fighter was very surprised to find Mary's appearance. He didn't expect that this attack would attract Mary's attention. He secretly calculated in his heart, and it was a little regretful that such a good opportunity for contact was gone. In the manor, Pietro disappeared in an instant after Mary left. The next moment he appeared directly at the command position of Hydra and solved everyone in a few seconds. He tied the Hydra's superior with ropes and tied him back to the manor. When he returned to the manor, he found that the other party was dead. Just now, he had bitten the poison hidden in his teeth and committed suicide. Pietro, with a bored look on his face, threw him to the ground, and everyone looked at the manor full of corpses with a very ugly face. Martin had no good solution for this, because even if he had connections, it would be very difficult to deal with nearly 1,000 corpses. At this time, Tom and Jerry seemed to know the difficulties of the crowd, and took out a sack from behind and started to put the corpses. The strange thing was that no matter how they put them, neither of the two sacks was filled. In this way, the corpses in the entire manor were cleaned up by Tom and Jerry in 5 minutes. Finally, the sack was put back behind him. The next moment, the energy shield in the entire manor was opened, and the whole illusion was opened. Everyone began to pack up the weapons brought by the attackers, and all the weapons went into the basement. Because the villa was also destroyed, Wanda and others were ready to live on the aerospace mothership, but Red Tank had no authority, and now they didn't know that they had the aerospace mothership. Tom and Jerry took out a yellow safety helmet from behind and put it on, then took out a paint bucket and brush from behind, and came to the location of the villa and started to paint. Everyone looked at Tom and Jerry at a loss, only to see that all the places painted by Tom and Jerry were restored to their original appearance. Even the bullet holes disappeared directly. Seeing such a magical scene, everyone's eyes lit up. Wanda came behind Tom and patted Tom on the shoulder and pointed at Tom's paint bucket and brush. Tom, who knew what he meant, took out another paint bucket and brush from behind and handed them to Wanda. Wanda nodded with satisfaction, and everyone began to paint the villa with the paint bucket and brush given by Tom. Not only the villa, but even the walls of the manor can be repaired. Pietro curiously took the brush to the ground to see if it would recover. As a result, the craters and shell holes on the ground were directly restored to their original appearance. Pietro, surprised, used his ability to paint continuously in the manor. Soon the entire manor was restored to its original appearance, and all the bullet heads and shells were collected by him. After putting them in a bag, they were thrown into the basement. It was already late, and Wanda, Lorna, Pietro, and others returned to their rooms. Tom and Jerry returned to the large room on the 3rd floor and lay on the sofa to continue watching TV and eating snacks. This battle also shocked many organizations. More than 1,000 fully armed soldiers did not take down a manor. They were all killed. Many wealthy people in the rich area looked at the manor not far away in fear. The sound of gunfire, grenades, shells, and the whole it rang for several hours. Even Nick Fury of S.H.I.E.L.D. looked unhappy after receiving the intelligence. He didn't expect that the people in the manor were so powerful that Jiangbai could deal with nearly 1,000 fully armed soldiers without him. But now he doesn't even know where those soldiers came from or how they entered New York. This battle not only shocked many organizations, but also many gangs in Hell's Kitchen knew about it, including Kingpin, the Emperor of Hell's Kitchen. The fully armed soldiers are not gang members, and they were all solved in just a few hours. Even Kingpin was very surprised, but he didn't express his opinion. The other party had no connection with him. Don't think he was the uncrowned king of the underground gang. But he couldn't withstand the sudden attack of more than 1,000 fully armed soldiers, not to mention that there were soldiers who were beyond ordinary people. The next day. At this moment, The fighter plane that Tony and Jiangbai were riding was about to arrive above Wakanda. But looking down from a high place, it was a primeval forest, and there were several thatched houses not far away. It seemed that it should be something that Wakanda used to cover up. Let's go, put on your armor to avoid being killed later. We are most likely going to steal the vibranium. Shit, okay. To be honest, I hope we can get out alive. Don't worry, it's not that scary. Jiangbai slowly spoke to Tony on the fighter plane and told Tony directly that he was here to steal the vibranium. The vibranium needed to build the armor for King Kong is not only something Jiangbai can't afford, but Tony can't afford it either, so he has to steal it. His magnetic control combined with the chicken spell and the rabbit spell can directly hijack the King of Wakanda, and there is no need to fight with the other party. The other party can develop beyond the international level for hundreds of years, so he has to be careful when he goes in, so as not to overturn at that time. After Tony put on the iron armor, Jarvis controlled the fighter, and then the two left from the hatch of the fighter. Jiangbai did not wear the magnetic armor. He completely used the floating power of the chicken spell to float in the air, and then Jiangbai and Tony flew to a location in the primeval forest, which directly attracted the attention of the soldiers outside the Wakanda energy shield. After arriving at a hidden location, the magnetic force was mobilized to interfere with the entire energy anti-slip cover, and then something similar to a gate appeared in the entire location. It seems that it should be the location of Wakanda's entrance and exit. Jiangbai still used the magnetic force to feel that the energy shield of the entire location was relatively weak. It turned out to be the location where the other party entered and exited. Tony's eyes were shining when he saw that the entire gate was made of vibranium. Let's not talk about the price of vibranium. Vibranium is so precious that it is completely priceless. They actually used it to make a door. It's too extravagant. There was a noise behind the two men, and several strong black men wearing animal skins appeared in the sight of Jiangbai and Tony, holding spears made of vibranium. This made Jiangbai's eyes light up. He didn't know how to get in yet, but it would be easy with these vibranium spears. Who are you and what are you doing here? One of the black men questioned Jiangbai and Tony loudly, and the remaining four looked at them unkindly with vibranium spears in their hands. Jiangbai used his ability to wave at the vibranium spears, and 5 vibranium spears flew out of his hand and floated in the air. Slowly floating to Jiangbai's side, the door behind him slowly opened at this time. Obviously, Wakanda already knew they were coming. But surprisingly, the other side did not send a large number of warriors. Instead, a black man wearing a black and purple Black Panther armor appeared in front of them. You can leave, Mr. Tony, Mr. Jiangbai, please. My father has known that you are coming and is waiting for you in the palace. Yes, Your Highness, X5. It was a bit unexpected for Jiangbai to find out that the visitor was Chala, who actually invited them in. Without thinking too much, he followed Chala into Wakanda. Even if the other party wanted to start a war, he didn't care. There was vibranium everywhere here, and his magnetic control had long been invincible here. Tony seemed to be a bit of a drag. After following Chala into Wakanda, Jiangbai and Tony discovered the appearance of the entire Wakanda. What came into view was a green grassland, and not far away were various buildings made of vibranium, and not far away was a vibranium spaceship suspended in the air. After the two followed Chala onto the spaceship started and flew to the location of the Wakanda Palace, but the speed was not fast. The scenery and architecture of Wakanda opened their eyes along the way. It was just that watching them use vibranium to build various buildings made Tony want to vomit blood. Along the way, Chala didn't say anything to Jiangbai and Tony. They wouldn't talk to each other in a boring way. They came here to grab vibranium. This time they went there mainly to see what tricks the other party was up to. Soon, the spaceship stopped on a platform. Chala took Jiangbai and Tony to the palace. Along the way, they saw many guards holding vibranium spears and Okoye, a Wakanda woman with extraordinary skills. In the future, she even removed Bucky's vibranium arm with her bare hands. She is also the captain of the Royal Guard of the Kingdom of Wakanda and the strongest warrior in Wakanda's history. Her combat power is second only to Black Panther. Okoye has extraordinary physical fitness, speed, and reaction ability. She also has super fighting skills, is good at fighting with bare hands, and is proficient in fighting with various martial arts equipment. However, she looked at Jiangbai and Tony with a very unfriendly look, and Jiangbai did not pay much attention to it. He followed Chala into the palace with 5 vibranium spears suspended behind him. Then he saw an old black man wearing a crown sitting on the throne. He was Chaka. Chaka is a king who is good at leading the country and a talented military strategist. As the former Black Panther, he also has the ability of a Black Panther. Each Black Panther greatly enhances its senses and physical characteristics by eating a piece of heart-shaped herb, thereby gaining superhuman speed, acuity, strength, and endurance. Even though he looks old, his body is not thin or decayed at all, but looks very strong. Jiangbai narrowed his eyes slightly when looking at the other person. This may be the ability of the heart-shaped grass. He seems to be a good friend of Captain America. That's it. His strength is so strong that Jiangbai can trap him in the Black Panther armor with a magnetic control. Welcome, Mr. Jiangbai, Mr. Tony. King Chaka, you should know why we are here. I am curious about your attitude. Chaka, after seeing Jiangbai and Tony, stood up from the throne and welcomed them. This attitude made Jiangbai a little confused. In order to avoid any accidents, he decided to show his cards directly. As his voice fell, the vibranium spears of the surrounding guards also flew out directly, slowly came to Jiangbai's side, suspended in the air, and were all aimed at Chala and Chaka. Chala's vibranium armor helped him cover the head of the armor, and then blocked his father. The guards in the palace also surrounded Jiangbai and Tony at the first time, even without weapons. That Okoye looked at Jiangbai and Tony with a very gloomy face. The spear in her hand was also controlled by Jiangbai and flew to Jiangbai's side. Okay, no need to surround them. If Mr. Jiangbai wants to kill me, you can't stop him. His magnetic control alone is already invincible here, not to mention those 2 powerful pets. Oh? It seems that you know me well. Tell me, why did you bring us here? Hehe, I know that you 2 have formed an organization called the Illuminati. I hope Chala can join it. I can give you vibranium for free. Okay, give me 10 tons. No problem, go and pull out 10 tons of vibranium. At this time, Chaka spoke up, waved to the guards around, and told Jiangbai some of his abilities. This surprised Jiangbai a little. He didn't expect Wakanda to collect so much information about him, even Tom and Jerry knew it. He was very curious about what Chaka was going to do, and then Chaka said the name of the Illuminati, which shocked Jiangbai and Tony. The Illuminati has not been exposed so far. There are only him, Tony, Sentinel, Professor X, and Zhao Helen in the Illuminati, and they have never even acted in the name of the Illuminati. The note left for Banner is unlikely to be discovered by Wakanda, and then Chaka's next sentence surprised the 2 even more. He actually wanted Chala to join the Illuminati, and for this he could give them the vibranium they needed for free. The 2 did not hesitate much and agreed directly, and then asked for 10 tons of vibranium. After thinking for a while, Jiangbai took a deep look at Chaka. As expected of someone who can sit on the throne, there is no simple one. Just paying 10 tons of vibranium to solve this crisis in Wakanda. He also won over the Illuminati. After all, if they fight with Wakanda, it will not be just 10 tons of vibranium. That is to take as much as you want, and Wakanda will have to die a lot of people, and it may even be directly destroyed. Join the Illuminati now and pay 10 tons of vibranium. After joining the Illuminati, it is equivalent to becoming Tony and Jiangbai's teammate, that is, one of their own. In this way, next time you need vibranium, you can't just rob it. Robbing things from members of your own organization, this kind of thing will ruin the reputation of the Illuminati. Not only that, if Wakanda encounters any danger in the future, you can directly ask the Illuminati for help. It can be said that Chaka's move is brilliant. Only 10 tons of vibranium is completely insignificant for Wakanda. However, Jiangbai doesn't care much and doesn't plan to regret it. Chaka's move is indeed brilliant, but it is only limited to Jiangbai's current strength. After he obtains the 12 spells and his strength is greatly improved, He can even enter Wakanda without anyone noticing, and he can have as much as he wants with the system space. And vibranium is not the hardest metal, adamantium is, and vibranium can mainly absorb energy and release it. Vibranium is very hard, and its special molecular structure makes it almost indestructible because its molecules are relatively static, so it hardly conducts heat and kinetic energy, and this characteristic allows it to absorb heat, energy, and kinetic energy. Only adamantium and vibranium together are the most perfect combination. Then Chaka invited Jiangbai and Tony to a banquet, and soon everyone came to the vibranium warehouse. 10 tons of vibranium were placed outside. These 10 tons of vibranium are ready. Do we need to transport them to a certain location? No. Chaka said to Jiangbai and Tony with a smile, as if he was sure that they could not take away 10 tons of vibranium. In response, Jiangbai just spit out 2 words lightly, slowly walked to the front of the vibranium, and prepared to directly put the 10 tons of vibranium into his system space. But he was instantly unhappy when he thought of Chaka's calculations on himself. However, at this time, he found that because the vibranium and some vibranium in the warehouse were connected together, if he collected it, he would not only collect 10 tons of vibranium, but also all the vibranium in the entire vibranium warehouse. After learning the news, he glanced at Chaka jokingly. Jiangbai's glance instantly made Chaka feel a little uneasy, and the next second Jiangbai put 10 tons of vibranium into his system space. But it was not just 10 tons. Hundreds of tons of vibranium were put into the system space, and the entire vibranium warehouse was emptied. Chala and others who discovered the scene looked at Jiangbai in disbelief, but soon found that all the vibranium in the warehouse had disappeared, and before they came to question Jiangbai, Chaka had already stopped the guards and sent Jiangbai and Tony to the door of the protective shield as if nothing had happened. When leaving, Jiangbai looked at Chaka with a smug smile and then flew to the position of the fighter with Tony. Although he had just taken away 100 tons of vibranium, Chaka only dared to swallow it with a broken tooth. Now that he turned against Wakanda, it was still Wakanda that suffered. This is why Jiangbai dared to take away 100 tons of vibranium directly. Chaka dug a trap for them to jump into, so he would definitely give this old guy some gifts in return. Jiangbai was very happy to receive 100 tons of vibranium, and the frustration of being calculated by Chaka just now disappeared. Chala and others on the other side looked at Chaka in confusion. Father, he obviously took away 100 tons of vibranium. Why did you? Alas, after he agreed to let you join the Illuminati just now, he realized that I was calculating against them. But they didn't regret it. This time he took away 100 tons of vibranium, which was also dissatisfied with my calculation of them. It was also a warning to us in a roundabout way. For the future of Wakanda, 100 tons of vibranium is nothing. You have also seen the 2 pets under his command. Their strength is too terrifying, and he himself has the ability of magnetic control. We are full of vibranium in Wakanda, and we have no chance of winning in a fight. It is better to take this opportunity to join the other side. The Illuminati formed. In this way, we can build a good relationship with him and avoid this situation from happening again in the future. And the reason why I said he was warning us, think about it. He can take away 100 tons of vibranium. Can he release it? If he releases these vibraniums at high altitude, the gravity of 100 tons can instantly collapse the palace. I know, Father. Faced with Chala's inquiry, Chaka slowly opened his mouth to explain to him and said that 100 tons of vibranium is nothing compared to Wakanda, but it is really good to build a good relationship with the other party. If you encounter this situation again, you can ask the Illuminati for help. Although their Wakanda's technology is indeed advanced, it is very different from the outside world. There are large-scale weapons, but they can't be released in their own country. Once released, let's not talk about whether the other party will die. The people in their own country are probably dead. Originally, the space inside the Wakanda energy shield is not very large, and it can't withstand the large-scale weapons of their own family, not to mention once Wakanda is exposed. It will become the target of the whole world. All countries will go crazy for vibranium. Therefore, it is not impossible to trigger the Third World War. Even if their technology is indeed good, it can't stop the siege of all countries. What's more, the United States and Russia are both ruthless people who launch nuclear bombs at a disagreement. If one country takes the lead in launching nuclear bombs, then other countries will follow. At that time, it will be a real disaster for Wakanda. After listening to his father's words, Chatra remained silent and finally nodded to show that he understood. But Chaka knew that Chala didn't fully understand, and he still had a long way to go. He is already old, and there is not much time left for Chala. Jiang, you took so much vibranium. Why didn't Wakanda bother you? They wouldn't, and they wouldn't dare. Chala joining the Illuminati was Chaka's plan. I took more as a lesson to him. After returning to the fighter, Tony asked Jiang Bai excitedly, and Jiang Bai also smiled and explained to Tony. Thinking of Chaka's dark face, Jiang Bai couldn't help but feel proud. 100 tons of vibranium is enough to make a lot of things. There are still 5 vibranium spears he took away in his system space. The first vibranium spears were hidden in his system space. He took as much as he could, but Jiang Bai was speechless about Wakanda's technology. He seriously suspected that Wakanda's technology tree was crooked. Let alone anything else, this vibranium spear is not something a normal person would do. Not only that, in the timeline, whether Thanos appeared in Wakanda or in the final battle, Wakanda did not use particularly powerful weapons. It was all a group of people holding vibranium spears to fight with others. Use the most rare and precious metals to make the most primitive weapons. In the timeline, Okoye even mocked some terrorists for using firearms, saying that they were primitive. As a result, she fought with others with a spear, which was really outrageous. Apart from some special technologies such as hovercraft and Black Panther armor, Jiang Bai's memory really did not have any powerful weapons of Wakanda. It may be because of some special reasons that they were not used, but there should be some. How to protect vibranium without powerful weapons. However, Jiang Bai did not care much, and the development of Wakanda had nothing to do with him. Vibranium will not only be available in Wakanda in the future, and the exotic metals in other worlds are also good. If the world of Doraemon appears, trading a prop can directly copy hundreds of tons of vibranium. Besides, adamantium is not bad. There is also the Akka metal of Yondu's sentinel arrows and galactic glaze, which is the metal made by Galactus specifically for Silver Surfer. There are also many metals in other worlds, so Jiang Bai is not entangled with vibranium. It's for you. Come to me when you run out. I have to go back to make armor for King Kong. Walter, okay, this is enough for now. Take out 10,000 kilograms of vibranium from the system space and put it on the fighter plane and said to Tony. He plans to use the rest to make armor for King Kong, of course not all. It's not necessary to use 100 tons of vibranium to make it. Tony looked at the vibranium in front of him and was speechless, but there was nothing he could do. After all, Jiang Bai asked for this thing from Wakanda. If he went to Wakanda to ask for it himself, it was unknown whether they would see him, let alone get 10,000 kilograms of vibranium. Besides, Jiang Bai said that he could come to him after he used it up, which made Tony very happy. After opening the hatch, Jiang Bai used the chicken spell and the rabbit spell to fly to his manor. With the energy in his body, Jiang Bai's speed instantly surpassed that of a fighter. It was even faster than his magnetic armor, and he returned to his manor in a few minutes. He did not return to the manor immediately, but entered the aerospace mothership. After careful consideration, he was still not ready to give King Kong's armor to Tony to build. Apart from anything else, he would definitely deduct the vibranium privately and might also put something in the armor. So he decided to ask Grey Wolf to help him build it. He has also communicated with King Kong in the past few days and told him that he would give him a gift. This made King Kong very happy. Jiang Bai, Grey Wolf, are you there? Help me build a set of armor with the metal I gave you. This is the data and template for building the armor. Grey Wolf, okay, so big? This is bigger than a mountain. Is this model of the gorilla going to wear it? Jiang Bai, yes, if you have special metals, you can also add them in. It must be hard. Also, make a metal stick for it as a weapon. You can ask for anything you need. Grey Wolf, okay, it will take a while. Please get me some sheep and delicious food. Jiang Bai, okay. After sending King Kong's data and model to Grey Wolf, he began to communicate with him. Finally, he traded 20 tons of vibranium directly. The weight of the armor is about 10 tons, which will not affect King Kong's actions. King Kong is not yet an adult, and his strength has not reached its peak. But it is more than enough to pick up a 10-ton weapon. After communicating with Grey Wolf, Jiangbai traded all the remaining sheep in the manor to Grey Wolf, but there were not many. Because of the previous attack, almost all of them died. Brother Jiangbai, you're back. I want a hug too. Okay, I saw the video of your battle. It's not bad, both are very powerful. As soon as he appeared in the villa, Lorna and Wanda rushed directly to him. Jiangbai's body hugged Jiangbai tightly and refused to let go. Jiangbai held them and praised them gently. Then Tom and Jerry also ran down from upstairs. After chatting with everyone for a few words, Jiangbai drove to the mall and bought all the major snack shops directly. Even the cake shops and bakeries were not spared. All the things were secretly collected into the system space and then traded to Grey Wolf. He also selected a lot of toys and cosmetics as gifts for Little Grey and Red Wolf. He also bought a few good watches for Grey Wolf to trade. Because there was no suit of the size of Grey Wolf, he had to give up. Then he went to a farm in another state to buy a large number of sheep. Put them all into the trading box and trade them to Grey Wolf. These things are enough to make them spend a lot of time. After doing all this, Jiangbai returned to the manor. When he entered the villa, he saw Mary sitting on the sofa in the living room, and Wanda entertained her reluctantly. What's going on? Who is this? Hello, Mr. Jiangbai. You can call me Mary. Ms. Mary, hello. What's the matter with you coming to my house? Although he was a little surprised to see Mary coming, he quickly regained his composure. He was not a fool because of beauty. He calmly walked to sit next to Wanda, looked at Mary in confusion and spoke, and then Mary told Jiang by her name. That? Although it's a bit presumptuous, I want to see the cat and the mouse, okay? How do you know Tom and Jerry, Ms. Mary? I can feel that there is a strong energy in your body. You are not an ordinary person. Are you from that organization? Otherwise, it will be difficult for you to leave this manor. After hearing Jiangbai's inquiry, Mary was a little embarrassed to ask if she wanted to see Tom and Jerry. Jiangbai's face changed instantly after learning that she wanted to check on Tom and Jerry. He asked Mary sternly, and his eyes began to glow red. The weapons in the manor also penetrated the villa and locked onto Mary. Although Mary's strength was not weak, it did not mean that Jiangbai could not deal with her. After he finished speaking, Wanda was directly forced to be teleported to the aerospace mothership. Not only Wanda, but also Lorna, Pietro, and Martin were teleported to the aerospace mothership by the Strong. He activated the laser cannon of the aerospace mothership through the bracelet and directly locked onto Mary. As long as Jiangbai gave an order, the laser cannon would be fired directly, and its power was enough to destroy the entire Manhattan area. This thing was still considered insufficient firepower in the mouth of Grey Wolf. No, I'm not a member of any organization. I'm just curious. I was curious because I saw their strange fighting yesterday. Don't get excited. I can leave right away. Feeling the weapons locked on her from all directions and a strong threat coming from above, she couldn't imagine if she could withstand it if she was attacked. Mary immediately explained to Jiangbai that she was just curious and had no ill intentions. Jiangbai stared at Mary, and after discovering through telepathy that the other party was not lying, Jiangbai raised his hand slightly. The weapons in the manor returned to calm, and the lock of the aerospace mothership was also cancelled. People with telepathy are very sensitive to lies, even if they don't use their psychic abilities to invade the other party's mind. They can also know whether the other party is lying. After confirming that Mary is not lying, Jiangbai cancelled the lock of the weapon. After taking a deep look at Mary, Jiangbai slowly spoke. Tom and Jerry are my family. You have to see if they are willing. Sorry. Just now. It's okay, Tom, Jerry. She wants to play with you. Are you willing? Then Jiangbai called Tom and Jerry down and asked them, and even Mary looked at Tom and Jerry with anticipation. These two little guys are not only cute but also very magical, which makes Mary very curious about what else is magical about them. But Tom and Jerry shook their heads together and then ran into Jiangbai's arms. Jiangbai took out a piece of fresh bluefin tuna meat from the system space and fed it to Tom, and then took out a big piece of cheese and handed it to Jerry. The two little guys ate it very happily. After Mary noticed the scene, she said hello to Jiangbai and left. Jiangbai smiled slightly as he watched her leave. He was just trying to scare Mary just now. Of course, he knew that Mary had not joined any organization. The reason for doing this was nothing more than showing his attention to Tom and Jerry. He could even let Tom and Jerry contact anyone without worry. No one could take them away if they didn't want to. It wouldn't be long before Mary came back. From her eyes just now, it could be seen that she was indeed very interested in Tom and Jerry. She didn't show any greed or desire. She only had pure love and curiosity in her eyes. This was why Jiangbai didn't let her leave directly. Jiangbai would not refuse her if she came to find Tom and Jerry in the future. As long as she came to find Tom and Jerry, the opportunity to contact them would come. After saying goodbye to Wanda and others, Jiangbai took Tom and Jerry to the third floor, sat on the sofa, watched TV, and petted cats. At this time, Valon suddenly sent a message. "Valon, are you there? I now have a cow charm, a tiger charm, a horse charm, and a sheep charm. Jiangbai, you can trade. What do you want?" "Valon, do you have any powerful weapons?" "Jiangbai, I can give you a powerful magnetic armor. After wearing it, you can control magnetism. It has intelligent system assistance, flight function, magnetic weapons, micro-missiles, and other capabilities. How about it?" "Valon, okay, I also want 2 armed helicopters and some powerful missiles. And a ton of gold." "Jiangbai, okay." After checking the information, I found that Valon had actually found 4 talismans, which was very efficient. Jiangbai didn't think much of Valon's conditions and was ready to trade his magnetic armor to Valon. He didn't need it anymore. He could trade it to Valon. Then he came to the warehouse where the weapons manufacturing department of Stock Industries stored weapons, and directly took away all the weapons and equipment, and some armed helicopters were also put into the system space. Finally, he put 2 armed helicopters, magnetic armor, 10 Jericho missiles, and 1 ton of gold in the transaction box and chose to trade. After Valon agreed, 4 talismans appeared in Jiangbai's system space, which were the Ox Talisman, Tiger Talisman, Horse Talisman, and Sheep Talisman. Ox Talisman, power of strength. It can make the holder extremely powerful and give the holder the ability to be extremely powerful. Tiger Talisman, the power of yin and yang, which can balance the conflicts of various forces in the owner's body and make it run perfectly. Usually, the holders are divided into good and evil. Horse Talisman, the power of healing, which can make the holder remove all the influences caused by external forces. It can give the holder the ability to cure all diseases and can also restore the damaged still life to its original state. Sheep Talisman, the power of manifestation, which can make the holder's soul leave the body, can give the holder the ability to have a soul out of the body and send dreams to people. But once he returns to the body, he will suffer the pain of being beaten when his soul is out of the body. Among these talismans, Jiangbai has earned back the money with just the Ox Talisman. The Ox Talisman can give him superpower, and the Tiger Talisman can balance the various abilities in his body, allowing him to maximize his abilities. The Horse Talisman can heal him instantly after he is injured, and can also restore the damaged objects to their original state. It's just like turning back time. The Sheep Charm should be able to enhance his soul or mental power, otherwise, even if the soul can leave the body, it will be very weak. After taking out the Sheep Charm from the system space, he mobilized the energy in his body to activate the Sheep Charm. He found that his body felt warm, and even his mind was clearer. It can be said that the Sheep Charm has an enhancing effect on the soul and spirit. Then Jiangbai took out the Tiger Charm from the system space. After he activated the Tiger Charm, he found that his telepathy, telekinesis, and magnetic control were all enhanced a lot because the various abilities were not balanced in his body before. Now with the adjustment of the tiger charm, he can maximize the power of his 8 abilities. He took out the horse charm, looked at the ordinary metal that had just been crushed in his hand, and then activated the horse charm to restore the metal. A green light flashed. The metal returned to its original appearance in a short while. Looking at the restored metal in his hand, he was delighted. Then he returned to the manor and came to the basement, where the Winter Soldier was tied up and unconscious. He was going to use telepathy to find the location of the Hydra base from the Winter Soldier's memory. They dared to attack the manor. Jiang Bai would naturally not sit and wait for death and must teach Hydra a painful lesson. Holding the sheep spell and using telepathy, he invaded the Winter Soldier's mind, and all his memories appeared in front of Jiang Bai. Now he can even modify the Winter Soldier's memory at will. But he didn't have any idea about the Winter Soldier. To be precise, the Winter Soldier was too weak. He had only been injected with super serum. Everyone in the manor was stronger than the Winter Soldier, and he had no need to control the Winter Soldier. But he wouldn't let the Winter Soldier go directly. This guy killed Tony's parents. At that time, maybe Tony could bleed a little and hand the Winter Soldier to him to vent his anger. In the timeline, after Tony knew that it was the Winter Soldier who killed his parents, he fought with Captain America and the Winter Soldier. In the end, Captain America still used the shield made by his father. Jiang Bai was very upset that he defeated Tony with the Winter Soldier. Even if the Winter Soldier was controlled at the beginning, it was still him who killed Tony's parents personally, which is an indisputable fact. This time he wanted to see if Captain America could still save his good friend. After finding the location of the Hydra base from the Winter Soldier's mind, he put the Winter Soldier into a deep sleep. If he wakes up, it will be another troublesome thing. Then Jiang Bai walked out of the basement slowly and called up the map scene around New York through artificial intelligence. After locking the Hydra base, he instantly rushed into the sky through the chicken spell and the rabbit spell and flew to the suburbs of New York. After trading with Jiang Bai, he found a wide place this time because he knew that the things would appear directly in front of him. In an instant, 2 armed helicopters, magnetic armor, 10 Jericho missiles, and a ton of gold appeared in front of him. Looking at the silver-white armor, Valon's eyes flashed with joy, ignoring the shocked eyes of the 3 men next to him. He came directly to the position of the silver-white armor, and soon the armor was directly worn on Valon's body, and the ability of the entire armor was understood through the intelligence system. Valon, who put on the armor, opened his hand slightly, and a ton of gold was easily suspended in the air by his magnetic force. However, he did not continue the experiment, opened the mask and said to Zhou, Leisu and Afen, "Ask others to transport all these things to our warehouse and exchange the gold for money." "Okay, boss." So much gold again. Ha ha ha. "Boss, the armor you are wearing seems to be very powerful. Can we wear it?" "Get out, I will make it for you in the future, dear job well. As long as we find the talisman, we will have everything." Zhou, Leisu, and Afen were all very excited to look at the weapons and gold in front of them. After hearing Valon's instructions, they immediately called the members of the Black Hand Gang to come and move the weapons. Zhou came to Valon and wanted to wear his magnetic armor. But how could Valon give it to him? After scolding him, he made a big promise and started the flight mode to leave here. The reason why they could find the talisman so quickly was because of the talisman detector of the Holy Lord, and the physical fitness of several people was strengthened. Jackie Chan was not their opponent at all. As soon as he got the talisman, Valon put it directly into the transaction box. But he did not agree to the transaction, which was to use the transaction box as a storage space for placing objects in disguise. This also prevented Jackie Chan and others from getting the talisman. Jackie Chan could not get the talisman in the transaction box, and the strength of Valon and others increased greatly. So they could grab the talisman so easily. But it also directly exposed that they did not give the talisman to the Holy Lord. After testing his father, the Holy Lord confirmed that the other party was indeed good, and his doubts were dispelled, but Valon never brought the talisman back. This made the Holy Lord start to send the Black Shadow Ninja to follow Valon, and found that Valon's connection with the talisman disappeared not long after he got it. It also indirectly shows that Valon did not give him the talisman. Although he wanted to attack Valon and others, he could not use any special means after turning into a stone statue. He could only summon the Black Shadow Ninja, helpless and angry at the same time, as a proud dragon. He was actually played by an ant and took his power for himself. This made the Holy Lord even more angry, and he began to send the Black Shadow Ninja to find other helpers for himself. Otherwise, it would not be long before all the talismans would be taken away by Valon, and it would be extremely difficult for him to recover. At this time, Valon did not know that the Holy Lord had discovered that he had embezzled the talisman, and he wore wearing magnetic armor. He was on his way to the bank. He was going to rob the bank directly, which was much faster than exchanging gold for money. When he arrived at the bank, under his control, the magnetic force directly pulled the vault under the bank out of the ground. Soon the alarm sounded, and a large number of police cars began to rush here. Valon was also ready to deal with those police cars, using the magnetic armor to control the magnetic force to take the vault directly to the sky and leave here. Because he was not prepared at the beginning, when the police car arrived, Valon had already left. But many people took pictures of him wearing armor, but they didn't know who was inside. Soon, Sheriff Black of District 13 came and was surprised to see the silver-white armor in the video. He didn't expect that there was such technology now, but now it was obviously to capture the other party. Then he used his authority to mobilize the armed helicopter to start chasing in the direction where the silver-white armor left. It had been a while since the other party left, and he was ready to catch up. Valon controlled the magnetic armor and brought the vault to a large warehouse of the Black Hand Gang. At this time, Joe, Lesu, and Afen all looked at the vault brought back by Valon with excitement. But soon the three of them were in trouble because the vault had a password and they had no ability to crack it. Who knew that Valon would directly control the magnetic force to tear down the entire door of the vault at this time, revealing the green US dollars inside, not only US dollars, but also diamonds and gold. This harvest is enough to support their next operation. Since the first transaction with Jiangbai, Valon began to recruit soldiers and horses after exchanging the gold for money. Because of the high money, he quickly recruited a lot of people, and the scale of the Black Hand Gang expanded again. Every time they robbed the talisman, they used the advantage of numbers to suppress Chenglong and others. Jiangbai flew out of New York at a very fast speed and came to the sky above a huge farm in the suburbs. This is one of the Hydra bases in Winter Soldier's memory. The pastures and agricultural items above are all things that cover up the truth, and below is Hydra's underground base. According to Winter Soldier's memory, the scale here is not small. However, Winter Soldier is often brainwashed, and his memory is intermittent. So Jiangbai doesn't know how many Hydra members are in this base, let alone the other party's weapons and technology. So he plans to use mind control to explore it first. The reason for being so cautious is that Hydra has a lot of black technology. It may even be more than S.H.I.E.L.D. After all, 80% of S.H.I.E.L.D. are members of Hydra, and Hydra can research energy weapons through the Cosmic Cube during World War II. That was World War II, and the emergence of energy weapons is a big killer. In order to avoid any accidents, Jiangbai decided to be cautious. Then another spell appeared in his hand. The sheep spell cooperated with the psychic ability to pass through the farm and the ground and penetrated into the underground base below. Soon Jiangbai successfully invaded the mind of one of the Hydra members and began to look for information about this base. Through the memory of this member, Jiangbai found that this place was not simple. It was not only a branch base of Hydra, but also a place to study mutant genes. The entire base was very large, with no less than 2,000 armed personnel, and even armed helicopters, tanks, anti-aircraft missiles, and other heavy firepower. They also recruited a lot of mutants to join them, but most of them were directly brainwashed and controlled. Either become a person guarding this base, or become a killing machine. However, even if the armed forces in this base are not weak, it is just that for Jiangbai. With the blessing of the rabbit spell, these armed forces did not pose any threat to him, not to mention the horse spell in hand. Just as Jiang Bai was about to rush in, he suddenly found a weak psychic ability extending from the underground base. After hesitating for a while, he still used his psychic ability to connect with the other party. Save me, save me. Who are you? Why were you caught by them? My name is Emma Grace Frost. They arrested me to study my ability. The guards here are very strong. Go find Charles. He will help you. After connecting with the other party, Jiang Bai heard a faint female voice coming. He could feel that her condition was very bad and very weak. Thinking of the other party's psychic ability, Jiang Bai was very curious about who she would be. Although there are many people with psychic abilities in Marvel, they are definitely not common. After learning that her name is Emma Grace Frost, I was shocked. The owner of this name also has a code name, that is, White Queen. A woman with telepathy and diamondization, she was actually caught by Hydra. Her strength is not weak. Telepathy plus diamondization, the combination of the two, can be said to be as strong as the current Magneto. When he thought of the White Queen, a beautiful and noble face with blonde hair, blue eyes and skin as white as cream appeared in his mind, as well as a hot body that was not inferior to that of a model. He ignored the White Queen's suggestion that he go to Charles and activated the chicken spell and rabbit spell to dive down to the location of the farm below. He was ready to destroy the entire base alone. He was also quite interested in the White Queen. Boom. Ding. After Jiang Bai broke through the house of the farm and entered the living room of the house, the whole farm sounded an alarm. However, Jiang Bai did not care and slowly walked towards the entrance to the underground base. The Hydra members who were disguised in the farm heard the alarm, immediately took out their weapons and rushed to the direction of the house. Soon, 7 or 8 Hydra members rushed into the house and walked cautiously towards the location leading to the underground base. The next second, a blue energy covered with freezing appeared, and all the Hydra members who entered the room were frozen. Jiang Bai looked at the blocked entrance expressionlessly, took out the bull talisman from the system space, and after activating it, Jiang Bai felt his body full of powerful strength. Then he punched the entrance door of the underground base hard. Boom! With just one punch, the entire metal door was punched through, and then he grabbed the punched position with both hands and pulled it open to both sides. Jiang Bai pulled a crack in the metal door that was big enough for him to pass through, and stepped into the interior, where there were metal walls and metal pipes everywhere. Without checking too much, he used telepathy as a radar to detect the Hydra members around him and walked slowly forward. After a few steps, he came to an elevator. It is obvious that this is not the underground base, and the underground base needs to be entered by elevator. He raised his hand and punched the metal door of the elevator, and used the suspension power of the chicken spell to enter the elevator space. Obviously, they have controlled all the elevators below. He did not leave the elevator for Jiang Bai, and used the chicken spell to slowly float down. According to the feedback of telepathy, there are already many armed personnel at the bottom holding weapons waiting for him to go down. Jiang Bai smiled disdainfully and used his mental ability to directly control them and let them start killing each other. Boom! Bang! The controlled armed personnel immediately pointed their guns at their companions and fired without hesitation. One of the armed personnel directly pulled the trigger of the rocket launcher. An explosion sounded, and all the armed personnel who ambushed Jiang Bai died. Soon Jiang Bai came to the underground base from above, looking at the bodies of the armed soldiers who were controlled by his mental ability to kill each other, and felt that it was worthy of telepathy. But he still had some doubts. With the White Queen's strength, it should be easy to escape from here. Why did she seem so weak? Did the Hydra members use anesthetics to anesthetize the White Queen to prevent her from using her psychic powers? Or did they put her in a place where no humans would appear? This made Jiang Bai a little confused. But he would know the results soon. At this time, a sound of footsteps came, and soon several fully armed teams appeared in Jiang Bai's sight. They pulled the trigger as soon as they saw Jiang Bai and the entire intruder. The yellow bullets shot towards Jiang Bai's position, but they were all blocked by his magnetic control. The bullets were suspended beside his body and could not move forward at all. Bang! Jiangbai's mind moved, and all the bullets floating around him returned to their original paths, directly shooting all the armed personnel. After confirming that they were all dead, Jiangbai slowly walked forward. As if returning to his own home, he had to look at everything curiously, not treating this as the Hydra base at all. This scene was also recorded by the surveillance cameras in the Hydra base, which made the faces of the Hydra executives in the base very ugly. They never thought that Jiangbai would come directly to the door. He also had the attitude of going home, and did not take them seriously at all. Damn, how did he know this base? Sir, ordinary armed teams can't deal with him at all. We have to let those mutants take action. Okay, let all the mutants take action together. I want this silver man to die here. He seems to have a lot of abilities. Maybe we will get a new research subject. Yes, sir. In an office in the underground base, the Hydra executives of the base cursed while watching the surveillance footage on the computer. He recognized Jiangbai the moment he appeared. He was not sure how strong Jiangbai was, but he wanted to know more about how Jiangbai found the space. The construction of this base has never been discovered until now. Jiangbai actually walked in blatantly, as if he was going home. Hydra didn't know that Jiangbai had the ability of telepathy, and few people knew that Jiangbai had the ability of telepathy. Otherwise, Hydra would probably not launch an attack on Jiangbai's manor, because once they launched an attack, they would expose their identity as Hydra, and after being exposed, they would be destroyed by all the major American organizations. The World War II was caused by Hydra, so America hates the Hydra organization. There are many people with telepathy in this world, and even Charles knows the existence of Hydra. But he did not tell Nick Fury. Anyone who knows why S.H.I.E.L.D. was established understands what Hydra means to S.H.I.E.L.D. Knowing does not mean that Charles will tell others. The existence of Hydra can contain S.H.I.E.L.D. in some cases. It is not suitable to expose it now. If America and the international community are ready to eliminate the mutants in S.H.I.E.L.D., then S.H.I.E.L.D. must be the first to take action. S.H.I.E.L.D. is an organization that protects the Earth and mankind, but it is the dog of the International Security Council and America. Most of the members of the International Security Council are senior officials of the United States, and most of the funds of S.H.I.E.L.D. are also paid by the United States. Faced with the mandatory order of the United States, Nick Fury could not refuse it at all. Just like in the timeline, the International Security Council ordered the launch of a nuclear bomb. Even if Nick Fury disagreed, there would be members of S.H.I.E.L.D. who would start fighter jets to launch nuclear bombs. So how could Charles tell Nick Fury about the existence of Hydra? It is estimated that Charles probably knows that there are many Hydras in S.H.I.E.L.D. The old guy's brainwave amplifier is terribly powerful. He probably knows the existence of Kamtaj. Even if the Ancient One can be immune to the mind invasion after the brainwave amplifier, can the others of Kamtaj be? Even with the protection of the temple, Kamtaj's wizards will appear in major cities, and there will always be accidents that Charles will know. Charles is committed to letting humans and mutants coexist peacefully, but if humans want mutants to be extinct, will Charles really remain indifferent? The more you know, the more scruples you have. Just as Sentinel and Kamtaj are the mountains he cannot cross. So Charles can only try to let humans and mutants coexist peacefully. Perhaps he also has his own original ideas. After all, in a world with only mutants, Charles is such a good guy or a saint. Boom. Soon, Jiangbai was attacked by mutants sent by the Hydra High Level in the base. Jiangbai tried to use telepathy to deal with them, but it didn't work at all. Either there is something with defensive psychic ability, or these mutants have no thoughts of their own and have completely turned into zombies. Raising his hand to create an ice wall to resist the opponent's energy attack, a total of 5 mutants appeared. The other 4 were mutants with strange features in their bodies. And only the mutant who released the energy attack had no difference in appearance from ordinary people. Obviously, those mutants with strange features in their bodies are almost all physical abilities, and only the mutant who is no different from ordinary people has other abilities. Relatively speaking, the mutants who are no different from ordinary people have higher potential. Boom. Ice wall. Soon they were beaten up by 2 mutants with scales on their bodies. When they saw Jiangbai, a blue light suddenly shot out of their eyes. This scene scared Jiangbai, and he used the rabbit spell to dodge the opponent's attack instantly. He didn't expect that such a mutant with abnormal body would have such an attack method, but he soon realized something was wrong. Because the arms of these two mutants were different sizes, one was covered with green scales, and the other had no scales at all, but it was thicker than the other arm. Looking at their uncoordinated appearance, Jiangbai had a guess in his mind. He seriously suspected that these mutants were monsters stitched together by Hydra scientists, stitching together different mutant abilities, giving them more powerful power. Even Jiangbai trembled in his heart at this method. It was too cruel. This experiment is not so easy to succeed. If you want to sew out a mutant like this, how many mutants have to be sacrificed? Can't they be controlled by telepathy? Bang! While Jiangbai was thinking, another mutant rushed over at a very fast speed. He could even run on the wall, but his running posture was very strange. Obviously, he was also a monster stitched together. Even though his speed was indeed extraordinary, he still couldn't touch Jiangbai, who was blessed with the rabbit spell. He was kicked sideways by him. With the power of the bull spell, he kicked the mutant backwards and hit the metal wall not far away. The strong impact also made a dent in the metal wall. The other four mutants also attacked Jiangbai at this time. A white energy attack was sent out from the chest of the mutant in the form of an ordinary person. The white energy was very strong, but it still didn't hit Jiangbai. When he dodged, 3 mutants with mutated forms have come to Jiangbai, and they all use their own methods to attack Jiangbai. With the blessing of the rabbit spell, their movements are like turtle speed in Jiangbai's eyes. After dodging the attacks of the 3 people, the pig spell appears in his hand. With the use of laser silver, a thick red laser shot out from Jiangbai's eyes, instantly blasting the bodies of the 3 mutants. Perhaps because they were stitched, after receiving the laser attack from Jiangbai's laser eyes, their bodies exploded directly, and the 3 mutants exploded into blood in the passage. Jiangbai used his telekinesis to prevent the blood from splashing on himself, and then looked at the only 2 mutants left. The body of the mutant who first attacked Jiangbai began to change, and his body continued to expand. Seeing that the situation was not good, Jiangbai immediately used the pig spell and laser silver to attack the opponent. Boom! 2 red lasers instantly pierced through the mutant's body. Surprisingly, he did not fall down after being pierced by Jiangbai's laser eye laser. The wound was still healing, obviously a self-healing ability. Then 2 thicker red lasers blew up his head. Only the last mutant was left at the scene, that is, the mutant who was no different from an ordinary person. There was no change in his body, and there was no incoordination, so Jiangbai planned to see if he could save him through psychic power. This mutant looked young, at most only 17 or 18 years old. But he was captured by Hydra for experiments, which made Jiangbai feel a little bit sorry. Although he really didn't care about the life and death of everyone except himself and the Chinese. This does not mean that he is a ruthless person. Facing such a bloody and cruel experiment by Hydra, even he felt very uncomfortable. Although they are mutants, they are also members of the human race. He can't save all mutants, but he doesn't mind saving some if he can. Boom! When Jiangbai used his psychic ability to enter the mutant's mind, he found that he still did not feel any thoughts or perceptions from him, but there was a very weak and young consciousness in his body, and before Jiangbai could check it, he fell directly to the ground, and then his body began to change, and his skin, limbs, and bones began to mutate. Jiangbai used Cyclops again to destroy him, but was blocked by a white energy barrier. Even the Cyclops laser with the pig spell could not penetrate. After a while, this mutant completely turned into a monster. He looked a bit like a baton. Jiangbai was shocked. Could Hydra have used a baton's genetic experiments on this mutant? Created a monster with mutant abilities? Boom! At this time, the mutant had completely disappeared and was replaced by a monster with a scorpion-like appearance. The size is not as big as a baton, but it completely occupies the entire passage. White energy is flowing on its body surface. It seems that this monster has obtained the ability of the original mutant. It rushed directly to Jiangbai's position, and its 2 powerful forelimbs attacked Jiangbai. The scorpion-like tail behind it also attacked Jiangbai from the side. used telekinesis to defend its tail and the two strong forelimbs that attacked from the opposite side. Jiang Bai activated the bull talisman and punched out, and the huge force instantly blasted the monster away. It seems that its power is not enough to compete with the bull talisman. If that happens, he may have to reveal the news of the existence of Hydra in advance, if the genetic experiment of Hydra is successful. At that time, the situation of mutants will be more difficult. With the ambition of Hydra, who knows what will happen? In the end, they have to solve it. So all the experiments in this base must be destroyed. Without hesitation, activate the rabbit talisman to cooperate with the bull talisman. The extreme impact of the rabbit talisman plus the huge force of the bull talisman. Jiang Bai clenched his fist and hit the monster's body hard, knocking the monster that had just climbed up away again, and the white energy on its body disappeared. Without waiting for the monster to react. Bang! Two red lasers hit its body hard, and after a few seconds, they pierced its body, but Jiang Bai didn't end it like that. He used the laser to burn the entire monster's body. We can't let its genes spread here, lest some strange monsters appear in the future. Quick! Go and get that body back. Yes, sir. Boom. At the other end, an armed team appeared, and then they aimed at Jiang Bai and fired a rocket. Jiang Bai, who noticed the scene, no longer planned to fight with them. Continue playing. The magnetic force was activated, and the rocket turned around instantly to destroy the entire armed team. Then he suddenly stopped destroying the monster's body and directly put it into the system space. Then he strode into the base. All the armed teams that came to attack him along the way were destroyed by him, and even armed teams holding energy weapons appeared. But the next second, he was directly controlled by Jiang by using telepathy, and then began to kill the armed personnel in the entire base. Jiang Bai went to the office of the Hydra executive alone. At this moment, the Hydra executive was already preparing to run away. The 5 mutants and the armed personnel in the base could not stop Jiang Bai. This base had been abandoned by him, and he trotted all the way to the location of the armed helicopter. Start the lifting platform and prepare to leave. When he entered the interior of the armed helicopter, he was instantly pulled out. Bang! Jiang Bai came here from another exit, and came here when he realized that the Hydra executive wanted to leave. The Hydra executive seemed to have something that could defend against telepathy, which made him unable to control the other party. I can only come and catch him myself. The armed personnel next to me immediately shot at Jiang Bai, and then they were controlled by Jiang Bai's telepathy, and then a telekinesis bound the high level of Hydra tightly. A special device was found on him, and it was because of this thing that he could defend against telepathy. The principle is unclear, just throw it into the system space, and then use telepathy to control the high level of Hydra. With the sheep spell covering the entire underground base, it was found that the armed team with energy weapons was about to eliminate all the armed personnel. Jiang Bai's mind moved, and all the armed personnel in the base had their heads blown up by their telepathic abilities. He controlled the suit-wearing Hydra executive to follow him, rubbed his temples, and exhaled. It was still a bit uncomfortable to use psychic abilities in large quantities. If it weren't for the help of the sheep spell, he would probably have a severe headache at this moment. He led the Hydra executives to the laboratory in the base. As soon as he entered the door, he saw a group of researchers in white clothes constantly experimenting with mutants, and some were studying a kind of green blood, which was obviously Abaddon's blood gene. Then he used telepathy to control all the researchers again. It turned out that there was one person who couldn't be controlled. A telekinesis pressed him tightly on the experimental table. The other party could defend against psychic abilities, so he should have something on him. Shit. Who are you and how did you get in? Okay, stop talking nonsense. Came to the front of the researcher and took out a special device from his pocket, the same as the one he got from the Hydra executive before. He used psychic abilities on him again, and then Jiang Bai looked at the mutants who were trapped in the experimental cabin around him. There are children, teenagers, young people, middle-aged people, and many mutants with mutated bodies. Some look at Jiang Bai with fear and terror, while others still have hope in their eyes. Many mutants are already ashen, perhaps because of these experiments. They've given up any hope. their hearts are numb, and they are no longer afraid of death. Perhaps death is more like a relief for them. As long as they are not tortured, experimented, tested, etc. by these demons. Charles, please send someone to me. There are many mutants here, the kind that have been captured and studied, alas. Okay, I'll send someone over right away. Thank you. Looking at their appearance, Jiangbai felt mixed emotions in his heart. He took out his mobile phone and called Charles to pick them up. He might take these mutants out of the entire base, but he would not care about their life or death after they go out. He only informed Charles that they might still have some hope in the future. Otherwise, if they leave here, they will also face the possibility of being captured and studied by other organizations. Then Jiangbai controlled these experimenters to release all the mutants. Then, they just opened the door of the cage where they were imprisoned. Some of them came out tremblingly, and some did not come out. Wait here for a while, and your fellow mutants will come to pick you up. You can live well with them in the academy. You still have a future. Jiangbai slowly spoke to everyone, and then walked directly in another direction, a location that was confidential in the memory of the Hydra high-level officials. It is very likely that the place where the White Queen was imprisoned, and the Hydra high-level officials used this to open the portal in front of them that required a password. I found that there was an elevator inside, and it was still an elevator going down. I entered it, and the elevator began to go down. It stopped after 10 minutes, and then I walked out of the elevator and saw a blonde woman imprisoned in a transparent cage, surrounded by some devices made by technology. It looks a bit like some kind of magnetic field. When Jiangbai entered here, he felt that his mental ability seemed to be weakened. It seems that Hydra used this thing to restrain the White Queen's telepathy. In addition, this is an extremely deep underground. With these special devices, even the White Queen cannot control the people above through telepathy, and only the Hydra executives with telepathic defense devices and the researcher can come in. It is even more impossible for the White Queen to enter here. Then Jiangbai controlled the Hydra executives to turn off the device and open the cage. After doing all this, the Hydra executive fell to the ground and died. At this time, the White Queen also found Jiangbai's arrival and walked out of the cage. I didn't expect you to come here from above. It seems that I underestimated you. I wish you saved me. See you later. Where do you want to go? You? What are you going to do? White Queen, you have two choices now, surrender or die. After walking out of the cage, the White Queen looked at Jiangbai with disbelief and spoke to Jiangbai with a smile on her lips, and then she was ready to leave. The next second, she was bound to the spot by a telepathic force, and then his body turned into a hard diamond. He was not going to let the White Queen leave. A woman with telepathy and diamondization had very good strength. It was probably impossible to subdue him, so he decided to be tough and threaten him directly. Queen Bai looked at Jiangbai in horror because she found that her telepathy could not control him. Don't waste your energy. I also have telepathy, and it's stronger than yours. Diamonds are not as omnipotent. You have 3 seconds to consider. If you don't answer, I will take it as a rejection. I surrender. The White Queen's mental attack can be resisted by using the sheep spell. Then a piece of metal next to it is wrapped around the White Queen's neck under Jiangbai's control. After Jiangbai finished speaking, it began to tighten continuously, and the diamond on the White Queen's neck, which had turned into a diamond, also made a continuous sound of breaking. Feeling the threat of death, the White Queen said the word surrender with difficulty, which made Jiangbai loosen the tight metal. Then he used telepathy and the sheep spell to instantly invade the White Queen's mind. He was not going to modify the White Queen's cognition because she also had telepathy and would probably recover by then. It was equivalent to a time bomb. It was not safe to keep it around. So he used the sheep spell to directly tear out a part of the White Queen's soul. After all, the spell can make the soul leave the body, but it is not limited to one's own soul leaving the body. Soon, a white crystal appeared in Jiangbai's hand. There was a gray-white energy-like thing inside, which was a part of the White Queen's soul, which was torn off by Jiang by using his psychic ability and the sheep spell. As long as the crystal was held, the White Queen would be in excruciating pain. This kind of pain belonged to the pain of the soul and could not be cured. Only by taking this part of the soul back can it be done. This is also Jiang Bai's means of controlling the White Queen. Perhaps after getting the mind gem in the future, he will directly modify the White Queen's cognition. With something like the mind gem, which is similar to a rule, there is no need to worry that the White Queen's own psychic ability can be restored. What did you do? Nothing, just tearing out a part of your soul. How is it? It's very uncomfortable, right? If you are obedient in the future, this situation will not happen, otherwise I will make you suffer for a day. Soul. You devil. Demon? Thank you for the compliment. Come with me. Bringing the White Queen to the elevator, they soon came upstairs. At this time, Charles had asked Scott and others to come here and began to prepare to take all the mutants back from the laboratory. There are quite a few young mutants inside. Thank you this time. I didn't expect that there is such a large base in the suburbs of New York. These experiments. How can they do it? It's okay, I'm just passing by this time. Okay, I'm leaving, you guys are busy. After Jiang Bai came up, Sturt, the captain, walked up to Jiang Bai and thanked him sincerely. Jiang Bai was very angry about the experiments on these mutants. After shaking his head slightly, he put all the experimental samples and data into the system space to prevent anyone from creating monsters with mutant abilities again. After doing all this, he took the White Queen away from here. Scott naturally saw the White Queen, but he didn't ask anything. Coming to the ground, the chicken spell and the rabbit spell appeared in his hands, and he and the White Queen soared into the sky and flew to the location of the manor. When the White Queen saw Jiang Bai showing two abilities again, a look of surprise flashed in her eyes. She was very lucky to have two abilities. The other party had shown more than two abilities in the underground just now and now. With the blessing of the rabbit spell, Jiang Bai quickly took the White Queen back to the manor. When they walked into the villa, they saw Mary holding a lot of delicious food in front of Tom and Jerry. Tom and Jerry, the two little guys, ate the food given by Mary without hesitation, but they just didn't let Mary touch it and ignored Mary. Mr. Jiang Bai, why do they still ignore me when I give them food? I don't know. Uncle Martin, this is Emma. Take her to choose a room on the first floor. Okay, young master. When Mary saw Jiang Bai coming back with a blonde woman, she was slightly stunned and spoke to Jiang Bai in confusion. Jiang Bai smiled slightly, glanced at Tom and Jerry, and said he didn't know, then introduced the White Queen to Martin next to him. After Martin took the White Queen out of the living room, Jiang Bai sat next to Tom and Jerry. Tom moved his body and sat directly in Jiang Bai's arms. Reaching out to take food from Mary, Mary was speechless when she saw the scene. She was eating my food but sitting in someone else's arms. It was outrageous. Jerry ran to Mary unscrupulously and sat on the table to eat the food on it. After eating, he patted Mary's hand with a very satisfied expression. Looking at its arrogant appearance, even Jiang Bai was a little helpless. But at this time, Mary was interested in Jiang Bai, because even though she had come several times and didn't see Jiang Bai, the two of them chatted in the living room. Shield. Nick Fury was in the office at the moment, looking at the previous attack on Jiang Bai Manor. Until now, he had not investigated which organization the attacker came from. Even if they started the investigation from the police station, there was no clue at all, as if someone could know his every move. When they found out who told the New York Manhattan Police Department not to dispatch, the official died at home or committed suicide. The clues were cut off, but they couldn't enter Jiang Bai's manor to investigate. This was impossible. Not to mention whether they could enter, they couldn't get out even if they entered, which gave Nick Fury a headache. He began to doubt whether there were spies from other organizations in S.H.I.E.L.D., and even if he was, he didn't dare to guarantee that there were no spies from other organizations under his command. But it was not easy to find out because it was impossible to determine whether the other party was an ordinary agent, a mid-level agent, or a high-level agent. However, he didn't doubt the high-level agent, and the biggest suspicion was the mid-level agent. At this time, the door of the office was suddenly knocked, and then Coulson walked in from outside. Director, the plane that Captain America crashed seems to have been found in the Arctic. Oh? You take the team to have a look. Yes, Director. On the other side, in Tony Stark's villa, he used the 10,000 kilograms of vibranium given to him by Jiang Bai to build a vibranium armor in the underground studio. In order to make the armor more powerful, he has been designing it since he came back from Wakanda, and finally, he found that his arc reactor was a little insufficient. Vibranium can absorb energy and release it, so it is very suitable for Tony to build some powerful energy weapons on the armor, but this will also cause the armor's energy to be consumed rapidly. Although he has thought about installing several reactors, this is not a simple project. In the battle at that time, if these reactors were blown up, he would be the one who would be hurt, so now Tony is studying how to make his reactor more powerful. He took out the palladium element tester and pressed it on his hand. He looked at the 50% number on it and felt helpless. Jiang, Monaco is going to hold an F1 racing race. Let's go together. Racing? It's really good, okay. Take out your mobile phone to contact Jiang Bai and prepare to go to Monaco to relax. By the way, ask Jiang Bai for something to drink before, otherwise he will be finished soon. Put down the tools in your hand, get up and go upstairs, ready to have a good rest. By the way, Jarvis, send a message to Pepper and Happy, let them prepare to go to Monaco tomorrow. Okay, sir. Jiang Bai was slightly stunned when he received Tony's call. He didn't expect that Tony was going to Monaco now, which means that Whiplash is about to appear. Then Jiang Bai agreed to go, and he was also going to take Wanda and the others out to play. They were bored at home every day. Then he came to a corner of the manor and took out the monster he encountered in the Hydra base and some data samples of genetic experiments from the system space. He took out a lighter and used the power of fire to burn these things. At the same time, 2 red lasers shot out of his eyes to destroy these things together. He was a little dissatisfied with the power of this flame, because it could only control these flames, but could not generate flames to control them. It was not as good as the ability of freezing. Even if he wanted to control the flames, he needed to have flames before he could control them, but he could increase the temperature of the flames through the energy in his body. Perhaps after he obtained the dragon spell, he would not need to use the lighter. With this ability, the dragon blasting should be much stronger. After Jiang Bai destroyed all these things, a piece of iron sheet not far away was controlled by Jiang Bai to fly over. Then it wrapped the burning debris and turned into a round iron ball and was collected into the system space. On a private plane in the sky, Tony, Pepper, Jiang Bai, Wanda, and the other 4 sat together playing Landlord, and Lorna and others were watching. They were on their way to Monaco, and because they were too bored, Jiang Bai took out his poker cards to play with everyone. Tony was the one who lost the most, and even Jiang Bai lost a few times, which was also the result of his letting the water. Otherwise, his psychic ability would be enough to make him invincible. Time passed little by little, and everyone soon landed at the airport in Monaco. Happy drove a Rolls-Royce with Tony and Pepper, and Martin drove a Bentley with Jiang Bai and others. Because there were so many people, the White Queen also drove a car. The red tank sat in the back because he was too big to drive at all. After entering the stadium, the arrival of Jiang Bai and Tony attracted a lot of attention, but no one could get within 2 meters of Jiang Bai. Then everyone walked into the VIP room. At this time, Tony winked at Jiang Bai and motioned him to go out. What? F1 race? Are you interested in a race? I've never driven that thing. I don't know how to drive it. I'm afraid you want to go. You're not as good as me, I'll go. You help me deal with Pepper. She doesn't know I'm going yet. After the two walked out of the VIP room, Tony excitedly invited Jiang Bai to race. But Jiang Bai shook his head. He couldn't drive an F1 car. The operation of this thing was different from that of ordinary cars and sports cars. When the F1 car started running, the driver's body would be under great pressure. Although these pressures were nothing to Jiang Bai, he had no interest in driving an F1 car, and it would be meaningless to embarrass himself when the time came. Tony pouted and walked to the other side. He came here to participate in the competition, but he just tricked Pepper to watch. The Formula One World Championship, FIA Formula One World Championship, referred to as F1, is the highest-level annual series of track racing competitions held by the International Automobile Federation, FIA. It is the highest level racing competition in the world today and is known as the three major sports events in the world, together with the Olympic Games and the World Cup. The Formula One World Championship is the highest level racing competition in the world today, with an annual viewership of 60 billion people. The F1 race can be said to be a collection of high technology, team spirit, driver wisdom, and courage. F1 is the top event in racing. The overall arrangement throughout the year, the organization of each race, the teamwork, and the TV broadcast are all in order. The F1 world has been rectified very soundly. But like anything else, F1 also has its origins and development process, and there are many twists and turns on the road ahead. The spectators on the scene can be said to be huge. Even though it hasn't started yet, the entire auditorium is already full of spectators. In addition, the arrival of Tony and Jiang by this time made the surrounding audience very much looking forward to it, but at this time the official has not released all the entry lists. F1 drivers are among the strongest athletes because the driving style of F1 cars and the strong centrifugal force that drivers must withstand are very different from driving ordinary vehicles. Not only do they need to be in better physical condition than ordinary people, but they also need to have a calm and analytical mind. Jiang Bai was a little worried about whether Tony could finish the race. He used to sleep on a woman's belly every day, and his body was too weak. F1 drivers have extremely high physical fitness requirements. However, thinking of the whip rope that would appear in the middle of the race, Tony had no chance to finish the race. Brother Jiang Bai, don't you participate in the race? I won't, little cutie. We just watch it, and then we'll go somewhere else to play. Okay. At this time, Lorna looked at Jiang Bai with her beautiful big eyes and asked. Jiang Bai pinched Lorna's little nose and said lovingly. Then the race was about to begin, and the cars and drivers began to enter. The next one, I believe everyone knows him, yes. He is our Iron Man. Tony Stark. Wow. Woo. Iron Man. Iron Man. Iron Man. At this time, the host of the event introduced to all the audience in the venue. When he mentioned Iron Man, all the screens around him showed the picture of Tony entering the track, and then he sat in a red Formula One car. Tony's appearance directly ignited the scene, and countless audiences began to shout together. It can be imagined how great Tony's influence is. Pepper in the VIP room changed her face instantly when she saw Tony. She didn't expect Tony to be so. He had secretly participated in the F1 event without telling her. But now Tony had already gone in, and he couldn't stop her, so he could only sit on the sofa and get angry secretly. Wanda and Lorna, who saw the scene, sat next to Pepper and started chatting with her, while Tom and Jerry next to them ate the fruits prepared in the VIP room without scruples. Boss, I feel a lot of people who want to harm you in the arena. Oh? Which organization are they from? An organization called the Red House. Okay, I know. Don't worry about it for now. At this time, Emma leaned close to Jiang Bai's ear and told him what she felt. However, after hearing that it was the Red House, he showed a strange expression. The Red House, a place to train spies, is also a remnant of the former Soviet Union. The trained spies are also women. Black Widow Natasha Romanoff defected from it and later joined S.H.I.E.L.D. through Hawkeye Barton. They actually want to do something to themselves? I really don't know if the Red House is floating or he can't lift the knife. Anyone who is well-informed should know what happened on Skull Island and in the manor. In this case, the Red House actually wanted to attack him without considering his own strength. The Red House is a secret organization affiliated with the former Soviet Union, specializing in training female agents, also known as Black Widows. This organization has collected many war orphans and taught them etiquette, culture, dance, and other skills since childhood. It also teaches them the use of firearms, close combat, and other killing skills required by spies. The training in the Red House is very harsh, aiming to completely domesticate female agents into killing machines. The Red House is where the Black Widows grew up. They went through cruel training and eventually became sexy killing tools. There are also some things in the Red House that can improve life and physical fitness. Only each generation of Black Widows can be injected, and even if injected, they can't reach the level of Captain America. Boom. Soon the race started, and all the Formula One cars rushed out like sharp arrows, speeding on the track, constantly increasing their speed. Tony, an amateur, was squeezed in the middle and couldn't get the first place at all, but Jiangbai was looking forward to the appearance of the whip rope. When his timeline passes, he is likely to get the chance to draw a trading partner again. During the 5th lap, a long-haired tattooed man with a toothpick in his mouth walked into the track step by step. At this moment, even if the staff wanted to stop him, they couldn't do anything. The track was full of high-speed cars, and this situation was undoubtedly looking for death. Not only he might get into trouble, but the racers might also take action. A living person suddenly appeared on the track, and their first reaction would definitely be to avoid or slow down. Only those very irritable racers might directly control the car to crash into it. Then the long-haired tattooed man in orange overalls threw out 2 long whips from his hands, and then the 2 long whips appeared white flowing electric light, and his orange overalls were also burned and fell off. Revealing a simple device on his chest, the middle of his chest was the palladium element arc reactor. Exactly the same as Tony's, facing the oncoming car. Without the slightest hesitation, he waved the long whip in his hand and whipped the car, and the terrifying power directly split the car in half. The car that was drawn also lost its balance, and the 2 parts began to roll continuously on the track. The racer struggled to climb out of the wreckage of the car. After he climbed out, the car exploded directly, and the flames shot up into the sky. This scene also attracted the attention of the entire audience. And he is Whip. His real name is Ivan Vanko, and he is a Russian scientist. He is a technical genius. His father, Anton Vanko, was exiled by Tony Stark's father, Howard Stark, because he wanted to use the cosmic cube to make ill-gotten gains. After Anton's death, his son Ivan decided to bring down the Stark family and avenge his father. He first made a simple funeral whip armor based on the arc reactor technology left by Anton Vanko. Jiangbai in the VIP room was watching the scene calmly, preparing to kill Tony Stark in this place that everyone was paying attention to, but Happy had already run out. Pepper also left the VIP room with him, obviously preparing to send armor to Tony, no matter who the other party was targeting. But when he appeared here, Jiangbai had no desire to do it. Tony was still on the field, and as a bodyguard, Happy naturally had to protect the boss's safety. Rushing out of the VIP room and coming to the parking lot, Pepper followed closely behind, and then Happy started the Rolls-Royce and prepared to rush directly into the field. In this moment, Ivan Vanko used the simple device he made to whip away several speeding cars. Almost all racers chose to avoid and slow down when they saw the scene, but it also caused the cars behind to not stop at all, directly causing a chain of car accidents. Soon Tony's car appeared. Ivan Vanko's eyes flashed with ruthlessness. He swung the energy whip and whipped Tony's car fiercely. Because the whip was off-center, Tony Stark and the car were not directly whipped in half, which made him a little disappointed. Then he attacked Tony Stark again, and 2 long whips were whipped on the driver's seat, but Tony had already left the driver's seat at this time. Climbing to another position, this also made his goal fail. Looking at the racing fuel that kept flowing around, Tony had an idea. Boom! Some flames were drawn from another racing car, and the racing fuel was instantly ignited. Ivan Vanko also found Tony's position, and the long whip flew over immediately, just whipping the position of the racing fuel, which caused the wreckage of the racing car to explode directly. However, this explosion did not solve Ivan Vanko, but only made him step back a few steps, but Tony was also exposed to his attack range, and he was very dangerous at the moment. Jiangbai frowned in the VIP room. Happy should be here by now, but why hasn't he seen anyone yet? He didn't even see the shadow of the Rolls-Royce. Tony started to panic at this time. After all, he didn't have a battle armor at this time, so he was no match for the man in front of him. Damn it, Jiang! Save me! Helpless, Tony had to shout in the direction of the VIP room. After telepathy, he found that Happy couldn't drive over because the track was blocked by a series of rear-end collisions. At this time, he was running towards Tony with a red and silver box. Kane, go save Tony. Okay, boss. Boom. Then Jiangbai spoke to the red tank next to him and used the chicken spell and rabbit spell to help him. The next second, a burly man flew out of the VIP room like a missile. He hit Tony directly, and a big hole appeared on the track. Red Tank jumped out and looked at Ivan Vanko coldly. Tony knew that Red Tank was someone close to Jiang Bai, so he hid behind him. He knew how fierce Red Tank was when he was on the fighter plane. He was completely reckless. Since you are looking for death, I will fulfill your wish. Snap. Ivan Vanko said coldly to the burly man standing in front of Tony Stark, and then swung a long whip at Red Tank. Red Tank had no intention of dodging at all, and let Ivan Vanko's whip hit him, and he didn't feel any pain. But the suit he was wearing was torn by him. At this time, Happy also came to Tony with Tony's portable armor and handed the box to Tony. He stepped on the box, and then 2 handles appeared. He grabbed the 2 handles and lifted them up, with his hands open. The armor automatically began to be put on for Tony. 30 seconds later, Tony had already put on the portable armor, but this armor had no flight function and no other weapons. Only the palm cannon could be used, and the portable armor was very thin and light, with weak defense. Okay, man, let me deal with him. Okay. After Tony put on the armor, he spoke to the Red Tank in front of him. He wanted to deal with him personally. Red Tank glanced at Tony after he put on the armor, nodded, and walked to the side. Tony raised his hand and fired a palm cannon at Ivan Vanko. Perhaps because of the portable armor, the power of the palm cannon was not strong. Even an ordinary person like Ivan Vanko could resist it. Ivan Vanko swung the long whip in his hand and whipped it straight on Tony's armor, drawing out a large piece of sparks. Tony's armor was damaged by just 1 whip, which shows that the defense of the portable armor is indeed not very good. In this confrontation, Tony wearing the armor was actually at a disadvantage. Jiang Bai in the VIP room was watching all this with great interest. At this time, he suddenly smelled a strange smell, and the horse charm appeared in his hand instantly. Then, after urging it, a green light flashed. The people who were drowsy just now instantly regained their spirits. Obviously, this smell was anesthetic gas. Emma, deal with them. Okay, boss. Then Jiang Bai continued to lean lazily on the sofa, turned his head and said to the White Queen next to him. It was obviously done by the spies in the Red House just now. They actually wanted to use anesthetic gas to anesthetize him. The White Queen, who received Jiang Bai's order, got up and walked out of the VIP room. Immediately used his telepathy to start looking for people in the Red House. The next moment, his body turned into a diamond, and then the attack appeared. There was an agent lying in ambush at the corner. The White Queen did not intend to fight with him, and directly used telepathy to control all the members of the Red House. She let them come to her, and soon 8 women appeared in front of her. Each of them looked and dressed well. Some were wearing waiters' clothes, some were in formal dresses, and some were carrying a camera, and they seemed to be dressed as reporters. Boss, these are all people from the Red House. They are with the guy who attacked Tony Stark below. The Red House provided him with information. Oh? The Red House is actually mixed with him? That's right, the Red House is in Mousie, and that guy is also there. It was a bit surprising to learn that Ivan Vanko was mixed with the Red House, but when he thought that they were all in Mousie, Jiang Bai understood a little. Then Jiang Bai discovered something, because he did not find Justin Hammer here if he did not show up. Then who would go to the prison to rescue Ivan Vanko? The Red House? This made Jiang Bai interested, but it was obvious that the timeline was affected by him and changed again. I just don't know if Ivan Vanko will have another chance to have a battle with Tony this time. Boom. After being attacked by Ivan Vanko several times, Tony in the arena also found a way to restrain the opponent and grabbed his whip directly in his hand. Using his body to wrap around, he quickly approached Ivan Vanko and pulled off the arc reactor on his chest. Using the system on the armor to start scanning, it turned out that the reactor made by the opponent was only a little bit worse than his own. In general, there is no big difference between his reactor and his, which also made Tony very puzzled. Where did you get this thing? Ha 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 ha, you robber. The Stark family are all robbers. I will definitely take back everything that belongs to me. When he asked the doubts in his heart, Ivan Vanko spit blood and screamed hysterically at Tony. He didn't tell him how he got this reactor. At this moment, the cheers and shouts of the surrounding audience sounded, and they didn't pay attention to Ivan Vanko at all. Iron Man! Iron Man! Iron Man! At this time, Pepper saw that Tony had solved the enemy, stepped forward quickly, and looked at Tony with an angry face. However, Tony, wearing a battle armor, did not notice that Pepper was angry, but was thinking about how the other party obtained the arc reactor. This thing should only be owned by him. At this time, Red Tank walked out of the track and walked towards the VIP room. Ivan Vanko was also taken away by the police and left the stadium after entering the police car. After the police car drove out of the stadium, a black car appeared behind them. When Tony returned to the VIP room, all the agents of the Red House had their cognition and memory modified by Jiang by using telepathy, allowing them to temporarily return to the Red House to lurk. Since the Red House wanted to take action against him, there was naturally no need for it to exist, but not now. Just now, he had noticed that several more agents of the Red House followed the police car and left, obviously intending to rescue Ivan Vanko. Although he could try to kill Ivan Vanko now to see if he would get the number of draws. But the number of draws is too important to him now. After careful consideration, Jiang Bai still did not try. Now he relies on Tom and Jerry, which is still an external force after all. He prefers to improve his own strength so that he can be at ease. Jiang, I just saw my arc reactor on that person. This is very strange. I don't know what's going on. Maybe he researched it? No, how is this possible? This thing is related to my irresponsible father. Jiang Bai did not intend to tell Tony the truth, but his last sentence surprised Jiang Bai. Because he almost told the truth. Then everyone got up and left here ready to eat. Jiang Bai remembered to take Wanda and the others to play, not to mention Tom and Jerry, two playful ghosts. The police car on the other side was quickly stopped at a position. Before the two policemen got out of the car to check the situation, a pistol was stretched out from the car that intercepted them. Bang! The bullet passed through the windshield and shot the two policemen in the police car. The two women got out of the car and came to the back of the police car. After opening the door, they saw Ivan Vanko sitting there quietly. After seeing the car door opened, he still had no expression on his face. Who would have thought that he was not a policeman? Come down, if you want revenge, follow us. One of the women said coldly to Ivan Vanko. Ivan Vanko would not refuse. He wished someone would come to save him. In this way, he could continue to avenge Tony Stark, instead of spending the rest of his life in prison. Then Ivan Vanko followed the two women into a black car. The car started and they disappeared here soon. Only a police car and two dead policemen were left inside. At this time, Jiang Bai took Wanda, Lorna, Pietro, Tom, Jerry, and others into a 5-star hotel. After arriving at the box, he handed them the menu and asked them to order whatever they wanted. Tony on the other side also received a call from the police station. Walter? He ran away? Okay. After learning that the other party was rescued, he had no choice. At this moment, Tony was on his private plane. He had separated from Jiang Bai. He had to go back to plan the World Expo of Stark Industries. And to coax the angry Pepper, for example. After spending several hours making a plate of burnt fried eggs, Pepper looked at the fried eggs in front of her speechlessly. Tony's face was full of embarrassment and helplessness. It was okay to ask him to make armor, but it was too difficult for him to cook. Enough, Tony. You actually lied to me to participate in racing. Do you know how dangerous it is? Don't you know what your body is like? What if something unexpected happens? Yes, it's my fault. Sorry, Pepper. I just want to relax. Too many things have happened during this period. Also, if Jiang Bai hadn't been here just now, you would have died. Just a little bit. I was almost scared to death at that time. Sorry, I promise this is the last time, really. Believe me. Pepper looked at Tony's face and became more and more angry. She couldn't help but question Tony. Seeing this, Tony could only give in and apologize. As she spoke, Pepper's tears began to fall. The two had already confirmed their relationship, so Pepper was naturally very worried about Tony. If the red tank had not been thrown by Jiangbai just now, Tony is probably already in the hospital now. She did not blame Jiangbai for not taking action at the beginning. This was Tony's own fault. If he did not participate in the race at the beginning, even if that person appeared, the armor would be in Happy's hands, and he could deal with the other party in the first time, so that there would not be such a dangerous situation. Watching Pepper's tears falling, Tony felt very guilty, and also understood that he was too willful this time, so he hugged Pepper tightly in his arms to comfort her. "Sir, are you sure it's so much?" "Well, you can ask the kitchen to do it. Don't worry that I can't afford the bill." "This." Okay. Jiangbai looked helplessly at the waiter in front of him with a very strange expression, because Tom and Jerry ordered almost the entire menu. So the waiter hesitated a little. After all, it was ordered by a cat and a mouse, but Jiangbai confirmed it. He still left the box with the menu. Wanda rubbed Tom's little head and smiled slightly. Those things just now were at least several million US dollars. Because he didn't order wine, otherwise it would probably rise to tens of millions of US dollars. This little money is nothing to Jiangbai. He made tens of billions of dollars by selling Stark Industries stocks, plus the shares given by Tony. He is not poor at all. For Jiangbai, the way he got money is simply too simple. Apart from anything else, the vibranium in the system space is a huge fortune. Not long after, the dishes were served on the table, including king crab, bluefin tuna, blue lobster, wild yellow croaker, and various expensive dishes. After being served, Tom and Jerry began to eat, and Jiangbai also began to taste these things. After coming to this world for so long, he hasn't eaten much of the various delicacies in this world. With Tom, Jerry, and Red Tank, there was almost nothing left. If Jiangbai hadn't stopped them, Tom and Jerry would have licked the plates clean. Next, Jiangbai continued to take them to Hawaii, London, Arabia, Thailand, and other places for a whole month. Emma gradually integrated into the group during this month. Soon, everyone returned to New York. At this time, Tony had already released the news that Stark Industries was preparing to establish a World Expo. Not long after returning home, Mary came to visit. After the last chat, the relationship between the two became much closer. Mary was attracted by Jiangbai's handsome face and mysterious and elegant temperament. She came to visit not only because of Tom and Jerry, but also because of something else. "Did you go on a trip? You haven't been home for a month." "I've been here many times. I took them out for a trip. Sorry for not notifying you in advance. Maybe we can go on a trip together next time." "That's a good idea. It depends on whether I have time. After all, I haven't even found a job yet." "Stop it. It's easy to find a job with your ability. What's more, it should be very easy for you to get money. There are many treasures in the sea." "Okay, are you inviting me?" "Of course." After Mary arrived, Jiangbai sat in the living room on the first floor and chatted with her. Mary took the casual mention of traveling together seriously. Jiangbai smiled slightly at this. Facing Mary's ridicule, Jiangbai affirmed without any fear, "Shield." Even after a month, Nick Fury is still looking for the person who attacked Tony Stark in Monaco, because that person can build an arc reactor. Although the relics left by Howard Stark to Tony Stark in S.H.I.E.L.D. also contain the design of the arc reactor. But that was not the complete design of the arc reactor. Tony's reactor was made by himself in combination with Howard Stark's design. After all, Howard Stark's reactor design was already 30 or 40 years old. Even if Howard Stark was a genius, he could not predict the development of this era. Although it was not a perfect reactor design, he could also make an arc reactor. Nick Fury should have seen the relics Howard Stark left to Tony a long time ago. Because he couldn't fall out with Tony Stark now, he didn't let S.H.I.E.L.D. use the reactor design Howard Stark left to his son to make a reactor. Many organizations and companies can actually make steel armor, but the difficulty is the energy problem. S.H.I.E.L.D. can naturally make it, but it has to face the pressure of Tony Stark. Don't look at S.H.I.E.L.D.'s indeed superior status. But Tony Stark has a lot of influence in America and even internationally, not to mention that Jiangbai will stand on his side. Although the appearance of monsters has not reappeared, S.H.I.E.L.D. has found something that looks like a space deep in the Earth during its detection, but even so they cannot enter this space. Let alone what is in this space, it is impossible for them to spend a lot of manpower and material resources to enter it. If there is nothing, it will be a waste of time. Moreover, it is not easy to go to the center of the Earth. You need to face the pressure deep underground, lava, magma, groundwater, and viruses that existed in ancient times. There are many things hidden underground. If the virus spreads, the whole Earth will suffer, so it is not so easy to enter. But in Nick Fury's heart, he seriously suspects that this space is the monster's nest, or the place where it lives.